to them. There are a lot of ways to do it, and it doesn't hurt that the Russians are so supremely incompetent in the whole warfighting business. So,
All right, let's go to that miner.
So yeah, you're here to. The Ukrainians have followed basically a logistics degradation strategy all the way through the war, and they only need a very few kilometers due north of Mariupol to bring the entire that Russian supply line under some level of fire as it crosses, as the coast road moves through Mariupol there. How far are they from being able to bring fire on that one rail line that crosses out of Crimea? Because just doing both of those seems like the first step to making sure all the Russians in between have a truly horrible winter.
right. I mean, look, it's they're still getting their supplies from the north, right? So, cutting off Crimea, it's it's a two-way street for sure. But when it comes to how far they have to get, we know that they can hit things, a couple hundred miles, 300 kilometers. We've seen it. Obviously, they're not going to use the fancy stuff when they can use the more conventional artillery. 40 kilometers, some go 80. They don't have to be so close. They can interdict even the most furthest, access route into Crimea, that highway on the eastern side. They can interdict that pretty fine. The rounds that they use. From their platforms like the M777s and whatnot, but they could move right across, right up to Melitopol, and I think they'd be in range of pretty much everything going into Crimea. The Russians. This is why the Russian plan is also very problematic, because even if they're successful in maintaining some kind of defense at Melitopol, they're not going to be able to do much to stop the Ukrainians from chopping up their sustainment into Crimea. And they'll be able to even hit them, obviously, with all their supplies going into the rest of the Russian position. So really, when we see the big, I think combined with a big push in Kharkiv and Luhansk and Starobilsk, eventually, as we've said, is going to be in the cards. The Russians aren't going to have very many ways to get stuff in, just one way through Donbass, really, and by truck. So all around, bad news bears for the Russians, and again, Melitopol is not an enviable position for absolutely anyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Fierce.
Well, good morning, everyone. I've been seeing something recently about Turkey giving some MLRS or equivalent to Ukraine. Is that true, or in how close or how similar are those with the HIMARS? Thank you.
I'll try to take that one before CJ comes up. Apparently, they're similar to Gimler's in terms of range. One big difference is that they're a little bit less precise, but that they have a laser guidance option, and they should function together with the Bayraktar TB2, so they can be used better on moving targets than HIMARS Gimler's can. CJ, you can speak more to them.
Well, I'm right now really a poor man's John Ridge because I don't have all the details that I think you all deserve about this. But what I will say, the laser targeting option is a huge advancement, especially for quite a large rocket, because what it allows Ukraine to do is to hit moving targets deep behind enemy lines, about 50 to 60 kilometers at least, if not perhaps a little bit further. We know Turkey has given a lot to Ukraine, but they've tended to not be as public with it in some regards, probably due to a lot of different reasons, which I won't get into. But yes, this is a critical capability that Ukraine is lacking. Yes, they have a lot of HIMARS, but they don't really have as many systems as Russia does in what we would consider medium range artillery. So this sort of fight between 30 and 50 kilometers, and this would help fill that gap that BM-27s and BM-30s fill for the Russians. So really a great development if we can get more details about it.
So CJ, trains especially, right, would be a wonderful target for these.
Yeah, especially if based on what I've heard from Craig over the months, these locomotives are the things that really cannot be replaced easily. These sort of engines, they're much more valuable than any truck, and especially in certain specific areas in occupied Ukraine, they're hard to come by at times. So taking these out would be definitely something you could do with one of these. Really, pretty much beyond repair, because it's a pretty sizable missile. I think it's got about 100-pound warhead, so if not slightly more. So really, just pretty difficult to come back from, as far as I understand generally how engines work.
Yeah, if I could just very quickly go and just obviously I'm
Please.
gonna go ahead and take the bait. I see the shiny object, so I'm just gonna kind of grab at it. Excuse me. The
Hook, line,
idea
and sinker.
Exactly. There you go. The idea that Ukraine was going to need supplemental locomotives has been something that a working group formed in the United States, past, and I think some current board members of rail companies have gotten together to help supplement the supply of locomotives to Europe vis-a-vis Poland to Ukraine. So this has been something that they've known is going to happen, because obviously it's only a matter of time before these derail, accidents happen. You got to replace it. This is not normal standards, so you just got to kind of have it out of the box, right? You can't just let them purchase it on the normal market. It's got to be there. Exchange funds and just move it across the border. You don't have time for normal commercial logistical lines. You got to pre-position that stuff, and that's been well known since March of this year. So the good news is that the locomotives, I think the number of them, well, of course you would like to use more. Sadly, due to time distance equations, you can't have them all on the line on the rail at the same time, right? But a reserve is there, and as well as rolling stock, I believe we've had more than enough time to convert carriage bottoms, wheels, rail gauges, for goodness sake, working out the transloading expansion. So I'm confident that in the future we can expand the capacity, the bandwidth of munitions moving in. But again, I just have to remind people trains are one thing now, but we have to start imagining a world of a operational force of 200,000 from Zaporizhia to Luhansk, engaging in this offensive. I have to again put CJ on the spot and ask him, do you think that's worth the time to wait before you move in like that? Or would you rather take what you got, focus all your heavy logistics in one of two operational sides, and then just bite and chew as you go?
I mean, it would really depend on what's coming down the pipeline, right? If Ukraine was going to get more long-range precision fires like these Turkish systems, and perhaps, God forbid, attack them, then it probably would be best to wait, because the collapse all happening at once would be much more substantial than trying to do it piecemeal. But they would have to have a pretty good awareness, not only of what they're getting in the near term, but the middle term. Because, with these sort of systems, it would be much better for Ukraine to capture all the Russians at once. Yes, it would be a pretty sizable operation of itself, and it would come with some risks. But let's say, for example, they knew they were going to get ATACMS at the beginning of the year, or perhaps more accurately, the Israeli government statements that they would give some sort of long-range missile or long-range air defense systems due to Iran supplying Russia. That might happen first, at which point in time a decision could be made to kind of cripple everything at once. Because if we know one thing Russia isn't good about, it's deciding where to commit their reserves or any sort of defensive actions when they're pressed in multiple places at once. They seem to be obviously capable of defending a sector, but given an opportunity to fumble the ball, they really seem to do an incredible job of making it much worse than even when they started. So I would say, Craig, it depends entirely what's coming down the pipe.
And that just leads me to another aspect that I think again bears repeating, that the limitations on the bandwidth of input, but also carrying capacity. there are only so many of these heavy duty trucks, let's just call it, say, 200, that can move, as Thomas Tyner was speaking about yesterday, not just a couple of tons, but tens of tons, right, at once. These heavy haul trailers that can move a lot, move with these brigades and resupply with them, like I said, over these distances, which, needless to say, are somewhat large, right? This isn't a small area. And I think General Milley or somebody had done an American state equivalent of roughly the geographic size we're talking about. So you need that heavy lift capacity.
Which area? Occupied?
Yes, correct. Yeah, occupied Ukraine and
Tennessee.
Crimea.
Tennessee, Craig.
Yeah, thank you. So the idea that you want to find a way to give the Ukrainians the ability to, if there's an ammo limitation and there's only so much throughput in terms of 155, because you can't grind it out like you did in here, son, you can't overwhelm them. You can only sustain that fire for 5 days or so, right? What do you look for in terms of your opportunity? That's where my mind is going. If there's an ammo limitation and there might be a need to focus, then where is your next move? Because if that's Ukraine's quote unquote limitation, and I'm not saying that they're in any way encumbered by incompetence or anything else, but if we're talking about operational movement in winter, then I'd have to reinforce, I wouldn't necessarily care what's on the train that's on the way over. What I care about, my ability, is to move it, feed it, fuel it, and keep it supplied with bullets, right? And to do that in a way that this is what we're talking about here, CJ. Operational movements. Maybe Axel can kind of help me out. If you're thinking about an operation from Melitopol to Tokmak to Berislav to the Sea of Azov, that's an operational composition of what, 40 to 50,000 men, maybe 60 or 70,000.
Yes, full core size.
I mean, that's no small thing, right? And that, I believe, is what's key to victory on the battlefield, is supporting these units, these brigades that, again, me and CJ spoke about how detached they are. He's like, Craig, that sounds like you just described the NATO standard, and that's exactly what it is, right? That's what Ukraine's operating on. But with dispersal requires a lot more dexterity in how you operate your logistical heavy carrying capacity. You can't do 20 runs of deuce and a half. So you have to whittle that down to 5 runs of 20 tons, 2 brigade dispersal, battalion, company, etc. That, I think, is what is going to provide the real key that's going to unlock this, the future offensives that we're going to see that Yehuda just described.
But what you just highlighted also brings it back to the main point. This is about methodic buildup, equipment. It's not just the soldiers themselves and those who have been trained up recently, but they need to have the right equipment to cross over what will then be hardened surface through frost and do it at the right time. We discussed it yesterday. I think whether you whittle it down to 5 or 3 points doesn't really matter, but the Russians need to be freezing as much as the ground. And you need to have the right equipment to cross over. And when you have that, then you can win.
No, certainly, obviously, weather is going to play its part, as it does everything. Whether it's hot outside and you need lots of drinking water, or it's really cold and you need a jacket, right? Weather is going to play its role. But I would, again, just reiterate that these really precise munitions, these really precision machines, the M777, I think should be treated not as tactical thing, not as tactical support, but as operational support, right? Strategic movement of these is going to be critical, and then leave the 105. CJ knows that I love the 105, and then allow the 105 to be the supplement to this. I think there's an equation of balance to be had by pulling back your M777s, saving their ammunition for when you need it, what's in the first 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and then have the ability to use precise fires, and then use the 105 as a supplement. Is going to be absolutely critical to planning and operations in Ukraine. I just in my heart, I just think that we have to really start to look at these individual brigades, because these are what Napoleon or Patton might call their flying corps, right? Their flying divisions. These are, I think it's going to be interesting to get to know these units and what they're capable of doing, because they're going to lead the way, as CJ described the other day. so we can learn from them.
Greg, have you done your Craig, have you done your homework? Okay, somebody asked about what the Tennessee comment was in the meantime. The area of Tennessee broadly corresponds to the area under Russian occupation. That's what the Tennessee comment was. So purely by surface area, it's roughly the equivalent surface area of the state of Tennessee that the Russians are still occupying in Ukraine.
The problem with that, Doman, is, I don't know, to me, that makes me think it's not that much of a sizable concern.
Tennessee is a big place.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Craig's in Texas right now. That would seem so minuscule. I understand that we're kind of biased in America in terms of sizes, but no, it's definitely a large, but it's slowly becoming smaller each and every passing month as Ukraine liberates more of their territory. Hopefully one day, soon, it'll be a Massachusetts, then a Rhode Island, and then I think that's maybe the smallest there. So that'll be the last one.
Do you know what? There's a big gap from Tennessee to Massachusetts to Rhode Island. Purely by like longest diagonal, right? The diagonal of Tennessee is 500 miles. The diagonal of Massachusetts is, I'm curious to see how long this is. Sorry, apologies to people requesting. I will be done momentarily. The diagonal of Massachusetts is 150 miles.
Wow, see, yeah, we have no sense of scale or scope in America. I apologize, everyone.
Like, driving across Massachusetts is fine. It doesn't take very long. Driving across Tennessee takes hours and hours and hours. Shame on you, CJ. Shame on you. James.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. It's sunny and warmer here, and I'm happy about that. So the state of Tennessee has a shape, and it defines, the length of the border. And so I think that's another metric that ought to come into play when you're comparing spaces. So I don't know if you've done the math on the border length.
No.
Okay.
And I'm not. I hate fractals.
Okay.
Sorry to break it to you.
Right. No problem. Polygon.
I don't actually hate fractals. Don't come after me. I like fractals. Fractals are really cool. But they might, if you look into it, it might teach you why measuring the length of a border, like measuring the length of a coastline, is a fool's errand. And it's all down to definition, whereas area is much better defined. CJ.
Only take out your numbers to a certain number of decimals is what I say.
Oh man, I try not to do math when I'm off for a minute, but no, I think the important point
or when you're driving.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. The important part, I think, with James' comment though, is the ranges, of course, involved, and the reality is, pending some more of a significant breakthrough on the P-66 in Luhansk, and then subsequently any sort of breakthrough in Zaporizhia of about 5 to 10 kilometers will pretty much put almost all of the occupied area, minus parts of Ukraine or parts of Crimea, in Gimler's range for HIMARS, and this is going to be an extremely important decision point, and we have to keep this in mind, because although then Ukraine will practically be able to shoot everything within Ukraine, it would stand to reason then that Russia is going to move their supply hubs and their command centers back into Russia. And this is significant for two reasons. One, it's significant while there have been, of course, Ukrainian strikes into Russia, they have not happened in large quantities with Gimlers, if at all, or any other foreign weapons. So this would need to continue to happen in order for Ukraine to advance successfully. And the second point here is this is going to make the resistance to attack them somewhat stronger, and we can't let this go, because it's even more of a reason to get ATACMS, because Russia is going to probably at that point in time fall on pre-existing military bases and areas well within their border to conduct these sort of operations, preparing to enter the areas of Ukraine they still occupy. But if they let off the gas near the end, it won't be a frozen conflict, but it'll be a much bloodier one than it has to be, because Ukraine will be successful, but it will take significantly a lot longer. And this is what Craig and John were talking about earlier the last few days about the supply rate. Basically, long story short, once Russia is operating on their side of the border, there's a couple key parts of moving supplies in terms of being more defended from, partisan attacks and other random Ukrainian incursions and Ukrainian observation. That's going to make it a lot easier for them to supply troops close to the border. And it doesn't really have to do necessarily with the proximity involved, but if Ukraine can get more long-range weapons, and if they, are able to use them effectively into Russia, then these sort of advantages they get will be heavily mitigated. So, an important point to keep, reminding everyone that ATACMS are so important, as are other long-range systems.
Yeah, it's the bit that Crimea sticks so far south, right? That's where the extra long range is really necessary.
Yes and no. I mean, once Ukraine makes it to the border of Crimea, then as I understand it, they can reach Kerch, and then effectively at that point in time, yes, they could still do naval resupplies via Sevastopol and be somewhat safe. But at that point in time, if the Ukrainian army has already made a foothold in Crimea, the whole thing is pretty much over at that point. I'm more concerned about those last 100 kilometers to the border of Russia itself, really going into a lot of the area that's been occupied since 2014. I have no idea, and I wonder, I hope people have done some good analysis on what kind of Russian defensive positions exist along these 2014 borders. Obviously, they have trenches and they have defensive positions, but this would be where we need to pay a lot of attention soon, thankfully, because it means that Ukraine is in some areas almost there. But this is really the key part in trying to avoid a frozen conflict, is making sure Ukraine has the tools that they didn't have before to prevent this from happening a second time around.
CJ, there are suggestions that there might be some CV90s coming in sometime. Axel was suggesting that earlier, and I think then John was sent off to do his own homework and then never came back. I don't know what was up with that. But do you have thoughts on the utility of those, especially for people who might have missed yesterday's 5-hour disposition?
Yeah, well, hopefully Denjon is also getting some archers as well. He's been promising us this for months now, and yet he's failed us in Ukraine.
It's all his fault, really.
Yes, kidding, of course, people. But in all seriousness, I mean, look at the example of foreign volunteers and many Ukrainians using Humvees, right? A 40-year-old vehicle against armored vehicles and tanks pretty successfully and skillfully in Kharkiv and other areas, right? This is a system that's not necessarily designed to take on armored fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, or tanks, yet in the hands of experts and properly equipped, they can do a lot of damage. So when you add CV90s or another advanced armored personnel carrier or infantry fighting vehicle to the mix, you allow for the same types of things to happen. You allow for better training and more morale and more discipline to overcome what is a superior vehicle force. So obviously, it would be a best case scenario if Ukraine could be, outfitted with all the more modern armored vehicles of the West, but it's just simply not going to happen in the way that I think would be best. So with that in mind, understanding that this kind of delivery would change the game in areas like Zaporizhia or other open terrain where basically the vehicles that Ukraine has right now aren't going to cut it, right? You can use Humvees and you can use other unarmored or lightly armored vehicles if you have good terrain. If you had surprise, you can basically only go so far. But in open areas like Zaporizhia and southwestern Kherson, you're pretty much SOL or shit out of luck. But with CV90s now, even if we can't free the leopards quite yet, you can now stand a chance to survive much more likely in this open area. And so, yeah, if it is confirmed, that would be huge news.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have that as a podcast on soon. The only problem is, it's 5 hours long, so cleaning it up will take a little while. Zgoman.
Hey, how you doing today? So, as I was thinking about kind of last week in the Millie comments and negotiations, I was kind of thinking, I kind of was heading where CJ was heading. I'm an engineer, so I always look at things at the extremes and see, do they make sense in the extreme? So the extreme to me was that, Ukraine liberates 100% of their territory. Is that the right time to start negotiations? And I personally came to the conclusion that's probably not the right time, because if you think about the limitations the U.S. has placed on using our arms in Russian territory, at that point, if Ukraine is 100% liberated, it's an artillery duel where clearly the Russians have the advantage because they don't have any limits. So the whole discussion of when do you really start negotiations is, somewhere between now and 100% in my mind, 100% liberation, because unless the limits that are imposed on U.S. provided weapons is somehow lifted, because when it's 100%, when Ukraine is 100% liberated, to me, Russia has no reason to negotiate, right? Because they're in the advantage from an artillery standpoint. They can just launch artillery at will, and Ukraine would be limited in how they could respond. Is there something wrong with my logic? That's really the question.
CJ? I hope CJ gets this one, Goldman, because and he dropped. I suspect CJ would bring up something to the extent of precision fires versus what the Russians can do as being the deciding difference. I might be wrong though.
I mean, it's fair. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm just saying, them without limits and Ukraine with limits does present a unique situation, in a situation where Ukraine is 100% liberated and with no political solution.
So I think that's I don't know. I think that if you just look at what's been going on in Ukraine over the past few months and all the liberations of quite vast swathes of territory, I don't think there's a reason why this couldn't continue going on for quite a while longer. So I don't think that's a real limit, if that makes sense.
Sure. I'm just trying to think, well, how does the war ever end? It doesn't end if there isn't a political settlement at some point. That's my only.
So I think it ends like this, right? Russia finds it untenable to be in one bit of Ukraine, then another, then another, then another, and eventually it's not anywhere in Ukraine. But it can still launch standoff weapons and artillery shelling over the border. I really think that the last bit that's going to be cleared is going to be some thousands of square kilometers all at once, because they'll just be like, well, there's no point in holding this bit of useless land, and they'll just pack up and go. At which point, strong bilateral guarantees can come into play. Maybe NATO membership, but at the very least, strong bilateral guarantees with the US, UK, Poland, etc. And a bunch of Patriot batteries and US air wings and the like can move in. And at that point, there's just no capacity anymore for Russia to keep shelling Ukraine across the border and doing missile strikes, because it would lead to a wider thing, and it's not worth it to them anymore. So I think that's probably how it ends. The kinetic component of it, anyway. I think it necessitates Ukraine kicking Russia out first.
Okay, I can see that, but that's a long way to moving Ramstein Air Base to Ukraine, or you know what I mean. That's maybe the commitment of all that stuff you're talking about. I'm just
You
thinking
don't
out
move
loud.
that airbase, but you know that you don't move that airbase because it has
I understand.
a geolocation which makes absolute perfect sense, even if it were in France.
Yeah, I was only, yeah, I didn't mean it to be literal, but you move some element of NATO into Ukraine. Yeah,
Absolutely with you. Fully agree.
Yeah.
I think as soon as Ukraine is a NATO member, we should put up at least two sensible air bases there, a naval base, which we
right.
visit reasonably often. I much prefer Sevastopol to be part of it, but I think Odessa should definitely have a good contingent, and we should help them build out their shipyards and then build as much defensive capacity as Ukraine can tolerate.
Right. Yep, I agree. I'm just trying to, think what happens when they're 100% out of Ukraine and there's just nothing left but an artillery duel. And is at that point in time, Ukraine at a disadvantage just because the U.S. won't let them use their supplied weapons on Russian territory. So at that point in time, when they're 100% liberated, they may be at a disadvantage. Okay.
All right, thank you, Goldman. Then, John, have you done your homework?
Yeah, did someone mention CV90s?
Yes.
No, XC90s. We mentioned XC90s. You have to really listen more carefully.
Yeah, I'm confused now. Was it XC90, S90, V90, or that's the Volvo range, or was it Saab 90, Saab 900, or Saab 9000? Everything is.
It had 90 in it.
Okay. Yeah. Axel, the rumbling you have heard, I haven't been able to find anything. Nothing. You must have better contacts than me.
I'll be on the phone anyway later. Let's see what I can find.
Yeah. Sorry.
Dorman, we had such high hopes for our Swede.
Someday he'll graduate and turn into a twin.
Yeah, but I should remind, now we have Jens here and he will be happy for this. I should remind everyone that I'm from the southern parts, that not that long ago was actually part of Denmark. So, yeah.
This is why Sweden needs all that weaponry, just in case, Denmark lays claim to Skåne again.
Exactly, and Halland and Blekinge. No, but
Jens.
on a serious note, sorry, just to finish. Axel, please look into that, because I can't find anything.
As I said, I'm on it.
Jens.
Yeah, I just want, I can never offer much more than assumptions, but I think that once Ukraine is being liberated, I think whatever is going to happen next is, I would consider that a better problem. If Russia decides that they want to continue some kind of artillery harassment, if they have any artillery pieces left, they have to expect something in return. And I don't know if Russia is willing to park their artillery pieces, hiding them next to their own hospitals and own schools. But I think that right now Ukraine already has the tools to kind of match any kind of artillery harassment. And I mean, never underestimate Russia's stupidity. So I don't know what they would benefit from continuing, but they probably will. But I mean, Biden's probably not going to give Ukraine any missiles that can hit the Kremlin. But I don't think I don't expect that Ukraine won't be allowed to defend its border once it reaches the Russia line.
Yeah, it's not really about the border, right? I think that's sorted and squared away, because they will be a fantastic ground force. They already are, and they will be even more so at that point. It's really just about stuff flying through the air, and projectiles are difficult to defend against, artillery shells especially, and this is where then those political solutions come in. I think that's really straightforward. It's clear what they are. It's clear what has to be done to lock up Russia in a North Korea like place, likely one that then probably fractures somewhat internally.
Yeah, I think that's a worry for that time. I think let's liberate Crimea first, and then probably Russia will have to ask themselves why are we having all these sanctions. But then we'll have to talk about reparation and all the stolen people and war criminals and etc. etc. But I just wanted to offer my assumptions.
Exactly, and getting all the kids back as well. It will be done in due course. All right, let's go to spread love, justice, not war, and then we have Colby for more serious concept. I bet he has some new spread. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. Just wanted to first say thanks a lot for all you've done in the last few months. This space and this community has really been my go-to during this whole fuck up of the war. There's been reporting on scarcity of munitions on both sides, on the Ukrainian and Russian side, regarding artillery in German newspapers, and I was a little surprised that they were saying that this would lead to a stalemate for the next few weeks. And given the fact that scarcity has been the norm for the Ukrainian army in the last few months, is there anything you can comment on that? Is just facts or any updates on the munitions?
I think Colby's just the man to do so anyway.
So, yes, some specific munitions, there is a little bit of the production is tight, yes, for certain munitions, because they're being expended at rates that NATO armies did not expect that they would ever be expended at, because we've been fighting counterinsurgency operations for the past 20 years. So yes, there's a little bit of tightness there. Overall, I think that this is a surmountable challenge if we actually start implementing solutions rather than just doing a lot of talking. And politicians and bureaucrats love to talk about problems, not huge fans of actually solving them. But there's a lot of positive indicators that steps are already being taken to increase the production of key munitions like 155 millimeter artillery shells, gimlers, rockets, etc. I don't think that this is going to be critical. Ukraine does have a lot of different options. They have diverse firing solutions, which is a is an increased logistical burden, but it gives them more flexibility. So they established domestic production of 152 and 122 millimeter Soviet caliber shells, which is really good news. I don't know how much they're able to produce, but that's quite significant that they were able to do that. There are other countries in Europe that are also producing this ammunition. Bulgaria is a known producer. It is rumored that Romania may be producing as well. So even if the production is not what we would want it to be, it's still being produced. So Ukraine is not going to just run out of ammunition. There's going to be a steady supply of it. It may not be at the levels that we would want it to be, but there's not going to be a situation where Ukraine just runs out of ammunition. That's not going to happen. There's always going to be ammunition available. It may be less than we want, but it will be there. And if we make investments in our production capacity across the alliance, then it'll be able to be maintained at a more suitable rate. Also, Ukraine continues to receive new firing solutions, which reduces the strain on sort of the main calibers. So we were just talking a little while ago about this news with regard to Turkey, and I just went and did a little bit of digging into this because this is very interesting. So today, Oryx reported that Turkey has apparently provided to Ukraine Roketsan MCL MLRS and TRLG 230 rockets. I will put this tweet into the nest. This is a broadly comparable system to HIMARS and the GIMLRS rockets. Similar range, 70 kilometers. The interesting thing about these is that they are also laser guided and apparently can be hit targets that have been designated or painted by TB2 drones, and they are quite accurate as a result, 2 meter CEP. So it's very interesting to learn that Oryx has some sources that Ukraine has received these. We have not seen them in theater yet, but Oryx is generally pretty good, especially with Turkish stuff. They usually have reasonably good sources there. So that's quite an interesting development. It gives Ukraine another capable system and again, a further diversified source of ammunition. So they're not just relying on GIMLRS from the United States and other NATO countries. They can get this ammunition from Turkey now. It further the further diversification of their firing solutions is good because again, now they don't have to worry about there's just one kind of ammunition that they're going to run out of. They have different suppliers, so that they can be confident that they're always going to have something available to conduct fire missions with when they need it.
And notably, if they can integrate these, and they should be with the Bayraktar TB2s, they can hit moving targets at very long ranges, and that would be incredibly beneficial, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Advertised maximum range for this is 70 kilometers. I don't know whether that's lowballed or not. The United States typically lowballs their figures. I don't know about Turkey, but it's a good distance and a unique capability. Being able to paint targets with a laser designator. This is something that GIMLRS currently does not do. They don't have this laser guidance. So very interesting piece of kit they've got from Turkey.
Excellent. Thank you, Colby. Emirko, go ahead. Emirko?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, old phone. I have a quick question about Scalp missiles, also known as Storm Shadow missiles. Recently I saw a news piece about Polish making upgrade to Ukrainian Su-24 bombers for it to be able to use these missiles. They're relatively long range when they air launched, 580 kilometers. So they basically can reach Moscow from Ukraine. It's not clear who is going to provide them and if anybody is going to provide them.
Yeah, it's not true. This is an old story from a while ago now. It came from Rybar. It's not accurate.
I see. Okay, thank you.
That's a shame.
That said, Doma, maybe you know about this. I saw something today. I think EU bureaucrat said something about they believe that Ukraine should be provided with long-range precision fires or something like that. I don't. Did you see that?
No, but I think it might have actually been Borrell saying it. I think I did see it, but I'm not sure. What I did see, which was great, was the head of the Israeli National Security Council, I think, was at a conference in Bahrain and said, if Iran sends ballistic missiles to Russia, we're going to send ballistic missiles to Ukraine.
I did see that. That's the next thing that I'm going to look into. That's very interesting. It's also interesting that I also saw though today somebody from Ukrainian armed forces said that Iran may not in fact provide the ballistic missiles to Russia, which is interesting because the Ukrainian chief of military intelligence was fairly confident that they were going to arrive this month. And the clock is ticking down towards December, and we still haven't seen them. So perhaps Iran got cold feet, and certainly if Israel, saying this, that would give Russia pause. If they wanted to receive those Iranian missiles, if it meant that Ukraine was going to get a comparable capability.
Yeah, and the first thing that Ukraine would use them on is take out all the Russian stocks of said ballistic missiles off, the other end of the range. Just to guess.
Yeah, no, I mean there's a lot Ukraine could do with some longer range precision fire capabilities. A lot of valuable targets in Russia they could hit and do all the damage to.
Exactly. Dan Miner, yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 things. First, to the general question of ammo supply and doctrine. Literally every war that could actually be called a war since 1914, the armies involved have shot 6 weeks of ammo, 6 weeks of quote unquote ammo supply in 8 days and gone, oh, holy bleep, we're running out. So maybe it's time to rewrite the doctrine to reflect what actually happens. Because this has been really consistent for 100 years, like since the invention of real breech loading artillery. Hang on 1 second. Second thing, Taiwan just showed off their copy of the Shahed 136, which is, of course, several hundred times better than the actual Shahed 136. And it seems to me that Taiwan and Ukraine could work a little trade here where Taiwan sends Ukraine a couple thousand of these, and as soon as Ukraine has this thing with Russia wrapped up in the short time, they send 5,000 people to let's say, help Taiwan's military get in proper condition. Because there will be no one on earth with more credibility to explain the matter. And also, I'm seeing various diplomatic, at least feelers from Russia to the effect that they're really feeling beat here. Something about they might be able to live with Zelensky. Something about pulling out of Zaporizhia, although I will not believe that until there's a 300 IAEA inspectors and a Ukrainian brigade parked there. I mean, it really seems like the Russians are not feeling victorious. And, you know, it all comes back to the same deal. Ukraine can win this war in a hideously grinding 18 months, or they can win it in 3, and it really just depends on what the Pentagon left out of the warehouses. So maybe open the bleeping doors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Colby, there is another bit of reporting, on the point of opening the warehouses. There is another bit of reporting, Colby, unless you want to comment on the whole Taiwan-Ukraine thing. I think that's a fair idea. Did Israel also authorize anyone who is in possession of any weaponry of Israeli origin or with significant Israeli parts to feel free to ship it to Ukraine? Basically, they said, we're not going to enforce re-export restrictions on anything you send to Ukraine that might have Israeli kit in it. That might any idea on what that might release that might not have been released previously because of this?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's the wording's a little bit it was a little bit vague the way it was exactly worded, but and then of course there was the matter of Israel saying that they were going to provide strategic materials to Ukraine, and then Thomas went into that yesterday, what he thought that would mean. It's challenging because the Israelis obviously they don't want to be very explicit about what they're doing. They're trying to keep things on the down low here, but we've seen Israeli MRAPs end up in Ukraine, which somebody must have bought those from Israel and sent to Ukraine, and they previously authorized anti-UAV technology to be provided to Ukraine via Poland. So the Israelis were already doing a lot of different stuff. So I'm not quite sure what else they're exactly opening the door to with this latest announcement. But I think it's just fair to say there's all sorts of stuff that's going on behind the scenes that Israel is assisting Ukraine with, as far as specific systems go that Israel might authorize the re-export of. I don't know. I'd have to think about it for a while. In my thread about air defense, I did specifically mention this with regard to the Israelis have the Israeli version of the VADS. Self-propelled anti-aircraft gun is much more sophisticated than the American version, and that some of that Israeli technology with the data link allowing VADS to utilize radar data, that would be very useful for Ukraine in getting them more anti-aircraft systems with their radar integration to shoot down loitering munitions. So that was one example that just kind of popped in my mind initially, but there's sort of all sorts of different stuff that could conceivably maybe be sent. There's a lot of Israeli tech in different Western systems, so it's potentially a very expansive list.
Well, fingers crossed a number of those things, whatever they might be, end up being shipped on to Ukraine ASAP. And on the Israeli point, Kobe, maybe you're more familiar with these. There was a question a little while ago we got about the Merkava tank, specifically the Merkava Mark II. And apparently, the Israelis retired Merkava Mark IIs a year ago, 2 years ago, something like that. Wondering whether maybe it might be a good idea to ship those to Ukraine. Do you reckon that would be perhaps useful. Now they're not the youngest pieces of kit, but they're certainly better and more definitely far more survivable than say T-72s. And any idea what they might be wanting to do with the old ones, unless they've melted them all down already or turned them into combat engineering vehicles?
Yeah, no, the Israelis typically repurpose tanks as APCs and other specialist vehicles, and I know they have done that with the Mark IIs. I don't know if they have any that are still just in storage that haven't been converted. Certainly, they would be useful for Ukraine. I mean, even the older Mark IIs are still a very good tank. That'd be great. I don't think it's in the cards. That's the kind of thing that just Israel's not going to do something that overt. I don't think their support is going to be much more under the radar. Main battle tanks is I don't think that's in the cards. But I mean, they would be very welcome, I'm sure, if Ukraine could get them. But I don't think that's likely at all.
I'm being also told that the Merkava, being the heaviest tank out there, would sink straight into the mud. It's only good on the hard and sandy surfaces down in the deserts and other semi-arid places.
Yeah, that's a good point too. I mean, the Israelis, because they're not
mud is not a problem.
Yeah, they're not exporting this tank, so they can. The Israelis with their tanks, they have really designed them very specifically to the conditions that they face and the needs that they have on the battlefield. So it's a really good tank for them, but it's not a tank necessarily that would be great for other countries, because other countries need more flexibility in the design, and the Merkava, with its weight, that presents problems for different terrains. And I actually wrote a thread last night specifically about mud and what the coming winter is going to entail, and how the mud impacts mobility. It's a topic we've spoken a lot about, and Thomas, when he's here, he's spoken about how the winter is going to change things for the better, in his opinion, and I certainly have agreed with that as well. So I'll throw that up in the nest. I think that certainly the mud would be a big challenge for Merkava, but even once the ground freezes, still just such a heavy vehicle. That there's challenges there, I think, that make it less suitable for the terrain that Ukraine has. A big contrast to things like CV90, which are very much designed for this kind of terrain. A lot of swampy terrain, soft ground, ice and snow. CV90 is a really ideal IFV for the terrain Ukraine faces. And as far as MBTs go, Merkava's it's a good tank, but it would definitely have trouble with the terrain and would be much more limited in its mobility, and it would have to be only operating on paved roads. It wouldn't do as well cross country.
Yeah, let's maximize mobility as much as possible here. There's also been some pictures that emerged of some MRAPs, I think the US Max Pro, that have been hit with whatever it might have been. But crucially, do you know what was the crucial element? Can you guess what the crucial element of all of those pictures was, Colby?
Well, that it did its job, and the tires got blown off, but the crew compartment was fine.
Yeah, exactly. It was totaled, but at the same time, everybody inside was probably more or less completely fine.
Yeah, the MRAPs, they're doing their job. We've seen a lot of different pictures of not just the American MRAPs, but other MRAPs, because a lot of other countries have sent them as well. Turkey as well as is providing seems to be promoting a lot of them as well. Australia, the United Kingdom, Germany as well, I believe. So Ukraine has quite a collection of different MRAPs, and they're really great. As far as hitting mines or IEDs, they do their job. The wheels go, and the front of the vehicle with the engine might be totaled, but the crew survives to fight another day, which is great. Of course, the MRAP does have drawbacks, and I talk about that in the thread as well, because the MRAP is a heavy vehicle. It's a tall, large, heavy vehicle. In order to get that mine protection, and that of course creates problems as well when you're operating in the mud and rough, swampy, soft terrain. Because of its weight, they don't do as well as tracked vehicles. But of course, these low profile tracked vehicles like BMPs are extremely vulnerable to mines. They do not do well at all. So there's trade-offs here with different types of vehicles in terms of protection versus mobility. So it's all a balancing act. But then, and this is why the ground freezing is very welcome in my mind, because it removes that problem of the mud, and all classes of vehicles will have a little bit of a better time getting around once the ground is frozen solid.
There you go, Kobe. On a side note, I'm being informed that the most likely thing of Israeli technology to be sent to Ukraine is something called a Spike NLOS, which apparently is a pretty high quality anti-tank missile. And I don't know if you are familiar with it and wish to talk about it, go right ahead. If not, we can leave it for another time, and somebody who does. But that's pretty. I don't know. It looks interesting.
Yeah, Spike is a very capable anti-tank guided missile, and it has it can do a top attack like the Javelin can. Come down on the roof of vehicles. So that's interesting. I mean, again, like it's pure speculation unless they have some specific reporting that suggests that this is what's likely to be provided. I'm sure Ukraine would be happy to have it, or anything they can get. It's a very, very capable system. I think that they seem to be reasonably well supplied with ATGMs. They've had a lot of success with their domestic produced ones, Stugna. But more never hurts, and this is certainly one of the most capable systems that's out there on the battlefield. So another threat for Russian armor, and the cope cages certainly aren't going to do anything to save them.
And remember, just because it's an anti-tank missile doesn't mean it has to be used on a tank. There's plenty of other things that Russians drag out that this can be perfectly well used against.
No, that's a good point. These the cope cubes and all the other prefab concrete septic tanks and whatever else the Russians are scrounging up to use as fixed fortifications. You don't want to get you don't want to have a heat warhead hit you in one of those things. That'll be the end of your days. So that's a very good point.
The various BMPs and BTRs and other targets. Dr. Poe, before you start off, I have a question for you about the Lockheed Martin marketing budget. How much are they paying the clipboard man? You know who I mean, right? The guy who wears the flag of the faked republic run by the FSB and various bits of the Russian mafia in Donetsk, that shows up at the locations of all the HIMARS strikes all across occupied territories in Ukraine with a clipboard with a date on it, and smiles nicely next to the evidence of just how much more precise Gimlers are than is publicly stated. So how much are they paying him? Because, I mean, he's doing a fantastic job for them.
Yeah, Doman, I mean, typically it's 10 to 20% of sales. So that's like my baseline estimate if I had to guess.
Okay, so how much does 220 HIMARS cost, Dr. Poe? Because that's what the polls are buying. So 10% of how much do 22 HIMARS cost is really the question then. They're going to be a rich man.
You know, it's interesting. You know, the actual HIMARS system itself is quite cheap. You know, it's 5 to 6 million. But when you see these foreign military sales,
yeah, but when you get 22 of them, that's you know,
Mhm.
it's $100 million.
Correct. Yeah, so
That's a
10 to 20 million.
fantastic. That's an excellent quantity for someone to get for just holding a clipboard.
Absolutely, totally agree. So Colby, if I may, you know, I saw your post about the Turkish TPG 330s or whatever the acronym is for the laser guided, what I'm going to just call Gimlers for now, which they're probably not identical in any way, but just to say, my question here is, do we have any idea on the quantity that have been produced already or their annual production quantity?
I do not. I can try and see if I can figure that out. I assume it's probably going to be in Turkish language sources, but I'll see what I can find. But yeah, I don't know what the production rate is. Excuse me. I don't know how many Ukraine has been provided. I do know that apparently Azerbaijan has these and used them in Nagorno-Karabakh. So they're in service. They've seen action. And Turkey's intention is that this launcher is going to replace all of their other MLRS launchers, and it's a modular system so that it can accept different kinds of rockets, missiles on it. Aside from this specific domestic ordnance that they have produced, they could use ATACMS, which they have, or other, Gimlers, other NATO rocket systems off this modular launcher. So I suspect they're going to be producing a lot of the launchers. I don't know how many of these rockets are being produced, and this is the laser guided ones are an improved version off of the regular variant. So they have a standard rockets, which would just be like, again, like same as Gimlers, and then the ones that they're apparently providing to Ukraine are the ones that actually have the laser guidance as well, which makes them more accurate. Otherwise, I think they're pretty much identical, same performance, just improved accuracy due to the laser guidance. So I don't know what the production for the standard ones are or the new ones, but I will go look.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. So this is pretty interesting. So it's a GLONASS guided system with an infrared seeker, I think I read on the post you posted. My question there is on the targeting. Does it require someone not on the ground necessarily, but it could be from a drone, it could be from other sources to like be pointing at the target, or how does those dual targeting systems work together?
Yeah, my guess would be that the laser seeker only works when it's being painted by a TB2 or some other asset. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take advantage of the laser seeker. If I'll ask John about this when he comes on later. That would be my understanding of how it would work, but I don't know for sure the details in the English language brochure that the manufacturer published. I don't think they talked about that. I read CEP is 10 meters without is the standard munition, and then you get 2 meter CEP when it's using the laser designation.
Yeah, just a final thought. Thanks, Kobe. Appreciate that. But quick final thought. I have a feeling the Ukrainian SOP units are going to just love these things and make all kinds of things go boom.
Yes, it's just another threat on the battlefield for the Russians, and I hope that we'll see all sorts of new precision strikes on Russian logistics with these things soon. And there hasn't been any indication that they've been used yet, but they might be trying to keep this one under wraps.
Big Papa, go ahead.
Oh, hi. That was quick. I was having a glitch, I think. Yeah, I was just listening to you talk about these new laser painted. I mean, you paint it with the laser, I guess, with the TB2. Man, that is exciting. I'm imagining things like moving targets, like a column is moving down a roadway. Instead of whereas gimlers, you would have to try to guess where it's going to be at a certain time. You could just keep it painted, and also not just the train track, but the train. Paint the train as it's moving, and wow. Unless I'm misunderstanding, that sounds really exciting.
So, Kobe, what can you do with that you can't do with a Gimler?
Sorry, I was writing a tweet. So again, I don't know all the details of how the laser designation system works. The Gimlers, even without laser guidance, is already extremely accurate. 2 meter CEP already, I think it can achieve, or close to that, without being laser guided. But there's the potential here for moving targets, maybe. If a moving target's being painted with the laser designator from a drone, the incoming projectile might be able to sort of course correct to hit a moving target potentially. I don't know how sophisticated that the system is. I'd have to look into it more, and I'll consult with John and see if we can come up with some more literature on this, and the fact that it was used in by Azerbaijan. I don't know if they use the laser guided ones or not. I suspect they may have, because Azerbaijan also operates the TB2, if I understand correctly. So as well, maybe Colonel Spencer is familiar with Azerbaijani use of them during that war. So we'll do some digging on this and see what we can come up with on the system's capabilities.
Are you talking to a muted mic, or have I issues?
No, I thought Big Papa was going to go ahead, but he dropped. Sorry, I'm trying to verify some information. And
it's no problem. I will take it for a minute, Domin.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if you have not retweeted the space, I would kindly ask you to do so. You're listening to the MriyaReport, 24/7 news space all around Ukraine and the illegal invasion of Russia. If you want to support the Ukrainians, we have an organization we would suggest you to donate to. It's MriyaAid.org. 100% volunteer organization bringing non-lethal aid to Ukraine on the ground. So if you have a couple of bucks left, please. All right, I see Dr. Paul is connecting. Please.
Yeah, hey, quick follow-up question for Colby. So Colby, Thomas Tyner, during his first or second interview, I asked him, about other manufacturers of, either Gimlers or Deep Hickams. I think the M26, the original cluster munitions, for HIMARS and M270 MRS. Now, at the time, Turkey had not donated such weaponry to Ukraine. My question to you is, given that they've given these laser guided rockets, did that cross the threshold such that they could transfer stockpiles of the old cluster munitions to Ukraine?
Yes, I mean, I don't think that Turkey, because they were providing the TB2s, I don't think they had any particular qualms about providing, heavy ordnance to Ukraine. My thinking was just that those cluster munitions, they're going to want them for their own usage, especially now we see the Turkey's undertaking a new round of combat operations in Syria and in Iraq against Kurdish forces there, and the Iranians as well seem to be getting up to some stuff in Iraq as well. So I suspect that they're going to want those cluster munitions. Perhaps some of them will be provided. I don't think we've seen any evidence of them in theater yet. Ukraine's been asking for them. So it's certainly possible, but personally, I still think that Turkey is going to want to keep those in their pocket for what might be coming down the road with all of the turmoil that we're seeing in their neighborhood right now.
Dr.
Yeah, so Colby, that makes sense. I would just say these munitions have a shelf life, right? And so why go through life cycle extension instead of just making new ones? Maybe they would give Ukraine the ones that are about to expire. That's what my kind of thinking is there. So I hear you. I just think there is a potential some room for negotiation a little bit on that point, just with the expiring munitions. I mean, they've been in production for years and years and years with only, I believe, a 10-year life cycle. So there's got to be some out there that are getting ready to expire that maybe Turkey would be generous enough to donate 1 year's worth of those rockets.
Yeah, for sure. If they're nearing expiry, then that they might be willing to provide those. So certainly something to look for. I mean, it creates the problem of having potentially dead submunitions, to clean up after the fact. But I mean, there's definitely utility. Ukraine's asking for them for a reason. Especially because there are some constraints with the ammunition supply, and they want to maximize the impact per round expended by every artillery piece. So.
All right, thanks, Colby. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Alrighty. Domin, have you verified your facts? So.
Yeah, it seems that the announcement about ballistic missiles from Israel for Ukraine, if Russia was to get ballistic missiles from Iran, is not true. It seems to be coming from all on the basis of one article that is a misquote and not something that the head of the National Security Council has actually said, according to someone who speaks Hebrew. And, someone who speaks Hebrew, unlike, say, myself or the vast majority of people.
That makes sense. That seemed a little bit too good to be true. The suggestion that Israel would provide ballistic missiles to Ukraine when they won't even provide, air defense, seemed very, very unlikely to me.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been Israel does something to dissuade Iran from, doing stuff that kind of made sense. But indeed, yes, it's a hard one. I'm being told wait a second, speaks Hebrew and watched the whole hour to try to verify the quote.
But that's the kind of dedication that we just love to see. I know that for me, I usually try and go to similar lengths when I find something like that seems too good to be true. I don't want to be the one to spread fake news based on somebody else's shoddy reporting. So I like to try and find the source and go wade through foreign language press conferences and spend too much time using Google Translate trying to figure out whether things were actually said or not. So I know I deeply appreciate that effort on the part of our listeners and our international listeners from different non-English speaking countries who comb through their local media sources to try and find reliable information for us. It's very much appreciated. And my initial inclination on this was that the fact that no mainstream Israeli media seemed to be talking about it probably suggests that this wasn't exactly accurate. So appreciate our listener who took the time to go track that down for us.
Yeah, not just for us, but for himself as well, I guess. That's a anyway. Alas. We got someone new at JB7296. JB7296.
Sorry about that. Didn't hit that button on accident.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that happens. Wouldn't be
Thanks,
the
guys,
first time. No worries.
Thanks, guys. Though you guys are doing a great job. I've been listening for quite a while. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, JB. Hey, Kobe. Today was the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, which I know came as news to many people that's a thing that exists. One of the things that happened was Jens Stoltenberg had a speech, because that makes sense, right? The Secretary General having a speech at the assembly makes sense. So what he said, among other, is that the West is stepping up and making more stuff for as a consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, making sure there's more materials being produced to supply Ukraine, and I think a longer strategic rethink as well. Wasn't very specific on what those materials are. My first guess was 155 ammo. Do you reckon that's a likely one?
Yeah, I mean that definitely should be the top priority for sure. And the lack of specifics, is, I understand that we're not always going to get those, but I would feel way more comfortable if I saw specific details, because particularly with Europe and Germany as well, specifically, I'm very, very concerned about vague promises that we're going to do more and then it just doesn't materialize. I want to see the check signs. I want to see public contracts to arms manufacturers seeing these investments made, because the worst possible scenario is we just talk about things happening and then 6 months later there's still no action, and then suddenly the cupboard is bare because we spent months talking about things and no action was actually taken. So good to hear Secretary Stoltenberg saying that. I think that he very much does appreciate the problem and wants to see action, but he isn't actually the guy who gets to make the decisions. Like, NATO is a collective. He is a spokesperson for the alliance, essentially is what his job really is. And it's up to each individual member state and their parliaments to pass budgets that adequately invest in procurement and invest in production capacity in their munitions facilities. And that needs to happen like right now, because we need more production right now, not tomorrow.
Can you explain for the uninitiated why?
Well, because Ukraine needs more ammunition right now, and again, it's Ukraine's not going to run out. It's not as if one day there will be no more ammunition left and then more available. there is production. Just a question of producing enough to where Ukraine has no worry whatsoever that they will have to ration their artillery rounds because the production is not adequate to meet what the needs on the battlefield are. So we need to make those investments now for that problem, but also because the production capacity that exists is just completely inadequate for what the needs will be should NATO have to be directly involved in a war itself, or should NATO need to do for another country what they're doing for Ukraine right now. Because again, we spent 20 years fighting counterinsurgency operations against terrorist groups, which is a very low level of fighting, and the force structures in our militaries and the production of munitions has reflected what the necessities were for those operations. You don't need that much artillery to fight those kinds of wars, and we just don't have the capacity to produce the sufficient quantities that are going to be needed for conventional war. And conventional war, as we're finding out right now, is still a reality. It can still happen. It will happen. There are other bad actors in the world that will commit, unprovoked aggression upon its neighbors, as Russia is doing to Ukraine right now. No country should have to experience what Ukraine is experiencing right now, and NATO has to be prepared for that. So we need investments to ensure that if this happens again, we're going to be a lot better prepared than we were to respond to Russian aggression in Ukraine, and just ensure that no country, and certainly no member of NATO, is ever going to be subjected to this kind of unprovoked violence.
And maybe some degree of realignment, right? The realignment of what people think might be important is in order at this point, isn't it? This is something specific that's been quite underinvested in for quite a while. Maybe it's time, just maybe, for this to be prioritized again a little bit more than quite a low priority that was given to it for the recent years. Would you say, Colby, that the experience of this war, a large-scale conventional conflict with a lot of artillery, maybe has made the artillery seem a little bit more important than it was before?
Absolutely. It's artillery has always been important, but CJ has spoken about this, how as an artilleryman, fighting in Afghanistan, how little, how few rounds they would expend compared to what Ukraine is doing right now. So artillery has always been present. It's not as if countries just got rid of artillery, but the volume of fire and the number of guns that you would need is totally different. And again, countries that once, during the Cold War, had very vast numbers of artillery guns and self-propelled artillery guns specifically, those all, many of those were retired because once the USSR was gone, like, well, what do we need these for? And there was an investment in more towed artillery because it's cheaper and it's more portable. Strategically, you can fit them, a lot more of them, into airplanes, and they're just lighter and easier to move around. They're more air mobile. A helicopter can carry them, which was great for Afghanistan, but it's not ideal when you're fighting a major conventional war with a lot of mechanized forces. You want self-propelled guns in that situation. The protection they offer, the mobility that they offer, the flexibility, massive advantage. And some people have suggested, that towed artillery is now going to disappear, and I strongly disagree with that. It shouldn't, because again, towed artillery still has utility for the reasons I outlined. The strategic operational mobility that it has, for mountainous terrain, it can go places where self-propelled guns can't go. Both have advantages, but certainly the Ukrainian experience is that the sophisticated SPGs like Cesar or Zuzana, Dana, PZH 2000, Archer from Sweden, if they could get it. Those are all really superb systems with very long range, very capable, and NATO armies definitely need to have a lot of those in inventory. And of course, HIMARS and M270 as well. Just complete game changer. Lockheed Martin is going to be very busy for the next decade or longer, fitting out armies around the world with HIMARS now that the Ukrainians have shown just how potent a weapon that those are.
Yeah, Kobe, the 220 that Poland bought, those weren't bought because the Poles thought it wasn't any good a system, did they?
All I can say is I think you tweeted out this meme with Leonardo DiCaprio. That's all I have to say on that topic.
Yeah, and Kobe, do you know what really piqued my interest today? And nobody wants to talk to me about this, but I think you will. The Italian government put a bill into Parliament saying that they want authorization to send whatever, without having to go to Parliament every time. And I think that's a really big deal because there's a lot of skepticism about this Italian government before the election as to what their motivations were, whether they would want to send a lot of stuff to Ukraine, and clearly now, all the good things. Now, my hypothesis, Kobe, and I don't know how to ever prove this, but my hypothesis is they have been listening to the excellent countrymen here on the MriyaReport 4 times over now, Thomas Taina, and they listened, they heard what he had to say. They're like, yep, no, we have to do this. This is the right thing to do. We can do this. We really need to help Ukraine as much as we can. Now, what do you reckon?
Thomas and I will gladly take apologies from those that were suggesting that Maloney was a pro-Putin fascist. I won't hold my breath on those coming, but they are owed.
Hey, I'll start it off. I apologize. I was wrong.
No,
I'm glad that I was wrong.
Yeah, and that's definitely not a shot at you doing it, because
I'm very happy to admit when I'm wrong.
I never got any flack from you on that, but the people, you know who you are, because I know that my DMs and my replies were filled with very, very ignorant people who were just projecting their own political biases on countries and situations which they know absolutely nothing about. And
do you know what I want to say? Do you know what I want to say? And this is important. I was even more skeptical about the partners, right, in the coalition, especially since one of them exchanged vodka and Lambrusco with Putin right after the election, and the other guy wore the leader of the third party wore a picture with Putin on it, saying that he's an excellent leader, right? So there was basis for skepticism here.
Yeah, no, Berlusconi and
Salvini,
with Salvini or whatever at they're cretins, but I don't know, maybe it was blind wish casting on my part, but I was confident that Maloney was going to crack the whip and deliver, and lo and behold, here we are. And she put the head of the Italian defense industry lobby group in charge of the Ministry of Defense. So there's a lot to be optimistic here about what Italy is going to deliver. And obviously Italy's been very quiet about what they have delivered. And I wish a little bit just that they would be more public about it, just so I could gloat a little bit harder and say, see what Italy is doing for Ukraine. But I think it's pretty evident. By the end of the war, we'll know exactly how much stuff turned up in Ukraine from Italy. We have seen very significant quantities of ammunition have turned up, and obviously artillery guns and all sorts of different stuff. So Italy is coming through for Ukraine, and we're obviously optimistic that Italy and France together will deliver SAMP-T as well, which will be another game-changing system for Ukraine.
Yeah, and that'd be really useful, of course, as well. Oh, sorry, I thought I heard something. Anyway, regarding artillery, since you brought up artillery, what do we know that Italy had sent? I know we know that they sent a bunch of FH-70s, which are towed howitzers, kind of like an M777 equivalent from Europe. Not exactly, but broadly speaking. They were going to be sending a bunch of M109s that they didn't get to sell to Pakistan some years ago, I think. And then also there was talk of a few Panzerhaubitzer, some M270s. It really adds up when you put it all together, doesn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely does. And again, a lot of this is unconfirmed. We know the FH-70s were provided. The PZHs, rocket artillery, M109s, those are all speculated. The 109s most definitely, because we saw a lot of those being driven around Italy spontaneously, coming out of storage. So the M109s definitely are either in Ukraine or on their way to Ukraine. PZH 2000, M270 is possible. As Thomas has discussed, Italy, they don't have that many of them, but they can probably spare a few, and hopefully the Italian government makes very substantial investments in procuring more of these systems so that they can spare more of what they already have.
Do you know who's not currently in an artillery war with anyone, even if San Marino is always threatening?
All of NATO.
Yeah, right. Those guys. Yeah, but specifically about Italy. Because San Marino does have the high ground. That is, you have to give them that.
You can never be too careful about the Vatican either. Swiss Guards.
They have such a big force of mercenary soldiers already.
Yeah, no, Swiss Guards nothing to fuck with. They have to. Excuse my language. They have to. You have to maintain robust capabilities in the event that you have to stage a special military operation to occupy the Vatican.
Yeah, it might take more than 3 days. Who knows? Those catacombs underneath Rome are complicated. Kobe, I have a questioner asking, how long does it take to build out munition producing capacity? So my understanding is that the Western world has a lot of tooling, has a lot of production lines. What's really missing and what really needs to be worked on is having more people to work them, right? More than anything else. It's not like the production lines don't have capacity as far as tooling is concerned. It's just that they're sitting idle much of the time. Is that right, or am I wrong on that one?
I think that's broadly correct. I certainly can't speak to every different arms factory around the world, but our friend Dr. Paul has told us that the Lockheed facility in Arkansas, in Camden, Arkansas, they were only operating one shift apparently. So if you're only operating one shift, you can triple production capacity right away just by going to 3 shifts. So any factory, around the world right now that's operating on one or 2 shifts, that's a very easy way to increase production capacity, is just to go to 24-hour production. Now, of course, you may have challenges getting, all of your subcomponents, setting up the supply chain to increase the supply of the parts that you need to make all the munitions. You may not have sufficient, warehousing capacity on site to store all the necessary parts, and certainly with just overall supply chain problems and the issues of just-in-time delivery, maintaining larger inventories of components is very important to being able to ensure stable and steady production. So, but that's lack of warehousing space is like the easiest problem to solve. Like building like more warehouses, near your facility, that's much easier than like actually standing up a new factory with all of the necessary, machinery and tooling in them. So, if to the extent that most arms factories aren't working 3 shifts, and I think that's broadly correct in the United States. A lot of the small arms manufacturers went to 3 shifts due to unprecedented demand during the pandemic and the crime epidemic in the United States. But that's different from the big corporations that are producing military grade hardware. I don't think that most of them are running 3 shifts. So yes, labor, finding the sort of the skilled workers that can make the munitions, that's probably the biggest challenge for these companies in increasing production, is getting the skilled labor. And I see Dr. Paul is up now, so I'll turn it over to him for further commentary on that.
Oh, no, Colby, you answered everything perfectly. I actually came up to ask a question. So, because Doman keeps asking all the right questions and saying all the right words to like channel me. So we're connected on the same page. So, Colby, the question is, as I said, I think earlier this week, or I guess it was last week, about the fact that, Australia could start producing Gimlers, Poland likely is as well. And my question is, how long does it take to build a Gimler's manufacturing plant and a new one, and how does that work, and how long does that take? And I'm not, I haven't really dug into it yet. But to me, I don't think it should be too hard because it's already been done once. So it's really about getting the tooling, the machines, and that type of stuff, and then the personnel trained. How long that takes, I have no idea. But it doesn't seem like, if it was a brand new weapon system that nobody's created a production line before, I could see it'd be much longer. But given it's already been done, it's kind of a copy paste type of job, and then training and then supervision and stuff like that with the experts, Lockheed Martin, kind of supervising things. But what are your thoughts on that, and how long would that take for either Australia or Poland to like get a production line up and running?
I have no idea. I wish I knew the answer to that question. I suspect that the Poles are very, very eager. So I would imagine that they're going to do everything they can to really try and get that up and going as soon as they can. And Australia, similarly, is a country that very much takes defense seriously. So I imagine that they're eager as well to get these stood up. Great question for us to ask General Ryan next time he's back with us. If he has any inclination of how long it would take to stand up those kind of facilities. So I don't know, but to your point, since this they're not reinventing the wheel here, they're just establishing new production lines for an established product, and Lockheed has a lot of experience making these rounds. I can't imagine it'd be too complicated to set up Gimler's production rounds in Poland, Australia, or other countries, especially countries that already have some domestic arms production. It's different if your country doesn't have any sort of defense industry to speak of to begin with, but if you're already kind of in the business and you have a base of skilled labor that's experienced in this field, and you have just your country has heavy industry in general. There's a pool of civilian labor that's experienced with manufacturing, things of this nature that can transition over to arms production.
So Colby, it'd be interesting to, I wonder if the volume of Polish and Aussies has gone up in the state of Arkansas already.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. That there's teams on ground there in Camden learning how it's done. But I mean, yeah, Lockheed's Lockheed's a massive company. I'm sure that they can, they're going to figure out how to make this happen and get it done soon because they see dollar signs and there's a lot of money to be made here, particularly for them because they're they more than any other company probably they're really kind of front and center here, and the HIMARS has really just sort of become one of the dominant symbols of this war, and everybody's gonna know where Camden, Arkansas is. If they didn't know before, but they will soon. Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle of London. I don't really understand it.
Camden Town, London is lovely. I've been.
Yeah, just a final point. I mean, the opportunity, you said dollar signs. Yeah, it's like $1 billion to $1.5 billion annual opportunity for not just Lockheed. They won't make all of that, and how the finances will work is unclear. But just to say, it's a sizable opportunity, more than doubling at least, if not tripling, their annual sales for long range precision fires. The final point I'll make is I actually, it's an interesting thing about foreign military sales and some of the procedural elements of it. And I'm certainly no expert, but I did come across something in one of my alerts that I set up that kind of combs the internet for all this type of stuff. A man, some sort of government bureaucrat had to read out loud to Congress about foreign military sales. I believe this is it was in regard to Lithuania getting HIMARS, or Latvia, I can't remember which. I think it's Lithuania, but it's a very long process, and this would have to be all approved by Congress, both Australia and Poland. Not the sale of the equipment. That's probably part and parcel separate topic or legislation or whatever is needed from the weapons manufacturing. And so that, I'm not sure if that will ever become public information, frankly. I don't know, Colby, maybe you probably read more foreign military sales stuff than I have, but I'm kind of wondering if we'll ever know if that will be a public thing, because again, foreign military sales, there's this whole process and procedure and disclosure stuff of about certain things, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, if what will become public specifically?
The weapons manufacturing component of GMLRS and HIMARS in Poland or Australia.
Sorry, I'm not really following. So it's gonna happen. So what information are you wondering is going to be disclosed?
Well, it's my understanding is this is not a done deal. This is under discussion and has to be approved by Congress to allow Poland and Australia to do so. In fact, one of the steps is assessment of the national security risk of being able to manufacture these without losing the confidential information or whatever it is, the subject matter expertise through subterfuge or espionage, things like that. So my understanding is that the weapons sales, that's certainly been approved. The weapons manufacturing to these two by these two countries, to my knowledge, is not. Again, I don't know this. I'm kind of asking this. Has to be approved by Congress, and that has not happened yet.
Right. Congress doesn't have secret votes really, so it's going to be public eventually. They'll vote, and that'll be part of the record. It's authorized by Congress as a whole. This is not some classified subcommittee process that isn't going to see the light of day. There has to be a floor vote, so that will 100%.
I think I can split this baby. I think what is kind of going to happen is there's going to be a deliberation and an agreement that's going to get signed between, say, Australia and the US, and that's not going to be public. And then there's going to be a floor vote that says this agreement is now in force. Something like that, maybe?
Yeah, there very, very well may be terms of the agreement that will be in a classified appendix to the bill, but there does have to be a public vote saying that the Congress authorizes this to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that, right? Something like that where there isn't everything is not going to be public. Everything's never public in situations like this, but the relevant subset, the major subset will be. Right. Okay, question for Colby and Dr. Paul. If Ukraine wanted to buy, say, 500 HIMARS, I'm guessing that refers to the trucks, how long would it take to make them? Dr. Paul.
At least 4 to 5 years, honestly. And but I would say this, and I said this back when the original deal for, I can't remember the number, 38 HIMARS that the United States is procuring for Ukraine. I might have gotten the number wrong. I told, CJ and others back then that you can, in fact, like other countries can swap out their position in line with other countries. Like we've seen this. I've had, there's direct evidence of this for various weapon systems. So, but yes, 500 would take, quite a long time. Again, though, if Poland starts producing, their own variant of HIMARS, which it's going to be on their own chassis, I believe. So it's not going to be the same truck. It sounds like it's going to be the same launcher module, but different in same fire control systems, but just on a Polish-made military vehicle, which makes sense for like logistics purposes, presumably. Not having to open up a whole new supply chain for parts and all that type of stuff makes sense. But yeah, if I was forecasting, it'd be 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, I think recently Lockheed came out and said that they are looking to be able to produce HIMARS at the upper range of around 100 per year. That's like, with the investments they're making, that's what they think that they can do. They can do almost 100 per year. Because they were not making that many of them to begin with. So to be able to do 100 per year is, a big change. But I think that's just at Camden. So obviously, if other countries are setting up production of, I guess they're just looking at GMLRS production specifically and not the actual launch vehicles. But I believe that Lockheed intends Camden to be able to produce 100 per year at the upper end. Yeah.
Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Poland, as you might know. Desimet SA produces the 155 for the Polish Crab system. It's a standard NATO caliber. And on their website, they say that it can be fired from any NATO Army cannon, from the German PZH-2000 to the American M777. So they already make it here.
That's are they producing ammunition as well, or just the barrels for Crab?
They're producing the ammunition. They're producing 155 high explosive artillery ammunition. Now, I don't know if they're producing. I don't know if the Crab shoots, more elaborate, more elaborate precision 155s, but the basic 155 round is produced in Poland, and I've heard they've already ramped up, was the rumor. And then the second one is Lockheed Martin has 9 facilities in Poland, and is just a massive presence here. And the story was that Poland wanted to buy 100 HIMARS, maybe it was more. And I would imagine that just like with the F-16 contract, when America sold the F-16s to them, that, as you were discussing, substantial parts of the HIMARS will be made in Poland as part of the deal. And I don't know that they need Congress for that. I think they just need it's the Department of Commerce approves sensitive technology exports, and the DOD and all the intelligence agencies comment, and then they finally give it approval. But it's already a template here to do because they're making all kinds of American equipment here in Poland already.
Yeah,
All right.
I was just going to add one quick thing. Yeah, I mean, like the whole plan for Lockheed is to convert Poland into like the major hub for Europe broadly as a major supply station, maintenance and the repairs and all those sorts of things. So that's kind of like what they're positioning for. So I didn't know they had 9 different facilities already in Poland. So that's good to hear. So it sounds like that's already in process, which means hopefully all this could get moving a lot quicker.
Yeah, they're massive here. I don't know. I think it might be 4,000 employees. It might even be more than that. So, yeah, we had a great defense show here in the spring with Lockheed having a big presence and everybody talking about what they were going to produce in Poland for the war. So I'll go off now, but if anybody's got a Polish question, I'll be on for a while.
Thank you very much, Randy. Axel, could you please switch Bionade and I?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
That's really kind of you, excellent. All right, dear listeners, if you have not retweeted the space, please be so kind. And if you have a question, if you have a comment, if you have a topic you want to discuss, please come up. In the meantime, we discussed it today a little bit, and I just found an article which is titled "Mass Russian Tank Attacks: A Thing of the Past. Hundreds Destroyed." Looks like Oryx was really hardworking and analyzed many things. And the suggestion is it's around 40% of all the tanks Russia had in inventory before the invasion to Ukraine are now destroyed, out of service, damaged, or captured by the armed Ukraine forces. The accurate numbers are around 859 destroyed, 64 damaged, 56 abandoned, and 521 captured. I mean, we see it already on the benefit and in the numbers from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, which they release every morning. And in the last 2 days, we had, I think, yesterday we had 1 or 2 tanks were destroyed, and today it were like 6 tanks. So not the usual attack on Mars we saw before. What I personally find really interesting. Corby, any thoughts on this?
And what, sorry?
All right. It just mentioned over 1,500 tanks since the war began are now out of service, destroyed, damaged, or captured by the Ukrainian armed forces. We saw the last couple of days not so many destroyed tanks, the suggestion here in the article is that the massive tank attacks which Russia used to do are not really a thing anymore.
Yeah, it's been a staggering number of Russian tanks and other vehicles lost. Over 8,000 now total, with 1,500 tanks, as you said. It's a lot more tanks than most countries have. That's why they're pulling out junk T-62s out of deep storage, because they're running out of their frontline MBTs.
Yeah, absolutely looks like this. And yeah, Simon, it's getting older and older. And we discussed earlier, so the T62, modernized T62 isn't such a valuable piece. All right, we have some requests. Let me check. All right. Shit. Sadly, I can't bring people up. Looks like this, but I will try something else. All right. So, any more news? Not really. But we have Freight Monkey up. Welcome, Freight Monkey. And Freight Monkey dropped. All right. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have any questions, any comment, request the mic, come up, and yeah, we will try to bring it up after we sorted our small technical difficulties. On the topic of technical difficulties, if you're worried that Twitter will have any problems or something like this, please, yeah, go to our website, MriyaReport.org. There you will find a link, and I still can bring people up. Excellent, please. Would be nice. Yeah, on MriyaReport.org, you will always find the news where we are. If something happens to Twitter, we are there. And yeah, John Howard, please.
Bernardo, thank you and good evening. Sorry to be difficult. I've only just joined the space, been away for a few hours. Would you be able to summarize what's going on with the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power pump, please, or what is rumored to be happening there? Because I've missed that, but I can see the space is titled with it. So if there's any update, I'd be really grateful. Thank you.
So I don't have any information now, but as far as I have seen, there are rumors that Russia is planning to retreat from the power plant. But I will look it up. Maybe someone on the panel knows what's going on. Axel, do you know? Nope, no, it looks like Axel is here. All right. John, I would like to go to Tom quick, and I will get on. Oh, I see Marcus wants to come up. Marcus, you have plans, ideas about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant?
Yeah, I've seen Telegram channels from influential people, shall we say, in Russian. I've only scanned over it. However, they're basically saying they have made an agreement with the IAEA and the Pope that they're going to hand over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to the IAEA for safety, because they're so bothered about safety and the environment and all those things. I believe that's the current rumor doing the rounds, and it does seem as though they're maybe preparing their propaganda to give that up, because where they're retiring back to in the Melitopol area, they're going to find it very difficult to defend anywhere further forward than there. They're going to leave themselves in a terrible situation, because it's basically difficult to defend, very open area, and so I believe they're moving back because they have to, but of course they're putting it in a way that sounds as though they're being very magnanimous and working with the IAEA.
All right, that sounds interesting. Yeah, it sounds about sounds. Yeah, it's we always see it. Russian propaganda really getting yeah before the actually event trying to spin the story in some kind of way. They have an excuse and they what was a great phrase and a gesture of goodwill. Yeah, another gesture of goodwill. And yeah, it's yeah, I think will be interesting, a few interesting days, but would be really great news if Zaporizhzhia goes back to at least some kind of yeah, more neutral hands, and maybe later back to the Ukrainians, because we have seen what kind of things the Russians are storing in these facilities, and I don't know if trucks loaded with explosives are really a good idea there. Yeah, John, has it answered your question so far?
No, it's very helpful. Thank you, Mockers. And I mean, I hadn't heard obviously about the Pope, but that would make sense because he's taken solidly pro-Russian positions for months. So giving the Vatican a nuclear power station is an interesting take, but why not?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I see we have a couple of hands up, and I'm really happy to hear all your opinions on this. And I would like to start with Tom. Tom, please.
Oh, well, I was going to change the subject because I've just finished reading John Spencer's book. So if people want to continue talking about Zaporizhzhia, come back to me in a little bit.
All right. Then we do this. I see Fred Monkey has his hand up. Fred Monkey, please.
Yeah, so regarding Zaporizhzhia, what I read on some pro-Russian Telegram channels, and I don't really follow much of them because I don't speak any Russian, but I just read those English-speaking ones. And what I read is that apparently, in a very magnanimous gesture of goodwill, they will be handing over the power plant because otherwise the Ukrainians would be launching a massive counteroffensive in the area. And it seems to me, just reading through that, that it's sort of the general modus operandi, which is to say something like that so that afterwards, when the counteroffensive does come, because we all know that eventually that is going to come, they're going to be able to say, hey guys, look, we told you a few months ago or a few weeks ago, a few days ago, whenever it was, we handed over this thing in goodwill because the Ukrainians told us they weren't going to be launching a counteroffensive, and now they did. They're war criminals, they're this, they're that. So that is the feeling that I've got, and this sentiment that this misinformation is coming. But in any case, it would be very good news if they're handing it over. I don't really want to believe anything until we actually see it, but it would be very good news because, you know, at the end of the day, it still is a big risk, right? So the nuclear power plants are complex machinery, and we don't really want to mess with them. So it would be very good news, but I disregard any information that I read on Russian Telegram, regardless. That's all.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Russian Telegram as a source is always questionable, and yeah, you have to have an eye for what information could be useful and what could be a hint. But yeah, never take it at face value. That's absolutely correct. Thank you for the input. Wendy, please.
Evening, everyone. Happy Airborne Day, everyone, particularly to the Ukrainian 25th Airborne. I think there are a couple of hands before me, so I'm happy to wait. I think Scribe had her hand up.
Oh, then let's go to Scribe. Thank you, Wendy, for your kindness.
My question was actually going to change the subject a little bit as well, so I'm okay if people want to stay on the nuclear topic, since I enjoy listening to what people's views are at the moment.
All right, Scribe, we will come back to you in a few minutes. Wendy, please.
Thanks, Sky. Thanks, Bernardo. Yeah, I mean this news purportedly from Muscovy Telegram is to follow up on what I think Frightman was saying. It is certainly indicative of the preparation for the domestic audience in Muscovy to prepare them for some bad news, because they've had a lot of bad news recently, and we like to see that, because of course today is a good day. It's a kind of a happy no occupying of a nuclear power plants day. It's a happy no more dirty bomb threats day, I suppose, too, with this potential withdrawal of Muscovite forces from Zaporizhia. So this is a bad day for those who threaten nuclear terrorism. So and despite the emptiness of these threats, it's a bad day for them, which is it is good news for Ukrainians and everyone else.
Absolutely. If this is come true and will be done, there will be no more threats and that kind, I guess. I mean, sure, they could threaten or do things still, but yeah, it's on another kind of authority who could verify this. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing. But yeah, I guess if you beat a dead horse often enough, it doesn't matter anymore at some point of time. If I phrased this correctly. All right, Scribe, and then we go to Tom.
So my question is actually related to Ukrainian weather at the moment. Since here I know especially here in Virginia, it's been relatively a colder November than most people would want. So my question is going to Ukraine. Are they seeing a warmer winter right now? Because I know for them, their weather kind of plays onto our weather in a way. Would anyone know?
I would have to look up the typical yeah weather in the last years in Ukraine, but as far as I can say, we had all over Europe a very mild fall until I think at the beginning of last week, and now it's getting a little bit colder, and also it's getting colder in Ukraine. But what was really important, it was cold in Russia all the time, and yeah, the equipment of the Ukrainians is yeah not as bad as the equipment the Russian have, and also there's a big problem for the Russian forces. We have seen them, the new conscripted forces camping in the woods, outdoor, -degree, no good equipment, no tents, using plastic wrap as tents and some things like this. And yeah, there are already reports of conscripts who are drunk themselves to death or froze to death, and it's a really interesting question, because they are still in Russia, not back not in Ukraine. They are still in Russia and already freeze to death. So it's really questionable how they will perform in Ukraine in the coming few months. Scribe, you have a quick follow-up.
About that, I did saw them constructing those saran wrap tents. They should, being someone that knows like how cold it gets and stuff like that, they should have added like at least like pull some branches off some like fir trees and put it in between the layers of the saran wrap to give them like for some insulation. But just straight up saran wrap, and that ain't gonna save you.
Yeah, there's no way, and we all know how saran wrap behaves when it gets colder. It's not really as elastic and sticky as much as it was before, and yeah, the wind is coming through everywhere. we've seen this in the videos, and yeah, it's a really dumb idea. So yeah, I hope. Well, I guess many of them will already freeze to death before they saw or ever touched Ukrainian ground, which is quite a good thing for the Ukrainians. And yeah, I think there were already reports of people still freezing to death before dying from alcohol poisoning and some things like this before even going to Ukraine. And it was like out of this unit, like 10 or 15%. So that's kind of interesting. All right, let's go to Tom. Tom.
Yeah, good evening, guys. I've been away for the last few days, but I just finished listening to John Spencer's book, Connected Soldiers. John Spencer being a good friend of the space, and I just wondered if it might be all right to share with you. I've just written a book review and tweeted that out, so I thought I might put that up in the nest. But I thought I'd just talk to you guys a bit about it because it's really interesting. So, I mean, firstly, would people like to hear about the book? Is it okay to share up in the nest?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. So, I mean, obviously, we all know John here, unless there's people that are new. John Spencer is a retired major from the United States Army. I think he's a colonel in the National Guard now, so that's why we call him Colonel John Spencer sometimes. And he's written a book called Connected Soldiers, and it's kind of half like a memoir of like his time in the army, and particularly in Iraq. He did 2 tours of duty, one in 2003 and one in 2008. And it also talks about him being home and being a stay-at-home dad while his wife was deployed. I think his wife was in Kuwait for a tour of duty, and he had to look after their 3 kids, which sounds like that was really hard for him as well. So it's worth it just as an interesting story about war and like, one soldier's perspective on things, because, he's a thoughtful, smart guy. But the other thing is, and this is the central theme of the book, is about the connections between soldiers. And I couldn't help contrast it with just the appalling nature of like the Russian military. So a lot of what he's talking about is how soldiers that like train together, live together, spend a lot of time together in close proximity, like can really learn to trust one another. And basically become good friends. But then if they also go through combat and witness traumatic things and literally save one another's lives, because I mean, that is what you do in those kind of situations, that they can form this really, really strong bond as battle brothers, where essentially you're spending time with people where you'd be prepared to risk your lives to save those people. And that they're going to be prepared to risk their lives to save you. And this must be very much what, Ukrainian soldiers are going through at the moment. But at an even more intense level of combat than I think John saw in Iraq. And it's really interesting. The second thing that John talks about, though, after the sort of the close ones, because he says, that's nothing new. That's as old as war itself. Dates back to antiquity. What he says is different now is when he went into Iraq in 2003, they'd get like letters or little parcels from family members. And, once a week, once a month, you'd get a letter or a parcel or something. And people would be like, oh, wow. And they'd sort of think about stuff going on back home for a while. But when he went back in 2008, by that point, there was like high-speed internet. And like after people had like, survived a bomb blast, the people that weren't injured, they'd just go and log onto Facebook and start talking to family and friends back home. And he was like, this is totally different from 5 years ago. He doesn't sort of judge it too harshly, because he's like, well, maybe being able to connect to your family like that, is really important. But at the same time, he said people weren't sitting down around little campfires or by the side of their vehicles and actually talking through what they've just survived. And he worried that could that lead to like you know, worse morale, worse unit cohesion? Could it lead to worse mental health problems? And then he talks about veterans afterwards who, you know, returned home to America to find an America that almost didn't care about the war. Those aren't his words, I'm paraphrasing, but it wasn't something that like a whole generation went through like World War II. Now, if you think about that in Ukraine, obviously the Ukrainians as a people are going through it. So if they've got veterans, those veterans, when they go back home, will meet lots of other veterans, even if they weren't deployed together or fighting together. And all the civilians will understand what they went through in a way that perhaps the American public didn't all empathize with quite as much in like the wars in Iraq. So yeah, there's a big thing there. But the main thing that really struck me was everything that John was saying that was good about unit cohesion, training, leadership, trust, giving people the initiative is everything that the Russians are just doing appallingly wrong. I mean, we know that they lie, they're corrupt. We know that they don't have like a good non-commissioned officer corps. We know that they don't trust their troops and their junior leaders to take the initiative. It's very top-down command and control. And that's probably why they're doing so appallingly and why their morale is just so poor. But yeah, it was just a really interesting book. So if it's all right with you, Bernardo, I'll put up the tweet that I've put up in the nest now, and people can have a look.
We are big friends here of Colonel Spencer, you know, and yeah, absolutely. Put it in the nest.
Yeah, I'll do that now, and I'll come back in just a second.
All right. And if you are interested in Colonel Spencer's book, or you want to know more about Colonel Spencer, you can go to our website, MriyaReport.org, and there will be a link to him and all the partners we are working with together. And also there's a link to Colonel Spencer's website, and I'm pretty sure you can also order there a signed copy of Colonel Spencer's book. So I, for example, ordered it for a friend as a Christmas present. So yeah, if you not have, if you're looking for a Christmas present for someone who is interested in these kind of topics, I would suggest you go to Colonel Spencer's website, or go to MriyaReport.org, and look for him, and you will find the link to the website. Alrighty.
Yeah, there's some really interesting things about it. Like there's one point which he doesn't make in terms of connections, but there's one point where I think he's a captain at this point in the second tour in Iraq, and one of his platoons goes out to arrest an insurgent. And at one point, he's sat in his Humvee and he's on the platoon radio, the company radio, and the battalion radio all at the same time, just hearing these messages and relaying messages. And it just made me think, because obviously I'm into neuropsychology, that like a leader like that is like a neuron that connects different areas. And by like rapidly transferring that information truthfully, it makes the whole organization like more intelligent, basically, like much more capable. Whereas, and in that situation, actually, his like platoon leader or squad leader, I can't remember, actually takes the initiative and does something before John gives him an order, and succeeds in capturing this insurgent that was like high on their most wanted list. And it's just the sort of trust that leaders put in people like that it seems to be something in the NATO military and in the West. And I think maybe in Western society as well, you know, we're not so subordinate. I think with freedom of speech, I think we've got like freedom of ideas and freedom of initiative. And, you know, we don't get shouted at for coming up with some idea and making a leader look dumb, you know. So yeah, there's just some really interesting stuff in his book that is well worth reading for. There's a great little story as well about, there's a thing called Operation Trunk Monkey, where they're searching the trunks or the back of cars for like contraband weapons, IEDs, things like that in the middle of Baghdad. And I don't know why they called it Operation Trunk Monkey, but they did. But anyway, one day his soldiers found an actual monkey and said to the owner of the car, please can we put the monkey in your trunk and take a photo of it? And then they went back to John and said, John, we found an actual monkey. And like, I found there's a photo of it online. So yeah, it's a great book. Despite what you might think, we're not being paid to plug it. We just like John, and it's good. So yeah, I've put the tweet up in the nest if anyone wants to read the review.
Absolutely, that's really nice. Yeah, Tom, I'm actually working in IT and case management, and if you have an incident and you have to connect multiple parts, multiple areas of expertise and people, that can be an important job, and it's yeah, you have to rely on people which yeah. In German, we call it Betriebsblind. You have to rely on people which know there's work and they can do it, and you don't need people where you tell exactly you have to go up to this tree and then you wait there until I tell you. You go. No, you're looking for people with initiative, and that was what Thomas was telling yesterday about Russia. If you are a guy and you are intelligent, or if you belong to people who are asking questions, and yeah, you're not really welcome. So maybe in smaller circuits you're welcome, but the average Russian is not really interested in someone who can tell them more about something as they same no. And yeah, that's a trait in our social what do I say yeah,
in society, in the
yeah,
West,
absolutely.
seems with freedom of speech comes freedom of ideas, freedom of initiative, and that's one of the reasons that we're beating them, I think, because the Ukrainians have clearly, that's something that's vitally important to them, that freedom, clearly from the Maidan protests and other parts of their history. So no, I take your point, Leonardo. I completely agree.
Thank you, John. Thank you for ending my sentences. All right, Wendy, you have something new, interesting.
Yes. Well, as a few will no doubt know, 9 years ago today, on November the 21st, 2013, the Revolution of Dignity began. And these protests were, people probably know, sparked by the then Ukrainian government's decision under its then leader, who was very much part of the periphery of the Muscovy Empire and very much tied to the Kremlin. That government's decision to suspend the signing of an association agreement with the European Union. And Ukrainians were forced to take to the streets in order to change and to shape a new future for their country and for future generations. One that included freedom, democracy, dignity, and identity. And I just thought that the connection between then and now, in particular the connection between 2014 and now, it cannot really have been missed by the casual observer this year. The regime which committed war crimes in eastern Ukraine in 2014 is still in power in the Kremlin. And as we know, and as the mother of a 23-year-old young man killed in the MH17 downing by the Kursk 53rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade said the other day at the conclusion to the MH17 trial, that this regime will continue until it is stopped. And as we have seen this year, Ukrainians are stopping it. I just thought there were other connections that were also quite interesting to note. Some of the war crimes committed during the Revolution of Dignity by Muscovite forces on peaceful Ukrainians included General Gerasimov himself, who was directing the murder of protesters. So a lot has changed since 2014, and it's changed because Ukrainians they had to stand up and fight for their freedoms, and they had to. I'm going to paraphrase Albert Camus here pretty inadequately, but they had to ensure that they were so free that their very existence was an act of rebellion. And as we've seen this year, the very existence of Ukrainians is an act of rebellion to Imperial Moscow, which sought this year to genocide an entire nation of Ukrainians simply for their existence.
Yeah, absolutely. You really hit the point there, and I mean it's a nation. I'm not really sure. Let's get through the numbers. I think it's 40 million Ukrainians living in Ukraine, and how big is Russia? 140 million, 160 million, something around this.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers in front of me, Bernardo, but it's the largest area of landmass on the planet.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about the landmass, but about the population, how many people it are, and as far as I remember, Russia has maybe three times the people of Ukraine, maybe four times, and so basically they wanted to genocide another country's population, which is a quarter of their own, and I mean it's hard to comprehend this.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, you're about right there. It's about 3 times as much, but as we know, that figure of around about 143 million in the population of the Muscovy has certainly reduced by of a number of around 85,000 in the last 9 months alone. But yeah, Ukrainians with absolute unbelievable audacity. They've broken boundaries, circumvented commonalities that we in the West thought were outcomes that some Western leaders took as being certain back on the 24th of February this year. Ukraine has defied any expectations that such leaders had. Ukrainians have directed their destiny and excelled in any kind of expectation which doubting Western leaders had back on the 24th of February. Yeah, they've just fixated us in their heroism in a certain degree, but this has come at the cost of, as we know, thousands of Ukrainian lives. But no, that aside, today is a day to remember that time 9 years ago, and the importance of it, and also that the concessions that are won from Moscow when it is defeated on the battlefield. This has been underscored again today, I think, because if with this purported pulling out from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that we've heard, we've already seen an increase in POW exchanges as a result of Ukraine liberating its territory. We've seen all kinds of liberation of Ukraine as a result of support from the West. So, yeah, any countries which aren't currently doing as much as they could in terms of military aid need to take a long, hard look at this incredible feat of heroism which is happening in Ukraine. And if they want to make history and become just a very small part of that, it's not too late to get on board, because Ukraine needs every bit of help that we can give it.
Absolutely, Wendy. you know, out of your head, how many protesters were killed? I remember there were reportings of people they found around the Kiev area in the woods, and yeah, basically it was really grim story.
Yes, there was there were the protesters that were killed on Maidan itself as a result of gunshot wounds and live fire from the forces there at the time, which were affiliated with the Kremlin. There were other crimes, you're correct, committed during that time. The suppression of dissident voices, and of course we saw this greatly increased in 2014 with the genocide in the Donbass committed by Russian forces against innocent Ukrainians who went onto the streets with their flag to demonstrate their Ukrainian identity. And those, of course, we also remember today.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was the same kind of foul play of yeah, I don't even have words for this. So basically, they looked for protesters on the way home when they were not in big groups, and got them in their cars, and yeah, it's a really grim topic. But we need to remember these brave people who fought for the democracy, fought for their freedom, and are still fighting for their freedom. I see we have a couple of hands up, Wendy. Let's go to Marcus, I would say.
I have got for you, when you're wanting one, a miniature military update. So let me know when you're ready for that. And you can go to Scram, because I think Scram.
All right. Let's go to Scrap, please. Scribe, you're on. All right. Seems like Scribe can't hear us, or he doesn't want to speak. he just wrote. All right. Marcus, please, give us a military update.
Okay, well, this is just stuff that I've accumulated from good sources. So if anybody hears their own work, I apologise, but I'm just passing it on. So basically, Ukraine have confirmed today that military operations are underway on the left bank of the Dnipro. Obviously, think like a river. The left bank is the southern bank, or the eastern bank, whatever you want to call it. And there is currently booms heard in occupied Kherson across the river in the oblast. Velika Lepeti and Novokhovka and occupied Skadovsk. I don't know. Anyway, in those places, there's currently reports of explosions. This is mainly due to a destruction of logistics campaign on the left bank of the Dnipro. Ammo depots and warehouses are being targeted first. It is reported that there were widespread pinpoint strikes by Ukraine in the following areas. Feel free to laugh at me. Oleshki, Kakhovka, Skadovsk, Novotritsky, okay, Askianova. I can't even read my own writing on that one. Velika Lepetinia and Rubavenika. There we go. I tried my best. There is some other things that are going on. Both sides are reporting troop accumulations along the Zaporizhia front line. and there is still heavy fighting in Pavlivka, with reported heavy Russian losses. The AFU repulsed attacks in 9 separate areas, including again Bakhmut. In Svatove area, the coke pyramids have been deployed. I've seen a picture of those in that area. But rain and mud is generally hampering movement. There has been shelling reported along the entire front line during today. There you go.
All right, that's good news. Good news, Marcus. And actually, maybe you see my new fella, and maybe you heard I got a really famous blog today. I got blocked by a very famous tabloid. Let's not call him journalist because it's some kind of tablet work. And yeah, he was really saying, oh. The Russian offense around Pavlivka, it was looked so successful, and yeah, we all know it's these are the same 500 meters they gain again and lose in the next day or at the night, and then they gain it again and they lose again 300 to 500 troops there, and yeah, it's nice I could celebrate this block today, and this is why I have a new shiny fella, raccoon fella, Special Operation Forces, who is looking for his friends. All right, enough of the of the funny things. Wendy, please.
Oh, I'm pleased to hear news, Bernarda. Yeah, in response to that quote unquote journalist, Bakhmut is a graveyard. Pavlivka is a graveyard for Muscovite forces, and if they want to claim otherwise, they can go right ahead, because the overwhelming evidence tells us that it's a graveyard.
I mean, I've seen videos, and it's many sleepy people there. So sunbathing and sleeping, and that yeah, I'm not really sure how someone can call this a success. Maybe a success for. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's get to Marcus. She has a comment, I guess.
I just have a few amusing things that I had to point out. In the Special Kherson Cat have noted that in the Krasnodar region, a new monument has been installed. Has anybody seen it?
Nope. Nope.
Can we guess what it is, Mockers? Can you give us an A, B, or C? Like A, Toblerone, B, giant Toblerone, something like that.
I think it's supposed to be a teardrop, but do you remember that Christmas tree? Really awkward.
I can't recall it. No.
Let's just say it looked like something a bit rude. And yeah, apparently this monument is a teardrop, but it does look rather rude. And yeah, Special Kherson Cat has tweeted it out and just said, make up your own mind what you think it is. And I'll leave that to you.
Well, I'm certainly happy to hear of the liberation of Alexandrivka, which, as we know, has been fought over for quite a while. It's a bit of a place name joke there. There's a few places within Ukraine known called Alexandrivka, and with that, a guy who's no doubt always going to laugh at my jokes, Nick, welcome up.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I think we should propose mockers to not only read but indeed write the UK shipping forecast. I'm sure that's a part of British radio that you enjoy too, Wendy. And I thought we could have a sort of shipping forecast style update every evening, perhaps. You know, there are warnings of HIMARS strikes in areas Bakhmut, Novokhovka, etc. For those of you who are not familiar with this extremely British phenomenon, I recommend the Wikipedia article on the shipping forecast. And I thought Mockers delivered a performance every bit as good as when the West Indian cricketer Carlos Brathwaite was invited to read the shipping forecast. He came over to the UK to do some cricket commentary, and the cricket commentary on long wave radio is interrupted from time to time by the shipping forecast, and he got extremely interested in that and read it in his completely unique, wonderful accent. But I thought Mockers did a terrific, and I was sitting there listening to the strikes, and we could have sort of, Bakhmut, 5 HIMARS strikes, damage moderate. Yeah, we could really riff on that, I think, and all the Brits here would chortle along, and everyone else would be, I think, utterly confused by this completely unique cultural phenomenon, which is the UK shipping forecast.
Mockers,
I'll
would you?
keep that in mind.
That's great to hear. What harmonious vision is this? Mockers, do you want me to send you a list of the shipping forecast vernacular?
Oh, sure, go ahead. I know some of it, but yeah, why not? We'll have a laugh with it.
All right. Welcome up, Prince. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Wendy and Mockers and Bionade and Axel and Nick and everybody else in the room. I just thought I'd bring something up that, since it seems a little quiet, that came across my timeline today that I was rather interested in. And it's just a sort of interesting point. People may remember Alexandra Drick, who came and spoke on our space about treatment of Ukrainian POWs and war crimes and how they're keeping track of that in the organization she works with. A couple days ago, I think Saturday, she posted that she landed in Nairobi, Kenya for meetings. And I thought that was a very interesting place to land for meetings for somebody from Ukraine who does the kind of work she does. But today she posted some more interesting stuff from there. She posted a great picture and a video of standing with Kenya human rights activists. And they're all standing there holding signs about standing in solidarity with Ukraine and no Russian invasion and just all kinds of signs about supporting Ukraine. And then continued on with meeting with the Ukrainian ambassador in Kenya, which is great. And then sort of like a press conference. And also, okay, so this one might be a little tough to swallow, but she did meet with Amnesty Kenya as far as another meeting that she had. And I think that it's important to point out that there's outreach that's happening and taking this message to places like Kenya to try to fight the Russian disinformation that we know is so strong in Africa. And it's good to see a Ukrainian woman who's working so hard on all of these war crimes and POW treatments, taking this message to places that we might not expect, and finding support there for Ukraine that is absolutely fabulous. Now, as far as the amnesty thing goes, I mean, I understand having the meeting with the local amnesty chapter. I know we've had some definite issues with amnesty, no doubt about that. But I also wonder if they're more like the Red Cross in that those local chapters may be more on top of things than the international chapter is, just like we see with the Red Cross and how much good work they do in local areas. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. I don't know if people follow her, you can just take a look at the tweets she's had. She's doesn't tweet a whole lot, but when she does, it's important stuff. So I thought it was really interesting to take a contingent from Ukraine who are looking into these things, and you know, you're getting a host connection issue. We may crash. If we crash, we'll come right back, I promise. So I'm gonna shut up for right now and let Wendy take over there.
Yeah, just I got the same connection issue. So break, Axel, if you can hear this, host connection issue. But in the meantime, we will keep going because we are uncrashable.
That's right, we are uncrashable. We are that song from the 90s, Tub Thumping from Chumbawamba. We got knocked down, but we get up again. So anyway, I wanted to bring to light that the Ukrainian message from Ukrainians is being taken to places where this kind of disinformation really does need to be fought, and they're doing good work, and it's good to see good support on the ground for Ukraine in places like Kenya. So I just wanted to bring that to light.
Thanks, Prince. That's really interesting. I think collaboration is one of the things we've evidently seen this year in terms of with regards to the international solidarity towards the Ukraine's plight and its struggle for survival. And there is no reason why this can't transcend into other places around the world. So yeah, I'd be really, if you could shoot me a DM with that particular lady's details in it, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. She was on the space. You might have missed her. She was on the space a couple of weeks ago. So she's doing some really good work. I came aware for time when I spoke to the National Security Council about war crimes and how citizens were POWs and citizens have been captured.
You broke up quite a bit there, Prince. We didn't really catch the end of it, but it might just have been your signal.
That better?
That is better.
It was my headphones. So yeah, so no, she's been on the space before, and she does some really good. Has spoken at the UN Security Council. That's when I became aware of her about the war crimes that are happening in Ukraine and the treatment of POWs and such. So that is on our Spotify from a few weeks ago, but I will send you her profile so you can take a look at it, Wendy. Thanks.
Thanks, Prince. And yeah, we do have some news kind of connected with this. The US State Department today did announce that there's mounting evidence of systemic war crimes. They quote systemic war crimes, which, as we have seen, this is very much systemic. It is not a case of people just appearing in buses and those buses being transported to the Russian Federation. This is very much systemic. And so the quote from the US State Department official is that there's mounting evidence of systemic war crimes being committed in every region where Russia's forces have been deployed in Ukraine, which comes as no surprise to anyone who's been following this over the last 9 months or 8 years, and comes as no surprise, unfortunately, to Ukrainians, because we know that everywhere that Muscovite forces go, they have this policy of committing war crimes and genocide. And with that, I'm delighted to welcome up Ari. Good to see you.
Good evening from Nikolaev. I just want to have a few comments. Today I saw on Twitter people were very worried. They read that the areas of Kherson and Nikolaev will be evacuated. Well, what is happening is that, of course, you have a lot of elderly people who live alone and have lack of electricity or have problems with the curfews. And so these people we try to get on safer, on warm places due to the upcoming weather forecast expecting is that we will have in the beginning of December maybe double-digit minus degrees, which is not a problem. But as you know, we are on the coastline, and the winds make it extra cold, and it's really cold. Even when it's -5, it's already really cold. So that is what is happening in Nikolaev. Is just the people. It's still a free will. It's not forced. It's just taking care of the people that they are safe and that they have warmth and food and everything, because not all the people have food or have electricity or have heating. So we just take care before the real winter starts. And then somebody said he was reading Russian chats, but he was reading the English parts because he couldn't read the Russian. I can give you a tip. When you go on Telegram to your settings, then you can choose automatically translate your language, and you can just tip on the text you want to read, not push, just a small tip, and then you put translate, and all your Russian text will be available in the language you want to. So it could be a good help for people who want to read Telegram channels and get the information. Then the other thing is, I was just getting home, and I was watching German television, and I was just shocked about what they showed. They said, well, Ukraine has a very big problem with electricity. Russians are bombing daily the plants, and then they showed videos with the source of Kadyrov 95. So really good TikTok information the Germans are using for their TV broadcast and giving the informations to the people in Germany. So I just was wondering. Then there was another point I heard today, and I don't know if it could have some influence on the war in Ukraine, that Syria had a strike of 4 missiles on Turkey. And the question was, will Turkey ask for Article 5? So is this something Russia is trying to do to get NATO troops from the borders and help Russia? Or what is your opinion about this? Did you hear it, or is there any more news? So for the rest, everything is pretty quiet at the moment here in Nikolaev. People go out and clean up from damages, and we will do it, and we will win. Thank you.
Thanks, Ari. How many hours of electricity do you have currently a day in Mykolaiv?
It depends on you get when you have special sources and you have a schedule. We just got electricity from 6 o'clock on tonight, and it lasts for maybe 3.5, 4 hours. It's not that big, but well, the problems you had in the time when it was warm was a bigger problem, because you had no refrigerator, and now it's getting cold. You just put your stuff outside, and it's keeping cold. So that's less a problem for the food. But of course, when you are heating on electricity, what most of the people don't do, only in the city itself. When we speak about Nikolaev, we don't speak only about the city, but all about the whole oblast. In the smaller towns, a lot of people still have fireplaces and heat their homes on wood. So that's okay. But electricity is electricity. Not having electricity is a problem, but not the biggest problem. Having cold and having -degrees is more a problem. But yeah, it depends on. But I think 4 or 5 hours a day maximum we have electricity. But they're working on it, and they're stabilizing it, and well, people accept it. People don't complain. That's the way we want to get to freedom, and we don't complain. We just go on, and all the people do the same. no, really nobody is complaining why we don't have electricity. We just live with it, and we know what is coming, and that we will have all after it. Thanks.
So 3 hours. Thanks, Ari. So 3 hours to charge your phone. Around about from like 6 p.m. plus 3 hours. You've got to charge your phone in that time. Put on electric heaters. Try and insulate the room that people are in, particularly vulnerable people, to make the room as heated as possible and to ensure that it retains that heat.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, we have a lot of people are having, of course, batteries, just car batteries, and try to charge this as much as possible. We have, of course, power blocks. What we try to charge, you turn off most of the apps background functions, so you only use the applications you really need. It's astonishing how much time you can use your telephone when you only use it for the most important things. But of course, it's a problem. But and then we're getting more and more generators from Europe. We see a lot coming in, but they don't. They use fuel or diesel also, so this has to be bought too. So well, we will manage it. You have to. You get creative, finding ways to make electricity. We see the people even riding their bikes and try to get some electricity, but it's yes, it's not good, but we manage it. Sure.
I can't help but think, Ari, that you're phoning us right now from Mykolaiv, and whenever I use Twitter, my phone battery decreases at about 1% a minute. So I'm guessing you're on limited time here in terms of speaking to us.
Yes, I no, not at all, because I put my phone on the block, and I have 35,000 block, and it lasts days, so it's really not a problem. It just I deleted a lot of apps I used to use. So for me, it's Instagram. Okay, I turn it off, so I don't use background push up informations. The same I do with the Telegram. I don't use the push options, and this decreases consumption of electricity. It's crazy. My phone now lasts at least for 2 days when it's fully charged. I can go on Twitter, but I don't have the push information on Twitter. So only when I go online, I get the information. And when I'm not on Twitter, I don't get messages on Twitter. Just only when I activate it. So this is good because it saves me a lot of battery.
Well, it's a pleasure having you up as always, Ari, and I'm sure there's lots of people here who've got questions for you. So
yeah, they can ask. Feel free to ask me. For sure, I'm here.
100%. If you've got a question for our wonderful guest from Mykolaiv here, please request the mic or please put your hand up.
I noticed Yehuda's trying to get up. If you're in the room and you can hear me, I'm sorry I can't bring you up, but I have sent you an invite separately. Sorry, gravelly voice.
Your voice is like meditation.
I'm gonna blush.
You don't hear it the first time, I think.
All right. Just while we cycle Yehuda up, Ari, that with 18 hours without electricity every day, how do you ensure that the food in fridges is kept edible?
Well, at the time we had electricity, we knew that the time will come. We actually, you know, that this is a plan, that the Russians will take out our electricity infrastructure, and so on and so on. So at that time, my mother-in-law and I started cooking the meat. So you make your goulash, and you put it into glasses, and that so you can hold this food over a longer period. And you put it in the basement where you have also your 3-4 degrees. So you have to take care of your food, and what kind of food you buy. And yeah, that's how you do it. And as you know, a lot of Ukraine people in the summer times, they put their tomato in glasses, the vegetables and everything they put in glasses, the mushrooms, and so they always used to do this. So I think for this point of view, they used to prepare their food for, well, times they need it. But of course, for example, of course, problems is keeping milk good. But well, at the moment we have cold temperatures. It's not a problem. But yeah, you have to watch out. And the problem is that you have to go out more often to supermarkets to buy fresh fruits. So taking more risk to go on the streets. So this is only a problem. But together with some neighbors, one day this one is going and the other one is going, and we prepared to get enough water. And because, of course, this is very important, we used to have always the 10-liter or 20-liter water bottles, and we have yeah, the all necessary stuff. And we order some stuff in Europe, what is coming by the drivers who drive every week to Nikolaev, sometimes 2 times a week. So when you have family or relatives or friends in Europe, just order. They bring the drivers bring it for a few bucks to Ukraine. It's really crazy, and it's you can rely on them. And I take it from the Netherlands. I have friends in Switzerland, and they send me stuff, and so this all works. But I take care of a lot of elderly people, yeah, who can't walk, and the streets are not like in Europe, all the best streets. So it's you need to help them, or buy food for them, or cook together with them, or this is what everybody's doing to help each other. Well, the work days have now 18 hours instead of 8 hours. The days are longer because you wait till the light is going on, and it's every day a little Christmas when the lights are going on. It's strange when you're used to have light all the time, and now you only have it a few hours a day. How welcome it is.
It's really inspiring to hear about your resilience, though, and your community spirit. The fact that everybody's coming together to help one another, I think that's incredible. Thank you very much for telling us about that, because it does show exactly why the Ukrainian people are winning this, and why they will continue to do so, just because they are a nation, one together, and they look after one another. And I think that's amazing.
Yes, it is, really. The thing is, I came from a background where there was always money, there was always food, and then you come in a country. I remember I left Ukraine on the 23rd of February, and I said to my wife, I don't have a good feeling. You know, all what I hear in the Western news. Maybe we should go. No, Russia will never attack us. And no. Day after it happened, and I actually went straight back because I knew I need to help no matter what. It's I'm not born Ukraine, but it's like my home. It's like my family is there. And then you realize what is important in life. Then you realize is being rich money, or is being rich having a community, having friends, having family who is always there for you no matter what happens. We all stand. It's really it's sometimes I even can't believe what is happening, and you see death, and you see bodies, and the next day people are cleaning and helping and cooking for each other, and I don't know. Then you realize what was my goal when I was young. When I was young, to have a good job, a big car, big house, and now you're here without light. Driving, my neighbor is 86 or 87, I don't know, and he's so thankful, and he has nothing. He has no income, nothing. I mean, people work 40 years and have a rent of maybe $100 a month. For this money, you cannot live, even not in Ukraine. But they're not complaining. That's they live. They have relatives, family who help them, and that is what you feel so rich when you have all these people around you. You're not rich because you have money in your pocket. You just feel rich because all these people are there for you, and you for them. So this is what makes you rich inside, and you learn so much about the people, and about the mentality, and what is life about. I think this is a lesson for everybody who is as foreigner in the Ukraine, and see how warm-hearted all the people are, no matter if it's war or not. It's just amazing.
Absolutely, and it's important to know as well that everybody is looking after one another, because those people who need help the most are at least getting some from their neighbours and their friends, and that makes a massive difference. Even if the aid hasn't reached them yet, at least they know that there's people there to check on them and make sure that they're able to eat and things like that. It's quite important.
Yes. It's not imaginable when you not have money to go to a supermarket, and you cannot buy nothing. It's you cannot imagine what those people think. And when you bring them a piece of bread, and you cook a soup for them, or you give them a glass of goulash, when it's just a hug or an embracement, what gives you more than the money what the products cost. It's sometimes it's heartbreaking, and some days I think, okay, we have to go on, next one, because there are so many people who need help. But there are many people who are helping, and we can do more. But well, everybody's doing what he thinks he can do best, and I cannot blame people who are not helping. It's you do it or you don't. It's not a question about you have to. It's from inside of you. You help somebody, and not because you have to.
100%. I was just listening in, and welcome, Sarah. I don't know if Sarah, are you? Can you hear me? Great. So, Sarah, can I? We recently sent just to switch gears for a quick second. We recently sent from MriyaReport a team of people from Veterans Affairs to the Helsinki Commission. Can we talk about something similar, or do you want to wait, Sarah?
I don't mind making this announcement here officially first on the MriyaReport. Happy to do so, Yehuda.
Yeah. So just give some context, everyone, what maybe what the Helsinki Commission is for some of our new listeners.
Sure. So the Helsinki Commission's existed since the mid-1970s as a standalone branch of the U.S. Congress focused on the security in Europe. And it had quite the name, Commission for Security in Europe, Commission and Council for Security in Europe, something like that. And then they eventually became known officially as the Helsinki Commission, based off of some different summits that took place in Finland and agreements that came out of those. And they've been very active since February, very, very active in supporting Ukraine's efforts to find liberty and democracy in the face of full-scale Russian invasion. And for those of you who follow him, Paul Massaro actually works for the Helsinki Commission, among several others, and it's a bipartisan congressional group. And recently, they had me on a podcast titled Russia Hates the Truth. And the podcast was well received. And out of that came an invitation in conjunction with the Helsinki Commission. I'm not going to be testifying, but they set up a significant amount of meetings between myself and policymakers in Washington, D.C. And the official invitation just came through to the Ministry of Defense. Since I obviously, as some of you may know, and those of you who don't know, I'm an enlisted service member of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and I'll be going under the auspices of the Ministry of Defense to discuss the needs of combat medical equipment and just the military situation in general. I'll be in Washington, D.C. I don't want to say which dates just yet, but I will be in Washington, D.C. for multiple days over the upcoming session.
And Sarah, tell our audience. So you're there volunteering. Are you even a Ukrainian citizen? Like your parents are from Ukraine, or you were born there?
I'm not. I'm born in the United States, and very much someone who was through the Russian aggression, through the Russian terrorism, as a journalist here. I came here as a journalist in March, a week after the conflict began in earnest with the Russian invasion. And I witnessed so many atrocities and such horrific terrorism and war crimes being based out of the east and the north in Kharkiv Oblast that I began to look into joining as early as July. And then finally in October, I made the decision to give up my journalism career, put it on pause temporarily, and enter the service as a combat medic for the ZSU unit. I'm not with the Foreign Legion. I'm with a ZSU unit. We have 3 platoons. We have an infantry platoon, an anti-tank platoon, and an anti-aircraft platoon, and we are doing our thing.
Amazing. No, that's good to know. No, just so people know, like she's an American, she's decided to stop and say, you know what, I can't tolerate this anymore. If I can do something more than reporting to do something, that's great. And really, what I think Sarah also wants to say is, well, I'll say it for her because it sounds like, you know, boasting. I'll say it. People like her are required. They're vital to Ukraine's war effort to go to the halls of power in the United States and say, hey, this is what's going on. It's a clarion call. People like her, James Vasquez, people who go and testify, the people, the group from Veterans Affairs that went there, who are telling people, hey, this is what's going, like, you need to hear our story. So we wish you the best of luck. Obviously, you know, as you know more details and as you feel comfortable, please do share and give us updates. We're going to have almost like a photo and video montage of the last group that went to Washington, because I think it's important to know. I don't know if you know this room funded it, the entire trip, Sarah?
I had no idea. Oh my God! Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, no, the listeners here, literally, we asked people, said, you know, we normally ask you to help out other great charities, but could you directly, you know, they sent the funds to Maria, they gave it to the veterans, they flew them to a very long route train to Berlin to, I don't know, London maybe, and then to New York, and then to Washington. And some people, in some cases, this room helped fund hotels, and others they did like they stayed at homes of embassy staff or friendly Americans or friendly Ukrainian Americans' homes. So we'll talk offline if you need, but definitely you're talking. That's why I was so, when you sent me that message, I kind of laughed because I'm like, wait a minute, you don't know what this room just did. Like
I had
this,
no idea.
oh, we were
And
short. We didn't have enough hotel rooms. We didn't have enough places for them to stay. And within 5 minutes, the room literally, we just said, hey, listen, we need $1,800. They sent $2,000. We stopped it. It was amazing. The generosity of our listeners to help fight the good fight is unbeatable and unmatchable. It's yeah, I thought you'd be happy to hear that.
that's beautiful. And one of the things we're doing, and I know that Ripley's Heroes with Rip Rawlings, James Vasquez are fans of your show, and they did some amazing fundraising for Ripley's Heroes. What we're going to be doing is, although the AFU is not paying for it because obviously Ukraine is very strapped, we are going to be doing direct AFU fundraisers in multiple cities, where we're going to be doing on the ground discussions about what's happening with AFU, and then the funding is going to go directly to AFU. And we decided to do it in order to show that the military, because it's a very trusted organization, right? I think polling has 85 or 90% approval rating for the Ukrainian armed forces. And we want to show the people in the United States that this is not some corrupt regime that the Russian disinformation propagandists are trying to push it at. And by being able to reach directly to the American people and the North Americans, because obviously a lot of Canadians, including yourself, are at the forefront of this fight, then we wanted to be able to say thank you directly from AFU to the supporters in North America. And in doing so, hopefully be able to create a long-lasting connection through people who may be intimidated by the notion of it. And we'll see what happens, and we'll announce the cities. I already know which they are. I'll say the cities. It'll be Las Vegas, Nevada, Austin, Texas, New York City, potentially Atlanta, Georgia, and Washington, D.C.
It's amazing. Well, we're going to coordinate, just so everyone, in case everyone doesn't know, Sarah, obviously she was here in the past. Unfortunately, there was a little blip we won't get into, Sarah, because that's the past with the previous people. But moving forward, anything you need, obviously come here and talk to us, please. We have a really great group of people that want to help. And you know what? These are things that people can do to help and show their support for Ukraine if they're able to, right? Today. So as always, please retweet the space, let people know, tag Sarah and stuff, tag Rip Rawlings, James Vasquez, Malcolm Nance, whoever you can. We really do appreciate it, because we need to help. Ukraine's fighting a war, kinetic on the ground, and it's also fighting a war in the information space. We all know that supporting Ukraine in the West is so important. In fact, I don't think Ukraine would be where it is today if it didn't have that support. I think we all know that. Right, Sarah?
It's amazing, Yehuda, because the hybrid war this truly is a war. Although in the trenches, unfortunately, it's like it's 1918. The reality is this is a hybrid war that's focused on the future. And when I spent, and so we can talk about a lot of this now that it's done, all throughout July and August, I was with Malcolm Nance in Kharkiv, and I was with Malcolm's team, assisting them in a lot of different ways that we can't talk about. But Malcolm and I discussed at length on numerous occasions in Kharkiv the situation on how to best push back against the Russian disinformation. And multiple times the MriyaReport came up. Obviously, Malcolm appeared on it. And just being able to know that there was such a forceful group that were committed to pushing back against the disinformation and getting news out there. So it wasn't just trolling online, but pushing back and actually getting the truth out was so important to all of us in Kharkiv through July, August, and then the counteroffensive. And so I can say we were all grateful for that.
I believe we've just lost Yehuda. It happens sometimes. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. But that's fabulous to hear, Sarah. I'm really pleased that you're getting this opportunity. So are you going to speak to them on a formal basis? Is it something that is going to be recorded, or?
So I'm not being called to testify, the scheduling is so tight that there wasn't a way to get myself and the other. There's another person going that several people going there's but one other American and then a Ukrainian from the Ministry of Defense, but it was too late to be able to squeeze us into the calendar to do testimony. However, we will be at hearings, and as I said, an absolute packed schedule from the time in December that we'll be there. Because for those who aren't familiar with how the U.S. Senate and U.S. Congress work, they have to get a budget technically in for the new year by December 15th or 16th. And so there's this intense amount of work that goes in after Thanksgiving. So around December 5th through December 16th, it's going to be this really compressed calendar. And just the fact that they got us in there for 3 days shows how much the U.S. representatives and policymakers still care about Ukraine, that they were able to find 3 days of meetings for us in the middle of this craziness and before everyone went home for the holidays. So we were truly appreciative and honored by the invitation.
Yeah, that does show a level of dedication, and it gives you a good feeling about you know, the fact that there is strong support there.
Most definitely. And one of the things that Yehuda was talking about, which is this multi-front informational war, the other thing I want to do is obviously be able to, I know a lot of the foreign correspondents here from having worked with them on the ground in Ukraine, but to really speak to American media outlets, even if it's just to give them briefings as well, to let them know this is still a war that is imperative to the safety of every free person across the world, and therefore it warrants being covered with that sort of seriousness and that sort of volume, and to make certain that during these winter doldrums, it doesn't fall off the, you know, it's already off the front pages in some ways, but for them to keep up the coverage. And that's another thing that we're hoping to, you know, be able to implore and get across to the media outlets on this trip.
Absolutely. Yeah, it disgusts me in a way that, you know, they have this sort of like three-week memory. If it's not finished in 3 weeks, well, we'll forget it, you know. And it does annoy me greatly, because there's an awful lot going on in the world, which this is the center of, I think. You know, geopolitical struggles, and people aligning themselves in different directions, and it has a massive impact on what's going on in the world. And it's very important that people learn about it, and obviously that's why we're here 24/7, because we're the people that need to know.
Well, one good thing about your coverage of the war is that you go in depth on issues, and you look at the minutia of issues, and you look at the holistic approach to covering the war. And I would argue quite often with some of the folks who would come in, especially to the Kharkiv Oblast region, and they would say to me, we want to see an M777, or we want to see HIMARS launch. And I would tell them, what else do you want to see? And they're like, oh, we haven't really thought of it, but what does it take to go see the M777 fire? And I got to the point, because I played a role in the approval process of who got to see this stuff and who didn't, that if they didn't come to me with a fully fleshed out itinerary and they just wanted to come and take a picture and leave, I wasn't interested in having them there. I mean, we love free press, but I wasn't interested in helping facilitate or give them that, because I don't want anyone, especially the media, profiting off of the blood of folks who are dying for liberty. And if you're not understanding the grain crisis, if you're not understanding some of the civilian issues that were taking place, and you know, in the summer as we led up to the school year, if you're not interested in that holistic approach, why should we be interested in facilitating your access to a sexy new weapon that came over? And you know, some journalists understood that, and some got frustrated, but that's where, again, the MriyaReport came in, and so many on Twitter that were looking at what really was going on here and not just what's the next cool picture to come out.
Yep, you're right there. That, you know, it's great to see pictures of explosions, and I always joke that I love a good boom, but it's not really the point. There's people that's involved here, people on the ground who desperately need assistance, and that is one of the main things that we try and concentrate on. You know, getting aid to people, and to the armed forces, of course, where we can. And the, you know, the wider issues that this causes, because without looking at the wider picture, you don't see everything that's going on, especially with the amount of disinformation that's being thrown out. I certainly feel as though it's important to know everything about the whole situation, about how it affects other countries, and you know how it's going to affect the world. It does affect the world.
You have a listener in the room right now who's, I think, one of the foremost researchers on disinformation, Rosalie, or Novel Psy as she's known, and I don't know if she's actually listening, but when people take these super deep dives into the disinformation space, if they would take 3 minutes to read something about disinformation, it would go so far towards piercing this idea of anything coming from Russia as being truthful. And yet it's hard to grab you talked about a 3-week news cycle. It's hard to grab the attention span of anyone to read past a headline, or anyone to look at context. And so we're battling this uphill fight, because the people in Kharkiv will tell you this wasn't just an 8-year disinformation campaign. This was a 31-year disinformation campaign, that the Russians in some ways had planted the seeds of disinformation since the first months after the Soviet Union fell apart. And that's what Ukraine today is having to overcome with the help of some of their allies, which is to make up for 31 years of lost propaganda from the Russians, especially along the border region areas. And that's why, at least coming together in the social networking space, I think, I don't just think, but it's clear, has helped push back against this long time set of lies pushed by the Russians, and helped bridge the gap somewhat.
I've got a meme. It's my favorite meme, and it's a cat with its head on one side, and it says, "Are you aware that Russian propaganda doesn't work outside of Russia?" And I think that is the sort of, you know, the picture that most, for me, shows what certainly NATO have done in the information space, have pointed out the absolute absurdity of the claims that come out, and it makes a massive difference, because you don't see anything at face value. You look and you realize that, you know, that there is an awful lot of making things up and throwing them at the wall and seeing what sticks. And, you know, that it's just like firing out nonsense. And eventually it gets so crowded in the information space, you don't know what to believe. And that in particular, I see certainly NAFO and a lot of other people now are picking up on that it's absolutely bonkers, and it shows itself to be. Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, and I saw some hands up, but you mentioned 2 words, and the first one is absurdity. And that's the only term you can use, is that all of this that comes from Russia is absurd. And the second part was nonsense. And I know it was great when the Russian ambassador to the international organizations based out of Wien, made his famous comment, "You pronounce this nonsense." And with that quote epitomized everything that the Russians live, the bubble they live within, which is they're making these accusations in this bizarre way against the world when they're the ones living in an absurd existence.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go to some hands. Go ahead, Nick.
I just wanted to say Russian propaganda doesn't work outside Russia. It kind of does still a little bit, though. I mean, it shouldn't work on anyone other than, other than a Russian, and we're getting there. But it's yeah. Is this churlish? It shouldn't work. It's like, dude, only a Russian would believe this, but then maybe that's racist. I don't know. But I think things are a lot better than they were a few months ago, actually. As time has gone by, the both-siders, they're still around, but I think it has calmed down. I think that has reduced. I don't think we worry too much now that minor gaffes are going to hand huge propaganda victories to Russia. The weight of the Ukrainian case with the majority of people has built up to the point where even borderline incidents are really not going to dent that too much. But so okay, I just contradicted my own point. But I think let's celebrate that, but let's stay vigilant and make sure that substantial public relations advantage that Ukraine enjoys is maintained by pressure, amplification, and I'm not making a terribly coherent point here, but I hope I hope the spirit is clear. Wendy always says these things so much better than I do, probably because he doesn't drink wine before coming on.
Well, Nick, what you should have ended on was the consistent application of NAFO, because they're always on it, and I love them for that. I don't know whose hand went up first. I think it was Bernardo. So I'll let you go first.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Sarah, for being here again. I just wanted to highlight, because you raised a really important point. There are journalists out there which try to profiteer on all of this genocide, all of this war, all of this attention, and it's not only the newspapers which print this, but also you see these kind of people trying to build their own followership on Twitter and anything else. So it's important to call these people always out if they are again using sketchy headlines, clickbait, trying to raise attention, or calling for some investigations which are absolutely bullshit, and they don't know anything about these topics. So it's a really important point, and I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this up again. I had a very, very interesting discussion with a large outlet that sent somebody to one of the Russian regions. I'm trying not to give the outlet away. And I told them, I said, good writing, but why would you ever send your reporter there? And they said, we have to cover the war. And for those who are familiar with journalism at all, if you have a source and the source is not considered in any way trustworthy, and the source is not credible, you're never going to use that source unless they can show you documents that are irrefutable. And I said, if you extrapolate that to the Russian Federation, you should never go and speak to anybody from the Russian Federation unless there was a third party that could back it up, because there's nothing that epitomizes a worse source for information than the Russians, specifically government officials. And how could you print anything from them when you wouldn't, if it wasn't a country called Russia, but it was a man named Putin who was working in a bank, you would never use that man named Putin for any of your stories, but yet you're using him or using his lackeys to give you headlines. Why do you do it? And obviously they didn't see it that way, but that's my biggest issue with this war and reporting in general coming from it. People are entitled to make money, absolutely. But take a look at the holistic approach, and most importantly, don't give credence and credibility to people who should never, ever, ever be quoted in the paper, specifically the Russian Federation and their allies.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's not only the Russian official government sources and something like this. They're quoting literally Telegram. They're literally quoting the biggest propaganda channel Russia has, and this is always really disturbing. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, there's a right to make money out of news, and absolutely this is correct. But yeah, see the whole picture, and yeah, write about what is happening to Ukraine, what is happening to the people, how we need to help, how we need to support, what have we successed, and not what Russia is telling you to write, because this is really big bullshit.
One job that I had for some time, for about 2 months, and I'm glad I don't have it anymore, is I had to read translations of the Belgorod newspapers every day. And it was like living in a world that it was living in a mirror image or carnival funhouse, knowing the truth and then reading what their headlines were about, because a lot of times I worked 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters from Russia and from Belgorod, and not Belgorod city, but the region. And then I would read what they were printing, and it was amazing. And what I would do sometimes, and if you could go back and look at some things in my post from Belgorod in August and in early September, it was quite easy. If they printed it, I knew I could run it and just write the opposite and be correct. And it was the easiest thing in the world. Whatever they put, I was able to literally just blast it as the opposite, because it was 90% or more of the time untruthful. And so it was really crazy to have to read their garbage official press all the time. But that's, again, if we don't take the time to look into it, as Amaker said, then we're faulted as maybe a society, because we should know better than that.
Thank you very much. Wendy, I have no idea where you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
I'm not the next in line, Mockers. It was Prince, then me. So I'm very happy to wait my turn. Prince.
Wendy, you are so sweet, but you are co-host, so you have priority. If you want to go ahead of me, that's fine.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Prince. I appreciate it. I did just want to tell Sarah that, like so many people here, I thank you for being here, Sarah. I thank you for bringing the free world the stories from Ukraine's front lines that you have been since the outbreak of this latest invasion on the 24th of February this year. I've followed your work since the outbreak of this year's war, and I can tell that you take your craft very seriously, and you are most welcome here anytime, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that. And it got to the point, one of the reasons I enlisted is because I saw so much in Kharkiv. For 7 months, I left Kharkiv Oblast for a total of 3 days. I went to a torture chamber in Sumy for 2 days in Trotsnyanets, and I went to Lviv for 1 day to interview the US consul who came over from Poland. So for 7 straight months, or maybe it was 6.5 months, but for more than 180 days, it didn't leave Kharkiv Oblast. And when you are subjected to that, then you understand that there's only so many rocket strikes you can cover. There's only so many attacks. And so I rule, after I moved out of North Saltivka, because I lived in North Saltivka, and after I moved out of North Saltivka, I had a rule. If I didn't see the fire or smell the smoke, I didn't cover an attack anymore. Because how many times can you tell the story without creating a victimization narrative? And right after I enlisted, I did a quick video and I said, it's time for victory, not victimhood. And Russia wants everyone to feel sorry for themselves so they can be the victim. So then they have to maybe run to Russia for assistance. This is throughout the world, whether it's in the Middle East or the African continent. And the Ukrainians are so resilient that the word victim would never come into it. And so I said, why am I going to cover terrorist strike after terrorist strike showing another building knocked down? Why don't we talk about the pizza guy who reopened? Why don't we talk about the farmer who picked up, had 4,000 hectares and picked up 400 hectares worth of rockets on the back of tractors so he could go and plow? And once I expanded to that, it became more interesting, because when you're living somewhere for more than 180 straight days without leaving, it becomes your community too. And it became important to tell the stories of that community. And folks would tell me, you're not a journalist, you're a propagandist. And my statement would be, no, I'm a journalist just telling stories that allow the world of Ukraine to be seen in a light that maybe is brighter than what people are used to. But that doesn't make me a propagandist. It makes me somebody who's interested in what the fabric of a culture, fabric of a society, fabric of a town is. And then it became more interesting for me because, again, in March and April and May, even through the first Kharkiv counteroffensive in May, it was still new and fresh. By August, I came to fucking hate war it's one of the reasons I joined. I joined the military because I hate, sorry for cursing, by the way. I hate war with such a passion that the only way to express my hatred of war is in the dichotomy of joining the military to try to end this war. Because there's nothing sexy about it. There's nothing glamorous about it. There's nothing fun about it. I've had to mute so many, not block, but mute so many accounts because I saw so much death that I didn't want to see pictures of more death. And you get, it all built up to me joining. But the way to alleviate that was to then tell the stories of resilience, tell the stories of survival, and tell the stories of why Ukraine 2023 is going to be a better place than Ukraine 2021 was, because they'll have vanquished Russia and they'll be on the path to rebuilding a stronger, brighter, sustainable liberty and democratic nation.
Thanks, Sarah. And just a quick shout out to anybody who hasn't done so already. Retweeting the space and hashtagging Sarah in your tweet right now gains even greater awareness of her vital work, and her vital work, especially with the Helsinki Commission that we've just heard her speak about, which is speaking truth to power and getting the voices of Ukraine and those that Sarah has witnessed suffering in Ukraine this year, getting their voices out to the rest of the world. Prince.
Thank you, Wendy. And Sarah, it's so good to see you here again. I've missed your voice, and it's great to hear you. And I'm going to go on a little bit about the Helsinki Commission, and people who hear me talk often about the Helsinki Commission, because for me, it's a hidden gem that I have found since February that shares such amazing information. And last week we had Kyle Parker on here, who is the chief of staff at the Helsinki Commission, and he just had some wonderful things to say. I think the interview just turned into a wonderful conversation that he just hung out for, even after he was scheduled to leave. And I've seen him peeking around and poking around and listening at other times since then, for sure. So it's great to be developing that relationship with the Helsinki Commission. And I think this is sort of leading, all this conversation about disinformation is leading to what I originally requested to speak for. And that is, I went ahead and pinned this tweet about this to my timeline. And there is the December 7th hearing that is happening, that the Helsinki Commission is doing, and it's called Crowdsourcing Victory: Inside the Civil Society Campaign to Improve the Lethality and Survivability of the Ukrainian Military. And I have a feeling, Sarah, you said you may be attending a hearing. I have a feeling that may be the one, but you don't have to say if it is or isn't. But I want people to be aware of these kinds of things in these hearings that happen. You know, last week or the week before was a great hearing about Ukrainian war crimes in Ukraine, Russian war crimes, with Timothy Snyder and some other people. And in June, there was the wonderful hearing with the medic from MriyaReport. Tara was one of the most moving things I've watched through, and I've seen lots of things. We all have throughout this, but I think that might have been the most moving one I saw the entire time. But so just keeping an eye on the Helsinki Commission on what they're doing, and I know that I will continue to push the Helsinki Commission and watching the things they have. But this crowdsourcing victory, I mean, the idea behind of what civil society has been doing to improve the lethality and survivability of the Ukrainian military. And, somebody mentioned NAFO a little while ago, and, and that's all part of it. So it's nice to know that we have these things being brought up in our halls of Congress and in our government to be able to push this message out. So I wanted to share that specific hearing that's coming up on December 7th at 2:30 Eastern time, that people just, might want to pay attention to and watch the recording of when it happens. So thank you.
I think you brought up a great point, Wendy, regarding the fact that there are avenues and there are venues of people, but let's refer to them as people in positions of power. I don't want to call them people in power, but people in positions of power that still understand how imperative it is that Ukraine not only wins, but has outlets for the stories that need to be told, and also understand that the best way to stop the civilian suffering is through a military victory. There's no better way to stop this humanitarian crisis than total victory over the Russian invaders. And the Helsinki Commission understands that.
Peace through superior firepower. Yeah, I like that too. Kerry, go ahead.
Hi, Sarah. It's really lovely to hear you speak in long form. So obviously in your postings, normally we just get little snippets, and I missed you when you were on last time. But it is so lovely to hear you speak at length. I think you have a really powerful voice in this sort of format, which I don't see from you as often, and it would be so great if there are avenues, venues for you to speak to a broader audience in this way. I think you have such a powerful voice. And I wanted to say as well that I think what you're doing is very real contemporary journalism. This is what journalism in 2022 looks like. That embedded nature, that passion, that commitment. We're not going to hear the inside story. We're not going to hear real voices unless people like you have this level of commitment to your craft and to the things that you are trying to tell the truth about. It's so important. I think anything other than that is so surface. It's to a greater extent for any deeper thinking or even thinking people. It's just frippery. It's surface. It's too surface. Like you were saying, how many times can you report on the same thing? And we're sort of following that story with you. We're through you hearing these deeper stories, these passions and emotions, and I just think that is so important, so valuable. And then the other thing I wanted to say, and I don't know if this has been said before, it may well have been, but there is something so powerful about you being a trans woman in this context, literally sticking two fingers up at the Russians at everything that they abhor, and you proudly being there as a strong trans woman and journalist, just going, this is me, that I'm not going away, this is the contemporary world, and suck it up. And then the last thing I wanted to say was, I feel like, so we're all still thinking very much in this military realm, but we know there's this bubbling sense that there are people in power who are on board with Ukraine winning in inverted commas, but an absolute fear of the implosion of Russia. There are still an enormous amount of politicians and people in power who I feel are terrified about the vacuum that will happen when Russia truly collapses. And we have to get over that. We have to get over that. This is where we need to get to. It's going to happen. It has to happen. And there need to be really strong journalistic voices out there, along with everybody else who has a say, and is in a role where they can speak to people and say, this is, this has to be a part of this. This is what is going to happen. And we need to not be scared of that. We'll sort that shit out when it comes, but we mustn't be afraid of it. It has to happen. Those were the things I wanted to say.
I want to touch on two of the things you mentioned really fast. The third and the second, if Mockers doesn't mind, before the next hand is answered. Regarding Jake Sullivan, okay, great. Regarding Jake Sullivan and his fear of Russia imploding, I think that the Biden administration has to accept the fact that Russia is going to collapse one way or the other. And if the United States and the allied nations are able to help Ukraine speed up that collapse, expedite that collapse, and create a situation where there can be a full breakdown of the Russian Federation sooner rather than later, because it's going to happen at some point, that's going to be better for the entire world. And so Jake Sullivan and the others in the Biden administration need to listen to what you just said and stop being scared of what the inevitable is anyway. Just pull that tooth out. Regarding my gender identity, which is something that, it's interesting. I love Ukraine because Ukraine doesn't care about my gender identity. Everyone else does, but Ukraine doesn't. And as such, I remember the day so well because it was when there was some issues with the former namesake of a different report and some stuff that went down with me. But it was the first day the Russians attacked me. And Maria Zakharova, it was April 21st. Maria Zakharova put out a press release that was put out through the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Telegram and the Russian Embassy in the United States, saying that I was everything that was wrong with liberal media and Western media and liberal queers, and all I did was hang out taking pictures with gangsters, meaning our military here. And I was crying, and I had been embedded at that point for 5 weeks, 4.5, 5 weeks. I was living with some different members of the security forces, and I was bawling. I was crying so badly. And the one guy came up, and we slept a few meters apart, and he said, "What are you crying for? You don't cry. Rockets have come towards us and we've been shelled and all this." And I'm like, "The Russians they're saying all these things about me." And I was bawling. And I'll never forget the smile on his face. He was so happy about it. So happy about it. And he said, "That's the greatest thing that could have happened." And then the next day they took me out and took me into the heaviest fire we had seen. And he's like, "I want you to put this online. I want you to just keep on pushing it and pushing it and pushing it." And I don't think anyone expected 7.5 months later, after that was April, I don't think anyone imagined in November I was going to have a 2-minute montage on Russian state television. But the idea that had bothered me so much, that my gender was now being picked up on by the Russians, etc., was going to turn into such a powerful tool as you mentioned, and it took a while for me to embrace it, but it is who I am, meaning embracing the fact that it's a weapon against Russia. I don't like it because I don't normally utilize anything about my gender identity in my normal life. It's just as part of me. But in the war against Russia, it's sometimes great to make postings or point it out, or otherwise make certain that they're aware that there's an American trans person in Ukraine that is not going to be scared of them. And that's a very, very powerful tool in the messaging of this hybrid war.
You're also, my daughter is gender non-binary, and you're also an icon, a powerful icon for other young people in that regard as well.
That's beautiful to hear, and all I can say to anyone out there who might have family members that, you know, are not, you know, who are not identifying as the gender of their birth, for lack of a better term, just give them the space to be who they are and see where their life goes. There's shitty transgender people, there's shitty non-binary people, there's really good transgender people, really good non-binary people, and ultimately just treat human beings as human beings. And that's what's great about this fight for liberty in Ukraine. They judge you if you're a good human being or not. They don't judge you on anything else. And that's one of the reasons fighting for Ukraine matters.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll drop down.
I often think, Sarah, if someone like yourself had been reporting from Donbass in 2014, when Ukrainians, particularly young people, left their homes and walked out onto the streets with their Ukrainian flags to demonstrate their Ukrainian identity in the face of invading Russian soldiers. And these Ukrainians, these young people included, they lacked a voice in Western media. They were denied the opportunity to have their story told, and they, in many cases, ended up in the ground as a victim of murder at the hands of these Russian forces in 2014. It's tough not to think that on this day of the anniversary of the beginning of Maidan, that voices like yours illuminating Ukrainian voices to the rest of the world are particularly important. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for the words, and you're right. And in the memory of the 100 heroes who died, as well as everyone who died during the Maidan, and everyone who died in the 8 years of, every civilian who died in the 8 years of war, but especially in those early days, that there's some, it's very bittersweet that there's more coverage of it now than there was 9 years ago. But at least Yanukovych is not here. So regarding coverage and Ukrainian voices, another fundamental acceptance I made was that on certain things, in covering attacks in Kharkiv, covering artillery strikes, I could report it however I wanted to because I was living it firsthand. But when it came to issues such as Russian colonialism, Russian imperialism, when it came to issues such as certain internal Ukrainian discussions, I did not have the experience nor expertise to do anything but learn and listen to leading Ukrainian voices that I respected. Now, it doesn't mean that people would always take my take on it, because not every Ukrainian voice is in unison. But to come in here and talk about Ukrainian voices in a way that would give any sort of equivocation to Russian voices was one of the biggest mistakes of the media. So 9 years ago, nobody was giving a voice to the Ukrainians, the young Ukrainians. Then people started doing equivocation, saying that as a journalist, what we're supposed to do is give both sides time. No, you're not. You're supposed to understand that you're not going to give time to the people who are the invaders, time to the people who are the imperialists, time to the fascists, time to the colonialists, whatever label you want to give the Russian invaders. You don't give those people time. There's just no equating the Russian narrative to the Ukrainian one. And so journalists who don't understand that are committing fundamental journalistic malpractice. And they're hiding behind this idea of two-sidism is what makes journalism correct. It's the same way as hiding behind the First Amendment, and I'm a huge supporter of the First Amendment. It's what's given me the right to do so much of my life. But the First Amendment doesn't force you to publish the letter of a Nazi if you're a private organization. The First Amendment doesn't force you to have to block or not block somebody on Twitter if you are a private organization. And so that's where these value judgments come in. And so if you're a journalist attacking Twitter and their new CEO for whatever reason, look in the mirror about the stories you write, because you might be doing something that's the equivalent in somebody's life to what you're complaining about today on Twitter.
Well said. We've got a couple of hands up. Are you good for time, Sarah?
I have a hard stop. We have 7 minutes because we have lights out at midnight, and I would like to make sure that I get some sleep tonight. So brush my teeth and be fresh for the morning. So 7 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how long this question is, but try and keep it swift, Leonard.
Thank you, Marcus. It will be brief. And welcome back to Sarah. It's always great to hear your insights, and the fact that you bring them to this space is just excellent. But I have a sort of a question slash suggestion for you, and specifically based upon your current activities in the humanitarian, medical sector, and specifically relating to Kharkiv. Now, I understand you're going to the Helsinki Commission sometime in the next several weeks. And what I would just mention to you is that given your familiarity with Kharkiv, and you're probably aware of this, the University of Kharkiv has a very advanced medical research and medical science faculty, and they were at a high level of excellence in not just in Europe but in the world prior to this Russian invasion. And I know you have mentioned previously that Kharkiv has been hard hit, the university has been hard hit, as well as cultural and religious institutions, but specifically the medical staff have been eviscerated, and a lot of the research has been severely curtailed by this entire Russian fiasco. So what I would mention to you is that when you're in Washington, if you have occasion, it would be very a long-term salutary project if you were able to convey to some of the Americans and the Congress people specifically that the status of Kharkiv and the fact that a NATO working group has been set up that is assigning some form of geographic responsibility to the reconstruction efforts when the Russians are finally ejected totally from Russia. And the United States presently has primary responsibility for Kharkiv. So if you were able to draw this to the attention of any of the members of Congress and with a specific humanitarian bent and with a project geared towards restoring the medical expertise, if you will, at Kharkiv University, that would be an exceptionally beneficial move that you could make on behalf of Ukraine and the entire future. And you might just mention to them that Kharkiv University was awarded the first Nobel Prize in medicine way back in 1908, and they've had 3 Nobel Prizes since then. So it is a significant matter. And thank you.
Leonard, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Could you just put your question really concisely for Sarah, just because she's got about a minute left?
I think he might have finished it, and I'm going to answer with something that it will raise all of your spirits. There's going to be, during my trip, there's going to be a group of nearly a dozen medical professionals, including doctors and professors of medical sciences in Washington, D.C. at the same time. I don't know if their group has been announced yet as to who they're going to be speaking to. It's not Helsinki Commission. but I will be visiting with them. And so the United States government is absolutely aware of the need to make certain that the medical professionals in Ukraine are getting the help they need in every part of the country. And that's one of the reasons they're coming in there, is to discuss parts of what Leonard just mentioned, which is the rebuilding efforts. And so the United States is definitely aware of it. I'm glad Leonard is so passionate about it. And I look forward myself to learning what they have to say in the day that I spend with them in DC.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. And thank you for your passion. Thank you.
Sure. So I want to thank Wendy and Mockers and all the co-hosts and everyone for their questions. And I will try to pop in somewhat regularly, schedule permitting. And it's a little bit crazy because we never know what is going to happen tomorrow. And I'm saying this in a literal sense. We don't know where we might be going tomorrow. And in the more esoteric sense, where we're in Ukraine, so we don't know what happens tomorrow. But I'm glad the time permitted tonight. And I was happy that I was able to, I shared the letter with Yehuda, and I didn't realize he was in the space. And then I popped into the space and there he was. And so the timing was great. And I'm glad we were able to talk about everything and keep on fighting the good fight. Nobody in Ukraine or around the world could do it without such passionate, loyal supporters of democracy and liberty like everyone in this room. So have a good night.
Thank you, Sarah. I just have a really quick comment for you. You mentioned it about your gender identity. We have done it with Malcolm Nance because he's a person of color. If you embrace yourself, if you live a free life, Russia hates you, and you do everything correct. And yeah, please be yourself and embrace yourself.
Well, thanks very much, everybody. I don't know if you heard my cat then telling me off. It's biscuit time, apparently. It's not, but apparently it is. That was really nice. I enjoyed that very much. And I think one of the things that came across quite strongly there is you are judged upon your actions in Ukraine. And I like that. Even though I might talk a lot here, actions over words every day. And there's no need to take a person on face value. You judge them by their actions, and I think that's really important. And we could all do a bit more of that, I think.
Absolutely, Mockers. It was a pleasure to have Sarah here, and gosh, what a 40 minutes, half an hour interview she gave us here. It was wonderful to speak to her. Yeah, thank you to everybody who who came up. I mean, a shout out to anyone who hasn't done already. Please do retweet the space, and I said hashtag Sarah earlier. Please do at her, and the Helsinki Commission, because this helps gain an even greater awareness of her vital work. Her testimony to the Helsinki Commission is really important to amplifying Ukrainian voices and allowing Ukrainian voices, which, as we know, didn't have that opportunity in 2014, were denied that opportunity in 2014 through disinformation, the disinformation which flooded Western media. They've got that opportunity in 2022. They've got that opportunity because of people like Sarah. So yeah, please do just do your little parts to amplify Sarah's excellent work with the Helsinki Commission. Cheers.
Would you like, Wendy, a bit of trivia?
I always like a bit of trivia, Mockers.
Well, apparently you can buy a bus ticket from Poland to Kherson. That has apparently been released. you can already buy a bus ticket. Would you like another bit of trivia?
100%.
The Scots have created a new tartan in the blue and yellow colours of Ukraine, named Ukraine Forever. So if anybody is particularly into their tartan, you can go and grab yourself some Ukrainian colours.
As somebody who's half Scottish, I'll be taking that opportunity quite soon.
Yeah, I actually have somebody Scottish to buy for Christmas, so that's a really good idea. I've just given myself an idea. Fabulous.
Are there kilts available?
I have no idea, but I would imagine so.
Oh. And is anything worn under them, or is it all in perfect working order?
You should already know, as a man of the world, what is not worn under a kilt.
There is a brown tartan. It's not especially attractive. Brown family tartan. It's not brown in colour. It's a sort of blue and red mixture, which I am allegedly entitled to through my Irish heritage. But I do sometimes wear a utility kilt, American brand kilt in the summer, which helps with air circulation. But a Scottish kilt in summer is just too hot. It's like, wow. For those who don't know it, it's like 7 or 8 meters of wool. It is very definitely designed for January in Scotland and not for July in Spain.
Goodness me, I can imagine. Yeah, well, luckily I'm allergic to wool. Bernardo, go ahead.
After this, recession of Nick, I think I will stick to lederhosen.
Awesome. You know what? I can't picture you in lederhosen. Maybe you have to make another fella in lederhosen now.
Oh, I actually have one. Give me a minute.
You know, I'm not surprised. So, folks, in case you hadn't noticed, nobody's coming up to talk to me, and so I'm going to say the words. I'm going to give you the words. I'm going to find them first, though. Here we go. So, please share and retweet this space. We obviously appreciate that you're all here, and we'd love you to share this space with anybody you know. Me personally, I love this space, and that's why I'm here. I keep up to date with what's going on in Ukraine, and I love a good boom. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have been since before February the 24th, when the full-scale invasion started. We are all volunteers, and we will not be asking you for money for ourselves. We don't DM anybody or anything like that. Don't buy us a coffee. Send your money to MriyaAid. If you want to know more about MriyaAid, you can visit MriyaAid.org and see all the amazing things that they do. They've just recently had an audit which proves that 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine. There is absolutely no overheads or administrative costs. And so, if you'd like to come up and talk to us, press the microphone button at the bottom left-hand corner and raise your hand. And check out MriyaReport.org to keep an eye on what we're doing and our upcoming guests. Okay, Wendy, I need a drink.
Well said, Mockers, and I really like to hear from your cat, by the way. I appreciate that. It's levity aside, this is a significant day in Ukraine's history, and when I think back to the events that started 9 years ago, and the events which led in to the first Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014 in the Donbass, I think of the way that Ukraine was forced to act under exceptionally challenging conditions for its people in the Donbass. So young men typically had to join the Donbass, things like the Donbass Defense Forces. People, regardless of gender, could join. They joined up as combat medics. They were put into a situation of where they had to go from peacetime to wartime. They had to put their lives on hold. They had to put their, the things that we take for granted in life, be it, taking kids to school, hobbies, clubs, whatever it is, whatever people do in their free time, that went on hold. And this is not, of course, it's a complete understatement, but this is not a familiar situation for anyone in peacetime. And for 8 years, Ukraine has had its brave warriors, its men and women, living on those front lines, standing in trenches with water up to their knees, standing in all weathers, in the face of artillery fire. And in those 8 years, a lot has changed. We saw disinterest and passivity from the West in 2014. We've seen that again this year, and not just from the West, of course. Everybody the world over has agency. If they live in a free democratic country, and it's very pleasing to think that there is greater interest in Ukraine's struggle this year compared to 2014. That shows a progression. It shows that people recognize bravery when they see it. They recognize the stoicism and the fight for basic democratic values that Ukrainians deserve. It was just absolutely fantastic to have Sarah's voice on here, because there weren't enough people amplifying Ukrainian voices in 2014, and this space and voices like Sarah's are one of the positive changes which have happened.
I have a little something that I've been looking at, and I'm going to assume that Ben might come and tell us something about it shortly. But have you seen the latest statement from Russia about the oil cap?
Tell us.
Well, apparently Russia states that it's not going to sell any oil to countries that enforce the oil cap price. So, not quite sure when it's going to happen, but I would imagine that there's going to be Russians selling oil at $30 a barrel at some point.
Couldn't happen to a more deserving nation of genocidal warmongers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a power play. Absolutely. Yeah. We have to look out for this. Russia is not selling any oil to nations which enforce the price cap. I mean, all right, but who's not enforcing it is getting hit by secondary sanctions, I guess.
don't actually know about secondary sanctions, but I'm going to assume that they're going to be coming into force at some point.
And I mean, Ben laid the point out very clearly. It will be a consumer market, and Russia never dealt actually with the consumer market. And I don't think anyone in the world in the last, I don't know, 40 years or something like this dealt with the consumer market when we are talking about oil. So good luck, Russia. I mean, oh, what a power play. So yeah, shot themselves in the knee and promoted it extremely well. Also, so happy birthday. Oh God. But yeah, I'm really curious to hear Ben's view on this.
Yeah, I think you'll be quite interested. It certainly is just one more shot in the foot, isn't it?
Yeah, and just while we're cycling Ben up, I'm sure a few of us have seen today the installation of a missile. It's basically an art installation, but it's a missile of the type that was seen in the middle of residential streets in places like Kharkiv and Chernihiv this year. I think it's from an Uragan MRLS, if I'm not mistaken. Well, this missile art installation has been installed next to the well-known sculpture of the Raging Bull in New York. And this got me thinking, with this promoting and getting people to think about the plight of Ukrainians and how people in the free world are lucky enough to walk down the street without having a 220 millimeter rocket land next to them in the middle of rush hour traffic. This got me thinking, where in your country would you like to see such a sculpture, such an art installation? It's designed, of course, to remind, people living in peacetime of the plight of Ukrainians. Where would you like to see such a thing happen in your country? So to continue to continue the conversation, just please do let me know in DMs or request the mic and come up to speak.
Go ahead.
I remember there was a lawsuit in Berlin against the borough who was who made the decision and said, oh no, we can't place these tanks in front of the Russian embassy because they wanted to put a tank in there and promote it, destroyed Russian tank. So there was a lawsuit. They won. The tank was or will be placed there, and I would really like to see the construction of the missiles also in front of the Russian embassy in Berlin. And if they do it, I will have 3 weeks of holiday in December, so I will just make the short trip. It's around 120 kilometers to Berlin, and we'll make a nice picture with a little little printout from the MriyaReport.
I was going to suggest Olaf Scholz front lawn.
Oh! In front of the Bundeskanzleramt, this would be a good idea. Or at the place where they want to build a new Bundeskanzleramt, because this is what the SPD, the party which is really interested in supporting the social needs of not so fortunate people. But actually, they decided we need a new Bundeskanzleramt. So they will spend a few hundred million on that, and will not build new schools or modernize schools, but built a new shiny Bundeskanzleramt for a few hundred million. So yeah, it's, sounds consistent, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I can't speak much. I'm a Brit.
I mean, how often they rebuild Downton Abbey? Downton Abbey, I say. What was the place where the president resides?
You mean the House of Lords?
Sorry?
The presidential palace, Bernarda?
No. Isn't there this famous address where the British prime minister or who is residing there?
The Commons, the House of Commons.
No. I'm talking about this
And
little
Downing
house.
Street.
Downing Street. This was it. Sorry, Downing Street, Downton Abbey. You know, it sounds all the same. Downing Street. Yeah. How often they rebuild Downing Street? I'm just curious.
You want to see how much they spent on the wallpaper?
Yeah. But basically, yeah. That's the question. I don't know. Have they invested several hundred million?
They certainly spent a lot on it, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to go there. Scribe, go ahead.
I would like to see one placed in front of the Russian embassy here in DC.
Yeah, I think we could all go for that in front of every Russian embassy that is in a major location. Stick a broken Russian piece of metal in front of it. Absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Bernardo.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I have the numbers in front of me, and it looks like the new building will cost 777 million euros. So yeah, that's quite a nice budget. So
Nice if you can afford it, eh?
looks like I guess these 777 million. I'm not sure. Leopard is around 2.5 million, maybe 5 million. Could get quite a lot of it. Maybe 100 at least. Maybe 150 would be a great deal. I mean, you if you buy it on in great stock, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It's a lot of money which could be redirected elsewhere. Talking of governments, has anybody seen today what the Italian government are up to? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Italy's government are asking Parliament to pass a new law on military and civilian supplies to Ukraine throughout 2023. Their defense minister has stated, and I just think, we were all very worried about Italy and where it was going, and I don't know what's happened, but everybody's fears seem to have been settled now. It does look like Italy are very much in the game.
That's very welcome news, Mockers. This article, did it outline the real terms increase in Italian military aid to Ukraine?
I'm just looking at it now, to be honest. So it says, seeks to extend Ukraine arms supply for 2023. It will continue supplying arms it has done in the past, in the times and ways that we will agree with our Atlantic allies and Kyiv. So it doesn't give you any actual breakdown of anything. It's just confirmation that they are indeed making preparations for that to continue. And that, I think, is very welcome news.
That is very welcome news. And something else is very welcome news was, of course, the reports that we heard of the Muscovy intending to withdraw from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We recently saw that they got in a bit of a spat with the IAEA, not over a missile that pirouetted in the air and decided to land at about 180 degrees of the wrong angle to which it initially flew from. But no, this was just a random spat with the IAEA, and it's the reports we've seen today indicate that the Russian forces are going to pull out of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And we had Yehuda on the space earlier really lay out in detail why this was happening. And it's because because of the overwhelming Ukrainian actions on the ground, which have caused this. With the withdrawal, with the rout from Kherson, basically all the Russians have got to do, the only place they can really withdraw to now is Melitopol. And judging from the latest pictures I've seen out of there, the fortifications of Melitopol aren't going particularly well. I mean, how do I describe this? There's fortifications which we could maybe describe as fortress-like. Then there's fortifications which are on more of the Toblerone scale. This is much closer to the Toblerone scale. And their vehicles don't seem to like it particularly much as well, because I saw a photograph of a Russian vehicle completely on its on its top and with its wheels in the air.
Just resting.
It's just resting. The poor dear.
Yeah, that was apparently on the road somewhere near Melitopol. So somebody said, would partisans do this? And I just thought, well, I've no idea, but it did look quite, yeah, resting. Ben, my lovely. Oh, in fact, before I ask this question, I'll go to Ari.
I just have a comment I just read, and I don't know how significant it is, but that Israel told that if Iran sent missiles to Russia, they will send high precision missiles to Ukraine. So that is a big change, I think.
Yes, it is something that we've heard as well. And, it may just be messaging, but it does seem to be landing in the right place, if you know what I mean, that message.
Yes, but it's good news. It's the first time actually that Israel is start standing to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's true. It's the first time they're sort of stating anything overtly. I know that they've been doing things very quietly, and it's nice to hear the words. Ben, my friend, please tell me about the oil cap and Russia, because I had a little look at your tweet before, and I need you to explain it to me.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Wendy. Hello, everyone. The oil cap is a bit like the baseball cap, but more oily. No, all right. So the oil cap is a bit difficult to explain. I'm not quite sure myself what it is. I tend to think of it as a cartel in reverse. The main Western purchasers of oil have decided that they wouldn't buy it. They wouldn't buy Russian oil above a certain price. In this case, apparently, it is going to start by being $60. They decided they wouldn't buy Russian oil at more than $60, and they are saying that they will not stand with any of their companies, be their shipping, finance, or insurance, that is providing any service to the Russian oil exporters if the price that is being carried is above this $60. So it's a way of enforcing a price on a supplier. That's the best way I can conceive it. It's multifaceted. It's difficult to understand. It might work, it might not work. I think it's the first time something like that is attempting. So it took some serious imagination coming from people who usually are completely devoted to it. So it's Frankenstein of a system, but it is a system that has two strong allies. The first one is that prices are going down. That means that it's going to be a lot easier for the Europeans to impose that cap, considering that the drop in price is going to be limited, and that the other suppliers, even though they're not very happy, they said so, they're going to have a meeting one day before the oil cap is meant to take effect. They don't mind seeing that one of their competitors is having a problem. So there is that going for them. And there's another thing going for them, is that it's not as if we were imposing an oil cap on Canada or even the United States, which are smart countries, able to enforce smart policies. Russia decided to react to it in the most stupid way possible. They decided that they would not send any oil to any country that was enforcing the oil cap in any way. That means one thing, is that the Russians have just announced to everyone in the world that they will stop issuing oil to their most important buyer. That means that their next most important buyer, namely China, and the next one, namely India, know for a fact that if they decide to play hardball a little bit, the Russians have no fallback. What are they going to do? Exchange that oil to the Atlantic, not sell it at all. They have to sell it, and at some point they're going to have to sell it at any price. So we might see this extremely strange phenomenon, which is that the Europeans will end up, whenever they buy Russian oil, having to pay for it more than what the Chinese and the Indians have to pay for it. It is ridiculous. It is probably a policy that would never have worked with anyone in the world except the Russians, because they cannot let a slight go unpunished or unreact to, and as a result, they're doing something. But the problem is that by doing something, they're making it worse. And the more they wiggle, the more the noose is tightening. So it's definitely going to be interesting. It is not a sure thing by a country mile, but on a misunderstanding, it might very well work.
That's really good news to hear, Ben. I guess I should take this opportunity to say au revoir and bon nuit, night night. because Ben and I are going to do a swapsy. Slava Ukraini.
Herojem Slava.
Slava Litsi.
Smash Waham.
Bye, Wendy.
Bye bye, Wendy. And Bernardo, go ahead.
Ben, I have a question for you. I've read some news today. If I remember correctly, some or all OPEC countries announced they want to increase their oil production. And if I remember correctly, this means the oil price will be going down a little bit in the future.
I'm not sure I've seen this. Some weeks ago, couple of weeks ago, the OPEC countries said precisely the country, or rather the OPEC plus one, because it also includes Russia, said openly that they were going to decrease their production. They said, well, the economy in the world is not going great. We don't like this very much. Besides that, the Americans are starting to annoy us. So we want prices to go up rather than down. So we're gonna diminish our production. But this hit a snag. The first one was that some OPEC countries have like special status. They can overproduce compared to their quotas because they need the money more than the others. I think Iraq is one of the most important countries in that situation, and that's what they said they were going to do. Basically, when Saudi Arabia said, "Oh, we're going to produce X thousand less of barrels per day," Iraq said, "Oh well, we're going to produce X barrel extra per day." So that was the first thing. And the second thing is that there's a difference between quota and production. Once upon a time, whatever a country could produce, the country would produce. Nowadays, a number of countries are facing declining production. And while they are allowed to produce X millions of barrels per day, they end up producing less than this because they cannot quite reach their quota. So if you produce, I don't know, I'm saying a silly number, but if you're allowed to produce 7 million barrels and you only produce 6, and then you say, well, if that's what's happening, I'm going to decrease my quota by 1 million. Well, your production is not going to decrease, and the impact is not going to happen. At best, nothing is happening. And actually, today, if I'm not mistaken, the oil barrel has reached a yearly low at $84. So things are going down. It's both good news and bad news. It's bad news because usually it's a sign that we're diminishing our consumption, which on the short term implies that our economies are not doing so well. But it's good news because, well, first of all, it's going to be cheaper at a time when really many of us can do with cheaper everything considering inflation. And secondly, it's going to hit the Russians yet a bit further. That means that whatever they're exporting at the moment, it's going to be bought for even less money. So good news all across the board. And as some of our favorite British men would say, happy days.
All right, Ben. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if it's confirmed or if it's just rumors, but I think we know how the markets react to this kind of rumors, and just the point that they are talking about it to maybe increase or maybe not increase will make some people really nervous.
Oh yeah, nervosity is the word at the moment. I don't think that any of the main oil producers at the moment is doing so well. Mostly oil exporters is doing so well. Saudi Arabia is in a weird place. I mean, I guess the UAE and Qatar are not in a too bad a position, but yeah, Russia is obviously weird. Iran is in a very strange place. Libya, I mean, at least Libya, you're not hearing too much about it, but not pleasant either. And Venezuela is not doing very well, so not the best moment to be an oil exporter, I guess. All right. So, small number, which is both very small, very large, and very important. 270. Marcus, do you know what 270 is?
I don't. No, go ahead.
Bayonetta, you want to take a guess?
Yes. It's the days since the invasion.
Yes. Today, well, the day that starts today is the day that ends right now in Europe is the 217th since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian armed forces, and we're starting the 271st. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time we spent together. That's the one positive I can find, and that's a lot of time that the Ukrainians have had to face that onslaught. Heroism is great for a few hours, maybe a few days, but for 270, that's a very long time. It's whatever way you count it, that means that they're entering their 10th month of fighting off the Russians. So yeah, this is
And it's 90 times 3 days until we reach Kiev. So yeah.
yeah. Well, that's one way of seeing it, but yeah, there's no way around it. It is bad. The Russians should know when they've lost, and the Europeans should know when the time to call for the end of the nonsense has come. We should have by now 2 or 3 full armored divisions waiting in the aisles, and the Russians should be wondering where the Leopard's going to prance. Are they going to attack in Zaporizhia, or are they going to attack? In the north towards Luhansk? That should be the only question in the moment. There should be grippers and F-16s in the skies, domineering the lower parts and the higher parts of the sky, and preventing the Russians from from conducting any form of operation, being defensive or offensive. And this is what we could afford. This is what I don't think I'm mistaken when I'm saying this is what the great majority of the European population wants. And for some unfathomable reason, this is not what the Europeans are providing at the moment. Marcus, you were talking about Italy some time ago. So I think me, as well as a few other people, owe an apology to Colby and the people who called it. Well, I guess Colby called it. That rolls out of the tongue. But he was advocating in favor of that new Italian prime minister, and saying that she was not going to turn into a pro-Putin, that we were wrong in believing that she would follow her allies of the Lega and of Fratelli d'Italia in pondering for the Kremlin. And okay, I could have believed that, because there is a fringe of the Italian right that is very, very much pro NATO. But yeah, I wasn't expecting them to come through quite that hard. What they've done basically is not only promising Ukraine implicitly a lot of goodies by saying, yeah, this is going to be up to the Palazzo now. The Parliament will not have any say into it. They will the Italian Prime Minister will just do what it pleases, what the government pleases. They won't have to constantly fight that battle with the Parliament. They will do it once and for all, and whenever the Ukrainians come knocking, whatever the Italian army can provide, the Italian Prime Minister will send. That's an amazing development. Another amazing development is how counter to the general Italian political culture this goes. It's one of those cases where the Italians have realized that this sort of questions being asked over and over and over again was the best way to erode the political capital of their ruler, and to lead to the sort of complete block that I developed over the past, I would say, over the best part of the past 10 years, where the Italian political life had been a standstill. And I guess this is one of the many ways that the Ukrainians, and by defending themselves and by forcing us to confront our limitations and our failures, are doing us an enormous favor. You just need to think of the defense budgets across Europe. I mean, let's be honest, no one wants to pay for tanks. No one wants to pay for planes. I mean, there's a few crazies. We have some on the space who just like rockets for the sake of rockets. But beside those guys, that's not what we want to pay our taxes for. We want to pay for hospitals. We want to pay for schools, and ideally, we don't want to pay it at all. But what the current situation reminded us of is that at some point we need those well-trained soldiers. We'll need those efficient weapons, and we need those deep resources in terms of ammunition that will take us through a fight for the sake of our survival, our freedom, and our interests. And that's what the Ukrainians have shown us. What the Ukrainians have shown us is that we can do it, but we haven't given ourselves the ability to do it yet. And they've shown us the importance of believing in yourself, of fighting for yourself. They've shown us the importance of dedication, and they've shown us the importance of efficiency. Just like in Italy, at the moment, they shown the Italians that if they wanted to confront evil, they could not afford to be charmingly inefficient. The Italians can stay charming, and we have a few very charming Italians on the space. Our friend puppy is maybe first among them. Thomas, whom I think we can now consider as part of the family, is also evidence that D-Talents can be every bit as efficient as everyone else, but while staying lovely and yeah, I don't want to say adorable, but there you are. They're adorable. All right. So I've spoken way too much, and know that Molecule, who does those wonderful, wonderful images, has come up. He or she is not raising her or his hand, but I will assume that he or she has something to share with us. Molecule. Molecule once. Molecule going twice. Molecules going 3 times. No molecule. Never mind. We want to get to praise your fantastic. Are these drawings? You said graphics. The fantastic graphics you do on a regular basis to support the Free the Leopard campaign. By the way, there's some people who really are very good at the Free the Leopard thing, but I will confess that myself, I haven't tweeted out about Free the Leopard a lot recently. Okay, I did tweet about it yesterday when I encountered a very charming little blue leopard. I took a picture and told the Bundeskanzler that he had to free the leopard for the children. But that was the first time in a while. So if you're not too bothered and you're listening at the moment, don't hesitate to send the Bundeskanzler hashtag free the leopard message. That will always be good, reminding him that we have not forgotten about him. We have not forgotten about what he owes us. We have not forgotten about what he owes freedom. We have not forgotten about what he owes the German people. Their tanks that he's holding back. And the German people have expressed themselves extremely clearly through the voice of their representatives, and then through polls, time and time again. And the Bundeskanzler is not delivering. So he needs to get his act together and send the leopards.
He absolutely does.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, I've got somebody that is delivering, in a way. Norway. Norway have agreed to finance the purchase of gas for Ukraine for more than $195 million. The funds are part of a previously announced package, which will come through the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So there's somebody who is certainly doing something to help there.
Absolutely. They did something great. But do you think the Norwegians have something to be forgiven about today? Isn't it something that you would say, Marcus?
Go on, you're going to have to enlighten me. I've been out all day.
All right. Oh no, you know what? I am not going to do it because our favorite Norwegian is coming up. Erland knows everything about Norway, a hell lot more than me at the very least, and is well connected. Yep, and is crying. And indeed, he has sad news to share with us. Erland, caro amico, come stai?
Così. Bene, dai. E tu?
Comunque, potrebbe essere peggio.
Yeah. So, well, this is, let's take the first news first. The 2 billion Norwegian kroners to buy gas for Ukraine. It's fine. It's good, but it's really quite embarrassing, if you ask me. Norway is estimated earning around 800 billion Norwegian kroners more than expected because of the war this year, and it is expected to be more than 1,000 billion Norwegian kroners, so 1 trillion Norwegian kroners next year. So 2 billion is a little bit of a drop in the ocean, in my opinion. But at least there's something. The Bergen engines issue is a long-going thing that has been rolling in the Norwegian news since before the war. There were news, I think, about a year ago that Bergen Engines was about to be sold to Russian owners, and it was stopped. But they've been engaged with a lot of business in Russia. The delivery that they are now doing is an old delivery from before the sanctions. So they are legally allowed to do this. So it's about, I think, 23 refurbished turbines for something. And it doesn't mean that it's okay. I think it should be stopped. But the sanction regime is not able to stop that because it was an ongoing delivery from before the sanctions, something like this. But it's very disappointing, and I think that the board of Bergen Engines, all the people in the board there, should be questioned about why they're doing this. And I will definitely look into sending some emails to the single members of the board of directors there, because it is despicable to contribute to the Russian industry right now.
Absolutely, I fully agree with you. And it's what's even worse is that precisely the wear and tear is one of our best allies. Yes, we've sold for decades a lot of stuff to Russia. Yes, we should have stopped a long time ago. Yes, maybe we should not even have started with it. But at least now our eyes are opened, and what is, and the worst of the worst, a few millions for those very, very large and very, very rich companies. What is a few millions if it saves potentially hundreds of lives? Because that's what is at play. The fastest the sinews of the Russian economy ossify, the fastest the Russians are going to call it quit. And what's more is that the fastest this happens, the less likely it will be for any other country to get bad ideas. It can be any country. I mean, I live in a country that has an expeditionary force, and we don't know. Maybe tomorrow France is going to decide to attack Senegal, and the world is going to have to intervene. And I want the world to be able to tell us that from one day to the next, what we signed in peacetime doesn't hold once you start committing genocide and start breaking all the laws in the book. If you break international law, there is no commercial law that stands. Trade law ends where genocide begins, and that should be accepted by every court in the world. And even if the courts don't accept it, that is a motto every company should live and die by, especially the Norwegian ones.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I hope that I hope, first of all, that it will be stopped. But what I really hope is that it will create some larger debate about the Norwegian effort in the sanctions regime, because we are not the best guys in the book here. We are not obliged by EU sanctions, but we have been adhering to almost all of them. And I'm saying almost because we didn't really agree to all of these. One of them that we didn't, well, they protected the, what they say, the government, is that they protected the joint, I would say, sea or ocean preservation regime that is being well, it's basically it's fishing in the north, and it's regulated so that Russian ships can port in Norway with fish, and they can fish on Norwegian seas, etc. This is some deal that was struck to create a division line in the north, and about 15 years ago or so, and it was seen as a political success because before that Russians were basically fishing all along the border, taking all the fish that they could possibly fish, and now they're under a quota system, which Norway and Russia agrees upon. I believe that we should put an end to this and not let any Russian ship port or even sail in our economic zone. But for now, the government have been, well, lagging behind on this. I believe that unfortunately, our prime minister is a little bit of a peacenik in this regard. He thinks that having some agreement or some relation with Russia, even though 99% of all affairs have been ended, will be useful whenever the war ends. Because when you have contact in some way economically, which the fishery is, it would be easier to resume normal diplomatic relations, etc., and commercial relations whenever that is possible in the future. I am in the belief that this is not something we should even think about. Whatever happens when Russia decides to leave Ukraine should be considered when that has been achieved, and all these demands that the Ukrainian have and should have, and all the ones that we should also have, or for Russia, should be met before we can even think about that. Yeah, so I'm disappointed that we didn't meet them with a hard hand in the north with the fishery, but I'm hoping that things will be better, and maybe this Bergen Engines case will enlighten the debate a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully all the more, because Norwegians are, it pains me to say so, but Norwegians are usually considered as a standard on what ought to be done. Like, you guys are smart and rich and well organized enough that if you guys cannot do it, people will take it as an excuse to not do it themselves. Whereas I think it is the moment to start speaking yet again about the cordon sanitaire. Do you know what it is, Erland, originally?
Can you repeat the
Cordon sanitaire?
The humanitarian corridor?
It is what you do when you want appeasement. There's no cordon sanitaire, mon cher, in Ukraine, because the Russians never hold on to it.
Oh, but the cordon sanitaire.
It doesn't mean a humanitarian corridor. It means basically a DMZ.
It also means exactly the human core. It also means the corridor lines along what is an escape route. That's where it comes from.
No. It comes from the rule that was put together by Prussia and Austria together to prevent the spread of the plague, mostly back in the days when it was still active in Russia. And
Yeah, it's a fire corridor. It's a fire corridor. You burn down everything and cordon everything off. And later on, you cordoned off the troops which escaped. That's why cordon sanitaire has been used in the military for ages.
Yeah, but that's isn't it a good idea? Just make sure.
I agree with you. No, I now know where you want to go with this. If you want to have a cordon sanitaire on Russian territory, or so to say alongside, I mean, Ukraine can do this on its own sovereign territory if it so likes. Having a 100-meter deep zone alongside its border to Russia and make it reasonably well surveyed and impenetrable, that's fine. The cordon sanitaire on the Russian side cannot be enforced unless there's a full capitulation. That is pie in the sky.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't sort of thinking about burning anything, as the point of the cordon sanitaire was you were preventing any trade from crossing the border. And the belief was that if you prevent trade, you prevent the spread of the disease. And I'm starting to think that, well, maybe instead of saying, oh, we can trade this, but not that, and we can trade this, but not that, and we can trade this, but not that, we're creating confusion and we're creating opportunities for smart dudes to go around. Whereas a cordon sanitaire, you close it, and until there is proof that the plague has gone away from the other country, you never ever allow a single ship, a single cart, a single horse to cross this border. That's what a cordon sanitaire is.
If you want that, I'm all in favor. We both know that it will be undermined.
Yeah, but I like the historical ring to it because it was originally designed to keep the Russian plague out, and then the Russian cholera. It worked for the plague, not so much for the cholera, but yeah, there's and then it was reinstated in the 20s. It didn't work this time, but and then again in the 60s, 70s. And I learned recently that the latest proponent, hardcore proponent of the cordon sanitaire was none other than, what was the name again of this American president that was right before Ronald Reagan, the peanut guy.
Carter.
Yeah, Carter. And that he was so hardcore, he said, okay, we stop sending grain anymore. There were a lot of American grain going to Russia. They said, yeah, no, if they want to behave like invading monsters, no more grain. And
yeah, it was not Carter who was hardcore. It was not Carter who was hardcore. I have to disabuse you of that notion. It was Zbigniew Brzezinski, the father of Ian, the better of the three Brzezinskis who are the children.
Okay, well, if you don't mind, I'll go with the hardcore peanut farmer. I quite like the image, even though it may not be 100% historically correct. You know, having
well, you can ask Nick. He lived through the time. He's equally old. Unfortunately, he will have a good will have a good memory. Not fond necessarily, but a good memory. Given the fact that he tends to be centre left, he can not be easily admonished for not liking Carter.
I remember Jimmy Carter principally because his brother was always in the news for doing something slightly silly, and Zbigniew Brzezinski's was just the sort of the worst hand you could possibly get at Scrabble.
I spit it on my phone. That's not very smart. Thank you, Nick. All right. After this quick historical overview of the consequences of what Ireland taught us. And hopefully when Jörg comes up, he knows quite a lot about the politics of Norway. We'll be able to rekindle this subject. But for the moment, I need to apologize for the second time in under an hour. I hope it's not going to become too much of an habit, because I said something silly when Bayonada prompted me, saying, "Isn't the oil price going to go down again because our friends of OPEC are opening the valves?" I went, no. I've got 2 weeks old information that say the contrary, and it has shown me that I was mistaken. Bayonada, what did I miss?
I don't know, Ben. I don't know. There were reports saying they would increase the oil price. There were reports they would not increase the oil price. So I'm not really sure, but I'm sure you had a closer look on this now.
If by closer look you mean I scanned through a couple of headlines, yes, I have. If you mean I went deep into the articles, no, not at all.
No.
I'm going to try to say something, and then if it is wrong, I invite every and anyone to come up and tell me to my face that I'm an idiot. And then we'll fight. There's going to be blood. It's going to be mud. It's going to be entertainment. Or we're just going to speak about oil. So what Bayonada has shown me is the fact that apparently OPEC is starting to float the idea that may be consolidated on December 4th of increasing production, or at least increasing quotas. The reason why it matters is that, more production, lower prices. But more importantly, is that it might very well be that the Russians, either willingly or unwillingly, may stop exporting a large part of their oil, either because people will go, we have no idea how this cap system works. We're terrorized of falling foul to the Europeans. They might seize our ships. They might not want to trade with us anymore. They might not want to release our money. They might kick us out of their banks. God knows what. We're worried. Let's not trade in any Russian oil at all. Or the Russians might decide to play hardball and not send their oil. If you don't want us, we're not gonna beg and withhold their oil exports. All this in order to increase the price in the world market. You could have been worried that, and honestly, I was worried that the other OPEC producers were only too happy at that prospect, thinking, great, higher prices, and we don't have to reduce production. Fantastic. But we're starting to be in a recession. I assume that the oil producers are perfectly aware of the fact that if oil prices go too far up, that might make the recession worse. And if the recession is really bad, consumption of oil is going to collapse. And if consumption of oil collapses, it is their money that we will stop providing. And as a result, what Bayonada is telling us, and if it's not the case, it's entirely Bayonada's fault, to underline this, is that potentially they're increasing production to make up for any shortfall that may ensue from the limitation of export from Russia. So it's a tremendous, if it happens, the simple fact that is mentioned, and if it happens, is a tremendous slap in the face of Russia and of the Kremlin. It shows that the ultimate weapon that they wanted to wed, the sword of oil, the one thing that they knew they could rest upon, all they can't. It's their mighty weapon. It's very limp, and once again they're miscalculated, and they are they've proved incapable of doing anything of worth when it comes to strategy. It's not surprising, but it's always fun when it happens. It's a bit like a good old Scooby-Doo movie or something like that. Muckers, I'm very upset with you because we started the evening with you saying you calling me my lovely and being super kind with me, and since then you haven't said a word and you're letting me speak like an idiot. And please help me.
Sorry, sweetheart. Yeah, I still love you. I do have something that you might be able to speak on here. Canada have released Ukraine sovereignty bonds, which is apparently towards helping the government fund Ukraine. And I don't know very much about bonds, so maybe you could help me out there.
I'm sorry, I was drinking a cup of water and I completely missed what you were saying. Something is bad. So, I think Muckers is right, and I will die on that hill. I don't know why, but this is a hill I will die on.
I was asking you about Canada and the Ukraine sovereignty bonds that they've released.
Oh, yeah, that's very disappointing. I was hoping for something complex. I was hoping for there's tons and tons and tons of stories to share about countries or companies issuing bonds for another country or another company, brokering something, and then it's complicated. And if this happens, then that, and if this happens, then that. Super complex, wonderful histories we could relish upon. And the result is no, it's nothing. It's just Canada issuing bonds and saying that that money will be sent to Ukraine. Thank you, goodbye. Yeah, that's it. It's just a lot of money coming from the Canadian taxpayer. Well, not yeah, let's say taxpayer going to Ukraine because they're good guys and they stand for freedom. Yeah, there's nothing much else I can be saying on that.
Okay, I still don't properly understand what bonds are, but I'm just going to say, great, thanks.
Bonds are loans. They're just loans that can be easily traded on the market.
Thank you.
You know what else can be easily traded in the market?
Go on.
Of course. M777s. I'm being told they're very good ones that can be acquired easily. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do you know someone who can disabuse me?
I see someone has an opinion, yeah. Go ahead, CJ.
No, I am just sharing to the nest. I don't know if you already announced it, our great co-host here, but the Thomas Steiner 5-hour artillery spectacular between two HIMARS session just dropped on Spotify. So if you want to relive what was more than, I guess, almost a quarter of a day of artillery conversation, please check out the MriyaReport on Spotify and give it a listen, give it a like. Want to go back, analyze his words, find out some good hidden humor in there with such one-liners as, quote, Iran is going through some things right now. I don't know how any of that's going to be topped, but it was an incredible time and thing to be a part of.
It was real fun. We could have done, by the way, you need to get to the point that we do this for 6 hours, because then it becomes a real part of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like we should be paying the good listeners to tune in because it's, yeah, it was quite a marathon. I think it was a much more positive session than other times in regards to, in the last month or so since Thomas's previous interview, a lot of European countries have started to step up in terms of air defense ever so slightly more. So I think his anger and ire was redirected elsewhere, towards Iran and Russia. So as Europe slowly but surely, along with the United States and others, gets Ukraine more equipment that it needs, I think will make Thomas happy, and that'll make me happy as well.
CJ, a quick question before we go further. How's your bum?
Ben, I feel like you can't ask questions like that. Although I will say there is a spoiler alert for later this week. Our incredible production team at the MriyaReport has put together one of the most hilarious graphic images I've ever seen in my life to commemorate the 5-hour interview. And for some reason, well, I'm obviously a fella in the picture, but I also have a stream of Gimler's propulsion coming out of my behind. So everyone get ready for that, because that is truly one of the most incredible Photoshop jobs I've ever seen in my life. And I've seen a lot of bad memes.
Okay, this is something I'm truly looking forward to. What I was asking was, you told us that you had a bit of an emotional day 2 days ago. Slight parachute malfunction. I wanted to know if you were okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah. A significant emotional event is what we say when you have a near-death experience. I wouldn't say it was close to death. My parachute had twists going from the canopy release assembly all the way up to the riser assembly, and then also all the way up to the actual canopy itself. So it was a lot of twists, so it didn't really open all the way. Fell pretty fast, but yeah, just some ibuprofen and ice, and you can walk that off. Unlike the Russians and Hostomel or some of the other helicopter assaults, they're not walking that one off. So I feel pretty lucky myself.
Marcus, shall we let CJ's fan ask question to the CJ?
Can I ask CJ quickly? Was it a squared chute or a round chute?
T11 square is the main parachute of most NATO armies. I'd have to double check. Some are still using the T10 circular ones, but most have moved on to T11 or T11 types. So these things, you have way less control where you end up, but they fall a little bit slower. So they're tend to be preferred. So yeah, T11 square.
Bayanada, please go ahead.
Alrighty, Ben, I just sent you a cool statistic, and I just wanted to read it out. So for everyone. All right. Oh, no, it doesn't open. Oh God. Just give me a second. It's about all the dead Russians, and someone made a fairly nice statistic, and yeah. All right. If we have 84,600 killed Russian soldiers, using the average weight of a Russian male, 80 kilograms, the combined weight of liquidated troops comes to around 6,768 tons, or 1,692 adult Asian elephants. Using the average Russian male height of 1 meter 67, if you stack them liquidated troops head to foot, you would reach the height of 451 Eiffel Towers. Also, if you would take all the LADAs awarded as compensation for liquidated troops, you would make a 360-kilometer long traffic jam, assuming LADA grantas bumper to bumper. So if we hear around 85,000 killed troops, and it's a number hard to comprehend, just think about 316 kilometers of LADAs bumper to bumper, and yeah, that's an kind of impressive view, my point of yeah.
Thank you, Bayanada. CJ, translation in American is 2 Tennessees.
Oh God, don't start this again. Yeah, 2 Tennessees. or 3 Massachusetts or 50 Rhode Islands, whatever kind of unit of measurement you want to use, anything but a damn meter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
in the UK, any area is relative to any area of geographically is always relative to the size of Wales. I don't know why. An area the size of Wales.
No,
it's about it's around yeah 400 freedom square meters per artillery shell or something like this. All right, enough jokes. What was too bad of a joke CJ dropped actually.
Yeah, he was outraged, but he's still around. Christopher, please go ahead.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. Thanks for the space. Always appreciate listening. There was a question earlier about what a bond was, and I happen to know what a bond is, so I thought I'd just throw this in there. A bond is basically a type of loan. So it's when you purchase a bond directly from an issuer, you're basically giving them a loan of the principal, and then there's what's called a coupon rate, which is a percent of interest that you're paid on that principal as you hold the bond over time. And then at the end of the period, the principal, which is the amount that the purchase price of the bond, the face price of the bond is returned to you. So that's what a bond is. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you very much. I also had a lovely speaker send me a write-up of exactly how they work. So thank you very much. I'm learning every day.
Great. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
I guess that was a bond in a word. Well, thank you, Christopher. That was very helpful.
No problem. Thank you.
CJ, I'm going to be honest. I've got a ton of work, and I need to prepare an interview for Wednesday, and then these sort of things. What do you think was truly important that was said on the very, very long interview of yesterday that I couldn't listen to?
The most important thing, or the main takeaway, would be probably that Ukraine needs more things, which isn't necessarily a new insight by any stretch of the matter. But what Thomas focuses on is the point that Ukraine fights with the vehicles they have, and it leads them to take a certain tactical approach to a lot of different things. The fact is they have a lot of wheeled vehicles, and so they're not able to get through the muddy terrain of certain parts of Luhansk and Zaporizhia as easily and as well as they would like. So it forces them into a point where they have to make decisions that they probably would be better off not making if they didn't have to. So by giving them more equipment, it gives them more options in which to basically save more of their people and recapture their territory more quickly. So that would be one of the main takeaways. And the other important takeaway, of course, as he said, is it doesn't really matter what Russia brings to bear in terms of getting more artillery ammunition from North Korea or getting more ballistic and cruise missiles and drones from Iran. At the end of the day, if Ukraine can continue to focus on getting better air defenses and more artillery pieces, these sort of things will sort themselves out. And by that I mean, he has the supreme confidence in the Ukrainian people, of whom he lived amongst for 8 years, specifically during Euromaidan. So he knows a thing or two, at least as a foreigner, what Ukraine is about. And he's kind of thinks that the war has been decided in Ukraine's favor for quite some time, even if it will take a lot more time to be finished. But it's just important to note that really it's a question of how much do other countries want to stand by and watch while Ukraine wins, right? People can contribute to this effort and make it go a lot quicker and save a lot of Ukrainian lives if they decide to help more. And that's why this is an important point. Not to degrade people for not giving more, really, but to encourage them to be part of the solution to this point, because the outcome is inevitable.
Thank you, CJ. Actually, I lied to you a little bit. I did hear 5 minutes of the interview, which I thought was absolutely wonderful. and also that can lead to quite a bit of discussion between us. And it was the fact that what Thomas was saying was that we're too often are trying to get the perfect weapon, whereas quite okay should be just fine, and we should send quite okay. And was taking an example. I think that he was saying those Gepards are working damn fine. Unfortunately, there's not enough of those. Let's take a few anti-air weapon, the chassis of some Leopard, and the radar from some airplane. Let's put everything together with glue. Doesn't matter. It's not quite up to standard with a Gepard. At least it will shut down a number of enemy drones. Do you have other examples of things that could be Frankensteined a little bit this way?
Just before you answer that, I'm just going to pop in and say good night, folks, because I'm off to my bed. So good night, Ben. Love you. Bye.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw that Thomas kind of laid out that was super effective to helping explain the problem is, there's a lot of sites in Ukraine that need protecting, but there's, a limited number of electrical stations and power stations that need protecting. And by his calculations, somewhere between 50 and 100, but the number exists and it's probably, under 100. And the reason why this is important is because these positions aren't going anywhere, right? They're in a fixed spot, which is good and bad. It's bad because it means that Russia knows exactly where they are, but it's good because, basically they can be defended by point air defenses. So things like CRAMs, things like short range autocannons, and so on and so forth can provide the protection on these sites permanently without necessarily, the high costs of expensive missile systems. And so what he was trying to explain was what I've been trying to get across now for a couple of days. He did a much better job than I did, was this idea that people are a bit too concerned about the pricing options for air defenses, because what they see is these three systems like IRIS-T, which are overmatching, Iranian drones and some other systems, and they take down ballistic missiles and NASAMS and a lot of advanced air defense systems, and they say, wow, these systems are very expensive to shoot down, in some cases, some very cheap missiles and drones. This is not sustainable. And the reality, it is sustainable if they get more air defenses, if they have this multi-layered defense, right? The integration of air defense is not just based on range, it's based on type of missile, it's based on type of interceptor, it's based on the type of radar you assign. So if you could imagine, basically a protective shield around Ukraine, it has all these different layers to it. So you have these very advanced IRIS-T systems, for example. Germany said they would give at least a few more in the somewhat near future. And so with that in mind, if you have enough air defense to cover the whole country, and the Ukrainian general staff or Ukrainian officials put out they need about 10 to 15 of these systems or like these systems, what happens is you can save these high-tech, expensive anti-air missiles for the best that Russia or Iran can throw at them, meaning the ballistic missiles that are very difficult to intercept. And so that means you're not going to be wasting these missiles on cruise missiles or drones or anything else. Next, now that the ballistic missiles are theoretically taken care of, you have, of course, cruise missiles, which, although they can pack quite a punch, they fly quite slow, quite low, and are very easy to shoot down, even by shoulder-fired man-pads and by autocannons. And so now, you can use some of these smaller, much cheaper missiles to engage the cruise missiles because you've covered the whole situation. And then last but not least, for the drones that somehow make their way through this sort of security blanket, you have autocannons, which are very cheap at these fixed points because the power stations are going to be there and drones are going to come from them. So it's pretty simple from there. But if Ukraine doesn't get a multitude of systems that can do a multitude of different things, it will be very expensive because they'll have to use IRIS-T and NASAMS to shoot everything down. And they'll get backfilled with more ammunition, but there's a much more effective way to do it and a more cost-effective way to do it. And it's by giving them a lot more systems.
And maybe still a few from the Argentinians. No? All right. No takers? Never mind. The reference was to the fact that apparently the UK is going to use cannons that it's got from the Argentinians in the Falklands back in '82, and send them to Ukraine to shoot down drones. So good, I guess. Anyway, thank you, CJ. That was very thorough. That was very complete, and as usual, that was extremely clear. And I'm sorry, I'm still writing to the US head of staff to ban you from jumping. You'll be perfectly allowed to jump again when you're 80. No one like those guys were doing in Normandy. Those who jumped in 44, and after 84 or something like that, they kept jumping every year. That's great. You can do that. But until then, you're staying on the ground. Talking about people who are too precious to lose, let's welcome Daryl. Welcome, Craig. How do you do, my friends?
Good evening, Ben.
Okay, good evening. So, since no one is speaking, you're forcing me to dig into my econ notes and come up with commentaries on that. It's going to be boring, it's going to be long, and you can stop me at any time by coming up and asking a question.
You know I'm gonna do it right.
I know you're going to do it. Before that, I wanted to send very, very warm round of applause to our friends from Finland, because apparently the Finnish rail carrier VR Group Limited is now banned from Russia. Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know how important that is. I hope someone from Finland can come up and tell us about it. Maybe now, maybe tomorrow. But that's very interesting for two reasons. The first one is that it confirms what friend of the show, Ika Korinen, from the Finnish central bank had told us, which was that Finland is becoming an island. They're cutting their ties with Russia very rapidly, and this is important for them because trade with Russia was their main overland trade. Now they can only trade with the rest of the world, which almost entirely goes through the port of Helsinki, and that's it. That's and that's what commitment to the cordon sanitaire is. You don't trade with a nation committing genocide. You don't trade with a nation that is threatening peace in Europe. Yeah, Ireland. Maybe our friends in Finland will take good notes, although I am definitely not pretending that my own country is any better in this. CJ, please go ahead.
No, I just had a brief question for Daryl and Craig, our favorite train fans. I don't know, there's got to be a better word for that. I'll think of it in a little bit for the train fan club we have here. I want to know, is this hopium or copium, the issues Russia is having with their rail cars? Is it a very convenient, very comforting fiction that they're having trouble getting rail cars due to parts, or is it actually a real problem for them?
I'm gonna defer to Craig.
Here's what I'll say about that. And actually, I joined because I wanted to talk about your favorite subject, and that's artillery, and more importantly, Russian artillery, what they're firing, what kinds, right? So know your enemy sort of stuff. But in regards to trains, what you're seeing again is this cannibalization of parts, but also cannibalization of labor. The cannibalization of labor is what's going to eventually break down the system of the commercial train system. If you don't believe me, just look here at the United States. We have a possible union strike for railroads here soon. Labor is not something to be discounted. And what I mean by that is that what the mobilization did is that it sucked productivity out of the economy. Ben would know this as well as anybody, that if you extract hundreds of thousands of people, namely men, then you're going to affect heavy industry. And so part of what I think part of this breakdown is one, the military is going in and taking parts from the commercial, semi-commercial nationalized companies, which prevents their trains from getting fixed, which prioritizes military trains and transport and needs and necessity, et cetera, et cetera. So I would think of this again more of the parasitical relationship that I have to understand. To me, it's incredible that yes, while Russia is firing shells and they're not very effective, and there's this quota system, to me, the simple fact that they're actually able to sustain that level of fire, quota or otherwise, is, I'll be frank, somewhat odd. And I wish, and I understand the Ukrainian military is refocusing Kherson and those type of things. And I can guarantee you, when our focus was on Kharkiv, the same thing is going to be there south of Zaporizhia, Melitopol, and Tokmak within the relatively near future. I would estimate. So good to get an idea of their logistical throughput if they're able to fire that many shells a day.
And one of the points.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, CJ, that article, did they mention the type of cars by chance in it?
It was mainly referring to just, normal rolling stock, I guess. Oh, look at that. Sorry. Actually, there's a Gimler's falling over my head. Oh, that's very cool. Okay. Sorry, everyone. You got to stop and appreciate the HIMARS every now and then. Any case, it was normal rolling stock. And that is just what I heard, just random and average transport cars. So, yeah, sorry, I don't have more details, but I'm not a train spotter by trade.
I got you, because what makes the difference is if they are like commercial type cars in which they would carry box cars that are full of commercial goods, or are they exactly like flat cars that are carrying equipment? I mean, yes, they do carry some box cars with they load out with the ammo and stuff like that. But the reason I'm asking that is because if they are running out of those particular types, which means because they are moving them back and forth so often, yes, that would be great, because that means that the buggies that they're using are wearing out. And the more cars they take offline, the longer that logistics strain that Craig mentions gets, because they have to rework the cars, lift cars, move cars out of the way, thereby blocking other tracks. With these bad cars, they block tracks out, and they can no longer use certain sections of the railroad as well to do things, because they set off these bad cars, unless they actually just lift them off or shove them over to get them out of the way.
And so I'm getting information, Daryl, from our favorite John Ridge. Again, I'm a poor man's John Ridge, that it is railheads involved. And my follow-up would be based on that. Craig, in the last 9 months, have we seen any indication, with the loss of so much manpower and the complete change of the Russian economy, that their truck fleet has gotten better or more improved in the last 9 months since the war started?
No, but I think that if you want me to put it succinctly, I think Russia is taking this far more seriously than we maybe had contemplated. And I mean that respective of the effort and in terms of the parasitical juice that it is sucking out of the economy. And it's not necessarily anymore the quality, it's the volume that's involved now. The mobilization, again, I reminded people several months ago that this was not a mobilization necessarily of combat power, but a mobilization of labor. It is to get things to the front, to sustain fire, to get the shells, get the guns, we're talking a serious effort here on behalf of Russia. Now, is it doomed to failure? Of course it is. We all understand this. But it's no longer the quality. Those have been destroyed, ripped apart, disorganized, and spread thin. Was it Ben? I think it was Ben. You had retweeted something that had to do with restoring 1965 transport vehicles and this elaborate ceremony with Russian and DNR flags, or whatever the case may be. And these were refurbished 1965 vehicles. So clearly, the effort into finding every single thing they can is serious. And I would underline that by emphasizing that 10% that you had mentioned that 10% is prioritization of military transports, ammunition, soldiers, food, and everything else. That is, again, I emphasize the word parasitical because the more the military becomes the powerhouse, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The military needs more, we deliver more. The military needs more, we deliver more, right? And it's only a matter of time before that 10% goes to 15 to 20, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think it's getting better. I was just thinking that it's getting more voluminous to a degree that, again, I think respectively, we might have misunderstood. I wouldn't say underestimated, but certainly misunderstood.
Well, I think in things we got wrong, Craig, I mean, the capacity for Russians to use barges across the Dnipro, I think we maybe underestimated either how much they need or how much they could get across. To some degree, I think obviously we were generally right with our napkin math, but then I wonder what else could we be wrong about. But in real, on a real side of this, though, as you mentioned, and this is where I need you guys who are the experts on this. I assume that if people, of course, are taken out of heavy labor and heavy industry to fight, or really just to die, I guess in this case, I assume then the same thing happens with the trucks. That the trucks are taken out to move these people and start being commandeered, as it would be for military activities. That'll also be a pretty big hit to the economy as well.
I would certainly agree. I'd be interested in what Daryl's thoughts are on transporting oil and other things aside from commercial reasons, reshifting it and reprioritizing those rail lines out of Rostov-on-Don, Bielograd. Maybe not so much to Bielograd anymore. It might be a critical junction to send things south to satellite depots and hubs, something akin to some like Liman. It's an outskirt of, say, Donetsk, right? But something along those lines, I think, is something to keep an eye on. I would emphasize that anything headed south from Zaporizhia is going to stop and end at one place, and that's Bilmak, Bilmak. It doesn't get a lot of attention. It hasn't been high-marsed yet, but certainly if you look at the road junctions, if you look at the rail, that is going to be another critical node that runs directly west from Mariupol. I think, CJ, didn't you post something yesterday about reserves moving from east to west out of Mariupol? Certainly something to think about in terms of these isolated areas that we may not be seeing. If you want to talk about getting something wrong, maybe we need to get away from Melitopol and shift our eyes 200 kilometers to the east, because I think that is going to be far more important, along with Ilyovaisk and several other rail junctions that are going to be critical to moving men and material.
Well, the one thing about those old cars, Craig, is that you need facilities to be able to offload oil, and typically your oil terminals are purpose built. You can't just roll a car into any oil car to any terminal and offload it. So they are going to have to either find capacity if it's there, or build capacity. And I'm going to say that it's going to be historical points where these items are going to be built, where they actually going to have these. So if there was a oil terminal or a oil facility, something where they have the piping, the tubing, the pumps, and the things that you need in those areas to do that, I would really, if I was Ukraine, be looking at historical maps, finding out where those items are. And those would be the first places that would be needing some attention, we should say. So that's the first thing. And then once if I'm not mistaken, that's the little city that has roads that lead north and south, and rail lines that come in west to east, but more of a easternly direction somewhat. So yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's also a World War II city that was very important, if I'm not mistaken as well, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think CJ dropped down, but John Ridge is lurking in the background. So clearly, John Ridge and CJ are one and the same person. I'm going to go ahead and hypothesize that. But I think you're spot on in terms of these nodes, right? I mean, we just go back to the principle when it comes to logistics of that upriver principle, right? So let's say you see a train pull into Bielograd, right? And you say to yourself, well, that's great. Let's HIMARS junction at Bielograd. Okay, what does that really do relative to the overall situation, right? I would say it's important, but what might be more efficient is to find where that train came from. So while you're doing HIMARS in Bielograd and you're doing this in Ilyovaisk and other areas, it's important to find where the node of that gas transportation, that oil transportation came from. Because clearly, even as CJ pointed out, the number of, how ironic, right? That the number of power stations for Ukraine is finite, but so is exactly the facility that you just described, Daryl. These things are not easy things to hide. You can't put them behind a McDonald's and have a truck pull up, fill it full of gas, and move on, right? These are clearly identifiable industrial areas. So I think that we have seen before that in, what was it, Moscow, St. Petersburg, industrial cities to the east, all over the place, you're going to see these things go up. And I would preface that that's not coincidental. That is part of a larger effort to reduce Russian abilities to do X, Y, and Z further down the pipeline, or further downriver, I should say. It's not just to kind of poke an eye in somebody's face, right? Or poke your thumb in somebody's eye, I should say.
And when we start talking about even your like offloading your equipment, you're going to need roller type railheads. You're going to actually need the type of railheads where cars pull up and they actually can take the train and roll every piece of equipment off of it. You start damaging those type of places along the rail, you actually start hindering. Now there are alternate ways to do it, which the flat cars you can do multiple things to get them offloaded. But like I said, the liquids, your POLs and things of that nature, they are specifically handled. So those places are very separated in most places because they handle hazardous materials. People don't like to put those places near population centers for a particular reason, because if there are industrial accidents, you don't kill a bunch of folks. So that's, you start looking at the rail lines, and then you start looking at the branch lines off of it, find out where they are, and that can tell you where you need to be. That'll tell you points what Craig is talking about, the terminal points, because those are going to be the points that you're going to see all the trucks pulled together. You're going to see all the men amassed to do the work that needs to be done to move this equipment and material around.
Daryl, Craig, I've got a quick question, sorry. How long does it take before typically some heavy refurbishment has to be done in the typical rail cart?
You have 100-day cycle. It's like a 90-day cycle. Cars here in the U.S., that's what the FRA they mandate, is you have to look at these cars every 80 to 90 days or so. That's a maintenance cycle, so that the cars are within, the brakes are good, the wheels are within limits, because that's another factor. We talk about the bearings, but the wheel sets themselves can wear. You start getting wear on the flanges. If you look at a rail wheel, they have a little bump right at the end of the wheel that is where it guides on the inside of the rail to keep the car on the track. You start getting those wheels sharp. In other words, they start creating more of instead of a rounded end, those angles start getting sharper. Then you run the risk of, at switching points, the wheels actually going through the point where the rail mates up, lifting up, and then they go then the car is trying to roll in two tracks at the same time, and that is called a derailment. Big time. So those are things you also have to look for when you talk about maintenance of the cars, and the time frames and why you need to do that, because you need to inspect these cars to make sure they are within standards of of safety in continuing down the rail.
And general time frame between two changes?
They can wear the wear is there's no set time frame for the wear. It's just the way the car, how many curves does the car negotiate on a trip. Those type of things can wear wheel sets out. If they're in mountainous regions, wheel sets can wear out a lot quicker than ones that are basically on tangent or straight track.
Okay, you're too much of a gentleman to give me a straight answer.
Well, no, because it varies.
I appreciate that.
No, because like if a coal car, most of your coal comes out of mountains. Your coal car wheel sets will wear a lot quicker because they are negotiating mountainous terrain. Your intermodal trains, ones that go from port cities to across country, typically they on pretty straight. When I say straight, I mean for the majority of the trip, they are not in mountainous curves and things like that. And so the wheel sets tend to last a little bit longer. Plus the coal cars, the weight and negotiating the curves plays a factor. So there's multiple things that can cause cars to wear more than others. And I'm just giving you conditions that create that difference, because it really matters. And there's a lot of other factors that go into this: greasing of the rail, and just the degree of curvature in the track. Other things can go into it that actually can wear them out as well, but those are the two primary things.
Okay, so I still don't know if we're talking weeks, month, years. Give me a range.
It really is an arbitrary factor of where the.
All right. You keep your cards close to your chest. I understand. Never mind. We're lucky because we're joined by an Irish fellow. Awesome. Please go ahead.
Hey Ben, how's it going? Very very nice round of teasing there on Daryl for his explanation of the wheels being worn out. So first of all, I'm just curious about the title of this space, Russia withdrawing from Zaporizhia. Is that something that's happening, or is that something we're discussing for the future?
It is something that was announced as likely and even as certain by some well-introduced Russian OSINT people, not OSINT, how do I put it? Military bloggers, yeah. Well-introduced military bloggers are saying that the Russians are going to withdraw from the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, give the keys to the IAEA, and then the IAEA will be free to do with it whatever it damn pleases, establish its own republic there, sell it for parts, or give it back to Ukraine.
Okay, that's brilliant. That's good to hear.
Russian troops. Let me add one thing just to clarify this. Russian troops have been withdrawing from Enodar and its surroundings in recent weeks already. The troop presence has been reduced significantly, substantially. There's evidence of this starting about 5.5 weeks ago. There were troops which were quartered and quartermastered in a hotel complex, a spa complex close to the lake, which had then literally taken everything they could and put this into their trucks. I mean, absolutely everything they could consider to be Western luxury, which we would consider to be a necessity, meaning white goods, fridges, freezers, toasters, washing machines, the likes, vacuum cleaners, everything. from both the hotel, the restaurant, surrounding apartments, and that's that. These troops have not been, replaced. Other troops and their BMPs have left. There's satellite imagery from about 3 weeks ago in that regard. This has continued. Everybody who was really into this has seen this, could have seen this, had it available. Russian military bloggers now coming up with this is just a sign that the good faith gesture, the gesture of goodwill, the preponderance of we need to evacuate statements is just preceding what we've been saying on the space, that at some point in time, their position becomes militarily, supply-wise, untenable. That it is. Therefore, they leave.
That's good. I mean, obviously, it's fucking not good for the people who've had their appliances stripped from their homes and stuff.
Yeah, but they have their freedom then.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely agree. And going back to, I heard someone mention certain people being banned from Russia. I saw an article there yesterday that 54 politicians from Ireland were banned from going to Russia, which they unequivocally said they hadn't planned on doing anyway. But it led
These
to
guys should never be paying for their drinks within the pale.
Yeah. So it led to 25 people from the Russian, well, I say people, creatures from the Russian embassy being deported. So that's a positive outcome from that. Hopefully the rest go with them soon.
Boys fella, are they now properly beyond the pale then?
You could say that. You could say that. Yeah.
Stuff them and shit on them. Get rid of them. Bastards.
Oh yeah, and give their embassy to Ukrainians to live in, and they can do with it what they please.
Wasn't it the place for the pigeons of Dublin? But then again, we digress.
Axel, there was a very good pun that I'm surprised you left on the editing floor. They've been quartered. No, they will be hanged.
But they could be tarred and feathered. They could be tarred and feathered.
Be careful. I know people who've been expelled from Twitter for that very same threat.
Oh God, please, yes. Give me this. I think since Elon is back, we can actually bloody well say truth. We can state truth to power without being constantly on the lookout. Yes, we have to be PG 13, 14, 15, whatever our American friends say. But let's just say it very clearly. If the bastards from Russia leave Ireland, that's a grand day.
I wonder how many countries have they started leaving from at this point, because at some point they got to run out of those credit cards and that money, and have to start living on the economy. And you would think that these countries would be a little bit apprehensive about Russians trying to get jobs and things of that nature to stay.
Tons of cash now, tons of cash, lots of real estate, lots of cutouts, lots of interactive actions, lots of lawyers' accounts, trust accounts, lots of stuff to do for us. We're way not finished.
Well, then that means that their treasury has to be going down. I mean, their reserves have to be going down to foreign currency, because all this foreign spending has implications.
What's 2-3 billion between friends?
I could use it in my bank account.
Daryl, we're not soliciting, but when Ukraine takes back Crimea, we'll be there and building. If that makes $1 billion over 10 years, I'm fair.
I'm good. I'll take it. But yeah,
Ukraine will get it, but we'll be there building it.
no,
That's how the
well,
Marshall Plan worked, you know.
Yes, it did. It did. And a lot of countries were built very well afterwards. They came back pretty strong.
I think I might know one. If only they knew how to release them dang wildcats.
Yeah, kitty.
I think Balance has a question. Yeah,
Say
I
again?
think I'm going to start, Daryl. I think I'm going to start a new war. I'm going to pronounce a Lithuanian name with a Portuguese accent. Betedish Parushkash. Please go ahead. The guy with the horse. Mr. B? Yeah.
Mr. Barsukas?
No, he went to get the pitchfork. I'm done for.
Oh, there he is. He just took his hand and put it down. Bereshkas.
Hello?
Hello. Yes.
Oh boy.
We read you.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. For short, the topic of Nord Stream comes up short for me shortly after the bloody conquest. Yanukovych, Altmaier, Steinmeier, Schröder, Gabriel, Schwesig, Merkel, etc. pp. Scholz was even involved. What's that? After only few months, they wound up Nord Stream after bloody conquering of Crimea, and the whole world watched it. And now they're giving helmets and vests. Hey, I'm down. Hey, bye-bye. Or not? You have question? This comes too short. Sorry. Yeah. I'm drinking coffee and sitting here. What's now? And waiting 9 months. I'm hearing wiadomości, newsletters. Yeah. I'm very sorry. You hear me?
I'm
Hello?
sorry. Yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry. I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not an English speaker, native, and I have to say I'm not sure I quite understand what you're getting at. I'm sure it's very emotional and it comes from the heart. If you have any problem, you can contact us in writing. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming up and speaking. If it's quite okay with you, I think we can move on to Balanced Life and his ambulance. Thank you, Betedish.
Good evening, guys. Ben, Daryl, thanks so much for hosting and keeping the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, nearly going on a year, rapidly approaching. So thanks for doing what you're doing. To be fair, I noticed that Axel, while jumping in once in a while, he's not actually hosting. And I have a question for Axel and Doman. And so it's not that I don't think that you or Daryl could connect on this thing, but I think it's just more geared to them. So I'm gonna wait until the morning in the United States, early morning, to connect with them on this question. It's not super complex, but it's just something that I think that they're more they might be able to
Come on,
well,
Balance. Ask the question. We'll see.
okay, Axel, there you are.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
But I'm just.
I feel bad.
You know,
You're not
listening
hosting,
in between.
so I don't want to.
No,
Okay.
no,
I
no,
feel
no.
bad
It's
when you're not
late.
hosting.
No, it's early in the morning, and you shouldn't because Ben and Daryl are great, and Alan is as well. So that's not even the point. But no, Doman is asleep now finally because he did a long shift and he was talking his tongue off. So please ask your
I
question.
imagine
If
so.
you have an answer, that's great. Otherwise, we'll do it in the morning.
And no disrespect, Daryl and Ben. Honestly, you guys are awesome. Alan also. I just, anyway. All right.
It's okay.
Okay.
You're playing
So
favorites. You're playing favorites.
I am
Go for it.
totally, and I do it openly.
No, no, no.
I do it openly. All right. So, okay. I do not want to flip the topic, especially on a space that is, this, the construct of it is very well defined. So if this question doesn't fit the appropriate time, please advise me. With respect to Iran and the assistance that they are helping Russia in the disgusting genocidal invasion of Ukraine, I am curious to know what the extent do you think that they can go to without being viewed as the next, the second leg in what could rapidly be defined as in I mean, pardon me for saying so, but like an axis of evil. They're providing armaments. I had heard on this space that it's pretty clear that there are Republican Guard in potentially Ukraine, most certainly Russia, maybe other countries. So my question more specifically is, to what extent do you think that Iran will continue to support Russia? How far will they go? It's a little general, but thank you.
No, I think it's a fair question. I think, by the way, Ben and Daryl are equally well disposed in attending to it. However, I could say,
I should not have said that about Ben and Daryl.
no,
I'm sorry,
not
guys.
at all.
I feel terrible.
No, on the contrary, because Daryl and I have one thing in common. We really view Iran with cold, very cold wrath, knowing what they've done in the past and how they've treated the Americans in the embassy, how they've treated prisoners of war in the Iranian-Iraqi war, how they've treated foreigners, captives, how they've supported Hezbollah, how they've been a force of evil all across the world, all the way down to Venezuela, how they've manicured their propositions to the United States, France, Germany, and Britain, how they've driven US politics around the bend, and how they managed to attain the JCPOA, and how they managed to gain even Russia to go to bat for them, because that's their desire and their design. So, Daryl and I could talk about this until the cows come home. However, in terms of how they will support, will Iran commit to ballistic missiles to be given to Russia? It's not unlikely. Iran, however, does fear that at some point in time, someone from a very resilient and no nonsense, no frills, no holds barred nation will just take out whatever they have. You should write down on the whiteboard in your office the word Osirak and understand what is at stake for Iran. They know exactly what will happen if they go beyond. So they have to run a tightrope. They want to participate in whatever Russia can still give them until Russia falls. They're not completely stupid. Yes, they're evil, but they're not completely stupid. They can see the writing on the wall already, which is why they've been partnering up with China for a long time already. China, unfortunately, only has liquidity, and China is difficult. And China believes itself to be as chosen as Iran believes it is, or sorry, the current regime of Iran believes it is. So they'll make a pragmatic decision at some point in time. They may be as Belarusian or Hungarian to Russia as they can be. If the pressure on Iran is hard, and if they know that the punishment which could be dished out to them is quite utterly existential, no, they won't do it. But that's my view.
Thank you so much. I do have a follow-up, but I want to wait for Colby to jump in.
Iran's supply of Russia with weapons is just the latest chapter in their long story of malign influence all over the world, which Axel already alluded to. And some of us have been very clear-eyed about this malign influence and the threat that the Iranian regime has posed to the world since the revolution. And Balanced, I don't need to tell you about the certain political factions in the United States that ignored the Iranian malign influence for their own very egotistical and self-centered motives at the expense of many poor people around the world, but particularly in the Middle East, who were subjected to unspeakable crimes by the criminal alliance of Iran, Syria, and Putin's Russia. And it is a great shame that previous American administrations allowed that to go very much unchecked. And I believe that it is long past due for the previous policy of maximum pressure applied to the Iranian regime to return so that we can assist the Iranian people in their struggle for freedom and more swiftly end Iran's material support to Russia.
Thanks so much, Colby. I really appreciate it. I don't think that it's any mystery. You know, a lot of bases and otherwise, and now in more of kind of an analog way, working in person to try and do what I can as an American citizen to assist with, you know, attempting to assist in whatever way I can and supporting the citizens that are in full revolt in Iran against that regime. And so I am tentative to ask insights with regards to your guys' view on how you see the things on the ground evolving in Iran, and would almost prefer just do it in DM, because while I deeply value a lot of your insights and have relied upon them to educate me and help me evolve my thinking over the course of the time that I've known of your existence, I'm nervous to ask the question because I honestly cannot can't even venture to predict, Colby, your answer, Axel, your answer, and certainly because I don't know Ben and Daryl. I haven't listened to Ben and Daryl opine on, you know, the thousands of topics that I have, Colby and Axel, and certainly Doman, that I'm nervous to ask the question. But if in fact you feel you have time to share on how you think things will evolve on the ground, or predictions, or maybe not predictions, but insights on the current goings on and the forward momentum that could be propagated or exploited for the sake of the benefit of the 85 million citizens in Iran that are essentially being held hostage by a disgusting regime. So feel free to take that question, or I'm happy to do it in DM as well. I don't want to put anybody on any kind of, well, again, not trying to sidetrack the space. So, and thank you for the insights on the previous question. Very helpful.
One thing I can tell you, I have friends that are Iranian. You have those that are outside Iran, and you have those people that are inside Iran that are protesting. The people inside Iran, they are there dealing with the situation. They are looking for real justice and real change. There are a lot of people that are outside of Iran right now that are doing some protesting, but it's almost the silly season when you see the difference. because the people in Iran are not fighting to be liberal, as you can see some of the people on the outside of Russia, with the the women being scantily clad, this, that, and the other. That is not what the people in Iran are fighting for. They are fighting for the right to exist as free people, in the sense that they can live within their laws, but they don't need the thumb of an oppressive government raining down on the people for minor things. The overbearing religious police, the secret police, where people cannot do function and live, as people in free countries do. So there's a difference in what you see on the inside and the outside of Iran. So be clear about that portion of it. As far as the regime and where it goes, in the 1970s, it was the young people that rose up and changed the country. Iran is a very young country now, and there is a possibility for change. However, it is a long road, because it won't be until those that are in power become less and less influential with the ones that are the change makers, and that's your security services, which that's going to be a long road, because their power is tied to the regime power. So it is going to take time for any changes to be made in Russia. I mean, in Iran.
All right, on this rising speech, Daryl, I think you agree with me that before moving on to Iran, the Ukrainians need to defeat Russia. And there is one condition that has to be fulfilled before the Ukrainians can actually bring the fight to the orcs, and it's for them to have full bellies. And there is no one fitting the Ukrainian soldiers quite as well as our friend Shavzhenya. He was on the space this weekend. He told every one of us about his charity designed to bring the best food possible to the best men possible. He's looking for volunteers. There's a post in the Nest if you want to have a look. Well, I can't help him directly, because I'm not allowed to use a knife. My wife will prevent me from doing this. I tend to cut my fingers faster than I cut the carrots. But I think it's a very worthy cause, especially for people who know quite a bit about either cooking or any other form of admin work. He would be very, very happy to have you backing him and his team. So have a look at Shevgenia, give him a follow. And while we do this, I will drop down and leave you into the very able hands of Alan, and the very smooth voice of Daryl. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and God willing, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Brother Ben.
Daryl, since you don't have any hands up right at this moment, I just want to tell you, my experience with the space has been mostly listening to Axel and Doman. So I don't want Ben nor you nor Alan. I never heard Alan on the space. It's just a matter of the times that I tune in. So I just want to let you know that. And when I do catch you, I always find your insights very relevant and much appreciated. So I just wanted to share that. So please don't. I know you don't take offense that easily, obviously, but I just wanted to expand on that explanation a bit. So thank you for all that you're doing.
No worries. I'm here at the pleasure of the Ukrainian people, if I may say so, because what they're fighting for in freedom, I tend to see it as something that I can identify with from my own country's perspective. And so to see a free people fighting, I will join in as I can. In this time of my life, this is where I can do it. And so that's why I'm here. My views are one with the sites of Ukraine. Um, we all come from different backgrounds here, but we are solid in one view, and that's that Ukraine should be a free people, and that everything we can do, every nation that we discuss, whatever, it's with the view that what can they do, or what are they doing for or against Ukraine. So, um, again, my views are one with that respect, from that perspective. All right, so let me welcome my brother Alan up. Good evening. He is Alan. You're not speaker yet. We're gonna get you up here. And I see Leonard, you joined in. You got a question, comment? Hello, Leonard.
Well, before Leonard connects, let me say hello, Daryl. Great to be here with you. Uh, you know, I'm sure you've been following the news much more closely than I have today, but I have a feeling that things are happening, and I know that Chuck Farrer is going to be here tomorrow. So if you and I can't handle it tonight, Chuck will handle it tomorrow, and I'm sure much more will have happened. But great to see you.
Great to see you. Great to see you. I did see one thing that popped up just as before I came on, and that's where the British Brimstone 2s will be entering into the battle space. The UK has previously presented them with the Brimstone, but I see where they are getting the Brimstone 2, which is a laser guided version of that missile. So that's one thing. And then, of course, um, the train has re-entered Kherson. So that's another good thing. Um, seeing the trains starting to come in. We talked about it the other day, but they, I think it's reported they are actually coming in to Kherson now. So good stuff.
Oh, it is good stuff. And I also saw a photo in Kherson where they have lost almost all electrical power. But I think they turned the lights on in the train station to welcome that train. But the other thing they've done in Kherson is they've set up a very large warming center where people can go and get warm and recharge their phones. And this is so important for folks to reconnect and to be connected to the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Alan, you were mentioning something about India.
Well,
Oil.
Daryl, it's way above my head, but I know that some additional sanctions against Russian oil are coming up in December. And if Ben is still here and listening, he's probably the only one who could help me out here. But there was a news item today that India has been sneaking in and importing, ordering additional Russian crude for its refineries before the sanctions take effect, which I think they take effect in early December. And I don't know if these are price caps or if these are secondary sanctions, but it strikes me as a little cynical.
Everybody wants to game the system. They want to get what they can while the getting's good. So because when it gets hard, who knows where they'll go? They'll bail, or they'll try to skirt the sanctions some other kind of way. India wants to act liberal, wants to act like they are independent, but in fact, their independence is at the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people. So they have taken a side.
I guess they have taken a side, although, they do their best to go down the middle. And as we know, there's nothing in the middle of the road but yellow lines and dead armadillos.
Oh, that's a Texas reference. But we get a lot of them in Georgia as well. Hey, Baz, good evening.
Good evening.
You got your hand up. What you
Good
got
evening.
going? What's your question? Yeah, I can hear you, Baz.
User break and off and off. I was just saying, a song.
Baz,
I'm looking.
Baz, I don't know what you do. Baz, I don't know what is going on with your mic, but we're not getting but like a word or not even a full word when you speak. So whatever microphone you are using, take it off and just talk right into your phone so we can hear you.
Okay, down because they're breaking on and time it's happened. Okay.
Baz, it's still going. Alan, am I the only one that hears like every other half a word that he's saying?
No, so it's the same thing for me, Daryl. I think he has to drop down and then request again, because it's every other syllable for me.
All right, Baz, I'm not being persnickety here, but we cannot hear you at all when you speak. So please go out. If there's an update your program, your application, clear your cache out of the application, and that should help. Awesome.
Thanks, Daryl. Before I go, I wonder if Leonard is still waiting to speak, or shall I go ahead?
No, go ahead. Leonard knows how to raise his hand. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So one other thing I saw there is that there's a Russian soldier who's been evacuated and is now in Europe and is willing to testify about the war crimes in Bucha. So that was another good thing that I saw there today.
Was he from captivity, or did he was he in the rear already back in Russia and escaped?
From what I gathered from the tweet that I saw, he was in Russia and he was evacuated from there.
Okay, so he is a true a true compatriot that has left the country in order to do this. That makes a big difference, because had he been a prisoner, it would have looked more like coercion in that case. But if he was a Russian citizen that left the country, then that makes a big difference in that whole scenario.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Oysten, I hadn't seen that story. I'd be very interested in it.
Let's see now. I'm just looking at the tweet now. Human rights activists evacuated a soldier from Russia. So it could be a soldier from Russia, or it could be a soldier who was in Russia at the time. But evacuated gives the impression that he was actually in Russia at the time. I'll post the link in the comments there now.
Yeah, if you just send it to one of us, we'll take a look at it and see what we can find in support and fire of it.
Absolutely.
Anything else there, Olson?
Nope, that's it. That's it.
All right. Leonard, you look like you wanted to say something, but then you stopped.
Well, Leonard must be gathering his wits here. I don't see a hand, but I just see his mic going on and off, blinking like a Christmas light. There goes his hand. Leonard, go ahead. But I don't hear anything. Daryl, do you hear anything?
Nothing. All right. Okay, Leonard, try it again.
Well, Leonard, because dead time is not what you want on Twitter Spaces or live radio. I'm going to suggest you cycle down and come back up because we just can't hear you. Sorry about that. So, the other thing I saw today, Daryl, and I'm going to look for this because it's either that Ukraine imported 8,500 generators today, or they are importing 8,500 generators per day. Of course, generators come in all sizes and shapes. I guess it is possible you could import 8,500 generators a day, right?
8,500 generators wouldn't be a big task on a train. I guarantee you that. Guarantee you that. Hey, folks. One thing that was pointed out was today was a day of dignity in Ukraine. It's the celebration of I believe it was the 2014 Maidan. Let me verify this. Let me verify. It's December 20, what was it, 2013? I think it was 2014. Yes, the Maidan. And today is the day of freedom and dignity in Ukraine. So the 21st of December. So that's when this started, pretty much, for the Ukrainians in taking their country and changing the direction that it was going.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Daryl. It's still November, not December. But yes, remaking Ukraine and making history has been 8 years in the making.
Blame it on bad eyes, Alan. I didn't have my glasses on. I didn't have my glasses on. Blame it on bad eyes.
Daryl, I'm sure you remember the elder Bush, George H.W. Bush, who once said extemporaneously in a speech, September 7th, a day that will live in infamy.
September, not December.
That's what he said.
Lordy be comedy out here. I'm gonna welcome up Big Papa. Maybe he can get us started on something. Hey Leonard, can we hear you now?
That's a good question, Daryl. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, you're audible now.
Okay, that's a miracle. I don't know what happened, but I trust W was not chewing on a pretzel when he said that, but it wouldn't surprise me. I just wanted to mention, Daryl, you had made some eloquent comments with regard to Iran, and I just wanted to really endorse most of what you said, and specifically from a Canadian perspective. Canada, as you're aware, has had a lengthy, extensive problem and many diplomatic serious issues with Iran, and starting back with the hostages. And as you know, the American hostages were, at least the embassy personnel, were evacuated courtesy of the Canadian Foreign Service and Ambassador Taylor, who was instrumental in rescuing the American diplomats from the Khomeinis, the Ayatollahs. But fast forward, it should also be remembered that in terms of what's going on in Iran today, there is a serious, vibrant movement of the youth. And the fact of the matter is that 60% of their population is under the age of 40 today. So they have a massive propulsion towards the future. And what has gone on there should be considered in light of the excesses that they've engaged in the past. And again, many will remember the case of the female Canadian Iranian journalist, Ziba Kazemi, who was kidnapped off the street in Tehran, imprisoned, beaten, and eventually tortured, and they took her life. And that was some 10 years ago, and that has created extensive repercussions, and the end result of that being that Canadian relations have been extremely strained with Iran ever since. And today we see the same things going on and the same kinds of treatment of women and young people in the streets. It's absolutely appalling. But with reference to what Iran has tried to do vis-a-vis Russia, it should be remembered that Benjamin Netanyahu is now back in the saddle in Israel, and they have had a particular bone to pick with Iran. And
Leonard, I'm wondering, is there a connection you want to draw here that ties Ukraine into the conversation? I don't think we want to get into a global foreign relations conversation here, especially today.
Well, yes, the direct connection, of course, is the ICBM missiles that are currently being at issue between Russia and Iran, and which Russia has stated they are taking into their territory specifically to use against Ukraine. And the point is simply this: I think it should be stressed that that is very unlikely to come to pass, because there are sufficient eyes upon Iran, whether they be out of the current Western states or out of Israel. There are means available to interdict the arrival of those kinds of missiles in the Soviet in the Soviet space, and the fact that, or the probability of them being deployed is extremely small.
Well, yeah. So I think we want to move on from these topics. Leonard, appreciate your contributions, but if that's okay, and let's see, can I see your full name? Big Papa, you have your hand up. Please take the mic.
Hello, good evening. Hey, Daryl.
Hey,
I was
good
just
evening.
I've been kind of in a basement all day, locked away, and I come out and I see the title that the Russians are withdrawn from the Zaporizhia power plant. Is that an official? Is that something that we're looking on OSINT and we think is going to happen? Would you mind giving me a minute or two recap of what's going on?
It's based on troop movements that have been going on, OSINT that has been gleaned, and other things where the Russians are now moving a lot of equipment out of the area, out of the cities, and everywhere else in that particular area right now. So that's what it's based on. And then there's there is a tweet, something that came out earlier today, in which it looks like Russia will be turning over the nuclear power plant to the CADA, whatever it is, the organization that is responsible for inspection of the nuclear power plants, and then from there, it looks like they could turn it back over to Ukraine.
I saw that same news, Daryl. And it is big news, but it's a developing story, Papa.
That's great news. It sounds like the Russians have made a statement to effect that they're going to give it up. I guess they're not going to give up partial control of the whole area though yet, I guess, but that sounds like it's a good move in the right direction.
You never know what the Russians mean when they make a statement. My
Alan,
suggestion,
Alan, did the Russians actually make a statement?
I believe they did make a statement. I will go double check that, Daryl, but I believe they did say they were going to withdraw from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. It was under fire as lately as yesterday, but as I say, I will go take a quick look so that we can verify what the Russians are saying. We do know there's a lot of troop movement on the Zaporizhzhia front line and in Kherson. And so, as we follow that, and, Chuck Farrer is going to be here tomorrow night, things will be well developed by then. But let me take a quick look, Daryl, right now. And I don't seem to be able to bring people up. Mockers is requesting. Can you see her?
Yeah, Alan, on that point with respect to the any official word from the Kremlin, there has been nothing official released that says they are going to withdraw from Zaporizhzhia, but that is simply the third level back channel scuttlebutt that is going on presently amongst the Russian bloggers. So it's a foreshadowing, if you will, of what may be coming with respect to Russian strategy.
Okay, well, thanks, Leonard. That saves me a fruitless search. Meanwhile, Daryl, if you're okay with this, I'm going to call up Mockers.
Yeah, please do. Go ahead, Mockers.
I was pretty much going to just say that it's not been officially announced yet, but the narrative is being talked about. It looks as though they're trying to sort of say, we're very magnanimously going to do this. They even mentioned that Grossi and the Pope had apparently been involved in the negotiations, as Grossi is a firm friend of the Pope, apparently, according to this telegram message. So they've started talking about it, basically. But the main thing is they're pulling back a lot of troops from the Kherson area to Luhansk, Donetsk, Melitopol, and it would appear that if they're making that their defensible position, they couldn't possibly hold on to the area of Zaporizhzhia and Nerdigar, whatever it's called, either, because they would have a supply line sticking out from their front, which they wouldn't be able to continue to supply. It would just be very indefensible. So that's basically it. They're not really left with a choice, but they're turning around and saying, oh, we'll do this, we're really magnanimous. But there's no official announcements. It's just talk at the minute.
So really, it sounds like what they're really doing is once again preparing the Russian public for bad news in the best way they possibly can, which is what the Russians do best, I guess. And Big Papa, your hands up. You have a follow up.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody knows when the Ukraine does regain control of that, and they get. I know it's turned down now, and if they turn it back up, does that relieve any of the power outages in the country, or are all those mainly still transmission lines and transformer areas that are down? That, or would it make a difference? Do you think?
Mockers, I'm guessing you have the answer to Big Papa's question.
Yeah, their reactors are not currently reacting. They've been closed down or scrammed or whatever you want to call it for safety purposes. So all that's happening with that plant at the moment is a cool down procedure. And so I wouldn't expect them to be able to work it up to producing electricity right now at all. It would require some extensive work, I would say. And also, the Russians will have stolen everything of any value that could possibly be there. So they might turn up and just find rooms that have, like, all their equipment ripped out. So it's not going to be a case of they just need to turn some switches, unfortunately.
Right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mockers, and thank you, Big Papa. Daryl, I just want to alert you, at the moment, I can see requests to speak. I cannot bring anyone up. So it's all on you.
All right, no worries. I'll play backseat. Go for it.
So I see a request down there from Ronald. I just can't bring him up. If you
No,
can.
he may be going back and forth in the circle. It may be something on his end. There he is.
Okay,
Yeah,
very
he's up
good.
now. Go ahead,
I'm
Ron.
popping back to sleep, guys. Good night.
Good night, Marcus. Thank you. And she still has the best. She still has one of the best voices on this space. Alan, go ahead.
So Ronald, you have your hand up. Please take the mic.
Yes, I just want to speak to your nuclear reactor issue. Power plants need to be refueled every 18 to 24 months. Rods are removed and new ones are put in, and they're put in cold storage or in cooling bays. When they shut down a reactor, it takes 24 to 48 hours to bring it down to the cooling temperature. It's not totally cold, but you can remove the rods then and put them in your cooling bays. What they were worried about before is if you lose power to your cooling bays, which is nothing but water that's recirculated to keep the rods cool. Because even though they're out of the reactor, they're still generating a lot of heat. And with too much heat, they tend to melt down. So it would take probably refueling these generators, even if they had to reach out and find some reactor material to refuel these units to bring them back up. It could be a while. It could be months, actually, depending on the reactor head, is the metal rods inside damaged. There's a lot of things they could do to that plant that would make it non-functional for quite a while. And I've worked in one for a while, so I'm pretty familiar with the procedure.
Yeah. That's fine. Absolutely appreciate it, and thank you very much. This is the single largest nuclear power plant with various reactors, 6 of them, in Europe, and they have not actually managed to shut it down. It has happened that they disconnected it from the net. So
yeah,
and then it has been reconnected. Sorry, mate.
Go ahead.
All right, good. Thank you.
Yes,
You've worked in one. I understand nuclear physics. We're on the same page. Fully with you. Completely appreciate it. So, what they have not done at any point in time is interrupt the cycle. Therefore, everything which has happened so far and thus far was a disconnect from the network, from the grid, which is why the cooling system had to be supported for the redundant systems to be operating sufficiently and capably by means of generators. And that's what happened. Whenever this was coming closest was 1.5 days to the cutoff date, the Russians reconnected to the grid. They actually reconnected to the grid, from what I've been counting together with Mark Nelson and friends, was 9 times since they first threatened it. So it's a hollow threat. It's a Potemkin threat. It's the Wizard of Oz. Nothing has happened. Fortunately, the plant is operating. The IAEA, and its report, and if you like, go back to the Vienna press conference of Mr. Grossi, where he stipulated the key ingredients of concern in regard to this nuclear power plant and the key alarming factors and not so charming actions by the Russians, like, drowning an engineer, torturing another, killing another, all these kind of things. These wonderful heroes in the nuclear power plant have kept up operations, have kept up their resilience, and the Russians, for reasons which are completely vested in the fact that they know what they're doing, because they're only instilling fear in the West, but they know that they cannot afford for this plant in any shape or form to be impaired, have played their thing. They've lost their game. They bluffed too much, which is why 5.5 weeks ago, they started preparing to rescind their actions, to retreat, withdraw, and therefore now they're sacrificing. So fortunately, the plant is working. What they will do is, of course, that they will try to attack the substations surrounding it. They will try to impair, reduce to rubble, implode, explode, whatever, the switch yards. They will try to make sure the Ukrainians look bad and whatnot. What they will fail to do completely, because they can't afford to, and it makes no strategic or tactical sense, is to impair Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That's that. And they have been warned. Trust me. They have been warned heavily.
Thanks for jumping in here, Axel. And Daryl, just a heads up, I'm going to cycle down for a moment because I don't have, I can't do everything I'm supposed to be able to do. So I'm just going to leave for a moment and I'll be right back. So you're on your own for just a few moments, okay?
All right. Thanks, Alan. I think I'm scared, but I got Axel here with me. Donna, good evening. How are you?
It's just nuclear physics, Daryl. That's fine. It's easy.
Hey, I get to nerd out a little bit. That's not a problem with me. Donna, good evening.
Good morning, actually, here in Vietnam. I sent you an article in your DMs on Telegram, and I had a student come in. So I'm not sure if it was mentioned that there seems to be an agreement with the IAEA where the Russians are handing it over, and then the IAEA is handing it over. And I've only seen it in Russian sources that it's being announced, but I wasn't sure if that got talked about because I didn't have access to it. Like I came up, but then I lost my connection, my sound. So anyway, just checking.
That's exactly what we were just talking about, is that whole item of because although that's the only source right now for it. So before we say anything that's official, and we'd like to see it in other sources and other actions being taken to verify that. That's the whole thing. There's only one source for the story.
Okay, so we haven't heard anything from anywhere else then, other than that one Telegram story then.
That one Telegram story is the source of everything that everybody's talking about.
Okay, well, time to start digging to see if there's anything else. Thanks. Gotta go. Got kids coming in the door.
No worries. And I should have Alan back up here in a second. Folks, just want to say, when you come up to speak, please raise your hand. That way I know that you have something you wish to say. That's the little hand that's on the far right side of the screen. For those that are just joining us for the first time, welcome. This space is dedicated to getting information out about the Ukraine war right now, and efforts for Ukraine to secure their freedom, whether it be military, whether it be diplomatic. We span the globe in the people that we have here speaking, but we also span the globe on the information as well. So don't be surprised. Take a seat, have fun, put your feet up, and listen in. We're 24/7 space. We support MriyaReport.org as one of our organizations that we prefer, but there are others. Malcolm Nance, Asymmetric Warfare, the Rip Rawlings, Ripley's Heroes, and others. So if you are so inclined, please donate to those organizations as well. And for everyone, we do have our MriyaReport.org space where we actually list our speakers. We have other tidbits of information there as well. Our Spotify account on where you can find the latest interviews of people that we've had on the space. Thomas Steiner's 5 hours is there now. That went pretty good last night. It was only supposed to be, I think, 2 hours, and that went to 5. So that's pretty good. So there's plenty of information that we present here, and we try to have people from different areas come to talk to us about what they have and contribute to the freedom of Ukraine. So please check us out. We thank you for listening. If you are a first-time listener, or if you are a long-time listener, we are nothing without you guys. Just remember that. All right, Alan, are you back yet?
Well, I'm back as a speaker, so I'm halfway up the ladder.
Okay. Let's see. I am devoid of hands. This is not normal, but folks, we really have gone over everything tonight for you already. Simon, I see I brought you up. Good evening. You have a question, comment?
Yeah, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, I've been listening for a while. Love the space. I'm just kind of on my mind lately, wondering like with the recent escalation with the missile going into Poland, whether it was Ukrainian or Russian.
What
Do
do you
you
mean
think
Ukraine?
that's
What do you mean escalation by Ukraine? Ukraine isn't escalating. So I just
no,
wanted.
no, I don't mean Ukraine is escalating. I just
Oh,
mean,
okay.
whether it was Ukrainian missile or Russian, it doesn't really matter. But do you think that's the last piece of escalation we can see? And do you see the war slowly winding down as Ukraine take back more land? Or do you think the Russians again will try another offensive maybe after the winter? Or do you think we're seeing the slow kind of removal of Russia from Ukraine starting to happen now?
Okay, total opinion. I don't see the missiles coming from Iran as an escalation because they are just replacing missiles that have already been different types of missiles, different types of drones, but they are just being sourced from a different location. Iran, in its view, is trying to help their main benefactor. However, one of their main benefactors in in the world space. However, because Russia and they've had military ties for a while, what does it do? It only puts Iran deeper into the economic turmoil that they're going to be in because of the sanctions and everything else. With Russia, the war is it's trudging on. I mean, they're still fighting. They're losing, but they are still fighting, and there are still Ukrainian soldiers dying every day on the battlefield. As much as we talk about Russian soldiers dying with the videos that we see, there are Ukrainian soldiers dying as well. So the battle is waging on. The winter will just make it harder for, in this case, the Russians, because their lack of basics for the soldiers. They still have the machinery, they still have things, but they also have a finite. They have the machinery is breaking down as well, but they still have a lot of arms in their inventory that they can still exact this war with. So whether they try another offensive, if they can last through the winter, more than likely they're going to do what they can when they can. So I don't think the battle is being fought, but whether there's a new front or a new push that Russia is going to do, they're pushing now. It's just a matter of whether they can, if they're going to be pushed out before the winter is over.
I think there's a very good chance they will be pushed back. That's for sure. There's no way this war is winding down over the winter. In fact, I think that we are seeing preparations right now for, for something that's going to happen in the next few days. As I keep telling people, not that Daryl and I don't have ideas about it, but Daryl's ideas are based on experience. My ideas are just fantasies. But Chuck Farrer is going to be here tomorrow to take a new look at the front lines, to look at what Ukraine is doing, to look at the deep strikes that Ukraine has made, precision strikes against ammunition depots, fuel depots, logistical hubs, deep inside Zaporizhia and Kherson. So we know something is happening, and we know that Russians are repositioning their troops and equipment to Melitopol and then on to Donetsk and Luhansk. But the Ukrainians are also up to something. That's what I've seen in the news today. So go ahead, Al.
Go ahead, Alan.
Well, I was just going to move on to a hand. I see Nick with a hand up.
Thanks, Alan. Good evening, everyone. Well, mic check first, I suppose I should say. Yeah, I think you can hear me. I was struck by the previous speaker's use of the word escalation. And it dawned on me that we might want to reconceptualize the word escalation in this context, because as far as I'm concerned, every day that Russia remains in a sovereign country, every day that it fires munitions on civilians, every day that it orders its troops to attack or even defend, every day is an escalation. They escalate every day simply by doing what they're doing. And I'm fed up with it. I was a few minutes ago, I was listening to a podcast from the Telegraph called Ukraine the Latest, and they were articulating, they were describing portable torture devices that the Russians have made that deliver excruciating shots of electricity, and they don't need to be hooked up to power. they actually are manually powered, and it's like a rotary dial thing that they spin it around with their arms to put the electricity into it, and the Russian secret police call it making a phone call to Putin. This country manufactures torture devices that can be operated without. It's staggering. It's just staggering, and I wanted to share that with anyone who could stomach the thought of it. And thank you for letting me speak.
Yep. Thanks, Nick. I mean, what you're saying is absolutely sickening. It is just sickening to have to see this news from Ukraine every day. And yet, at the same time, not one of us here and not the world can ever look away. A promise was made, never again. And now we have to make that promise again and fulfill it again. But I think that Daryl and I both feel the way you do about escalation. Every day, Russian boots are in Ukraine. That is an escalation.
Nick, for just to recap, that's the reason why I said those missiles are not an escalation, because all they are doing is just sourcing the missiles from a different location. So that's why I said that. It does the same thing that they're doing now. Escalation would mean if they went some other way in what they do and the type of missiles that they fire. But as far as I can say, it's not an escalation on the ground per se. It's just a different sourcing method. That's
Daryl, I didn't misunderstand you. I wasn't responding to you. I'm not sure. I just came in from outside, so I wasn't looking at my phone. But somebody was talking about what the next escalation could be, and it just struck me that the next escalation is tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and yeah, that's all. I want
people want to flout the word escalation to bring more dramatic, make it sound more dramatic than what it really is, and it's just a continuation of the same thing right now. And it just it's a fear mongering type of wording. And we're not going to deal with, if true escalation comes, yeah, we'll say, yeah, that escalated it. But we're not going to say that about something like this. It's just they're just being resupplied differently.
I take your point. Thank you very much. I'm gonna drop back down to listener, but thanks for letting me speak. And Slava Ukraini.
No need to sigh. Slava Nazi. Smert Puroham. And there's no need to sigh. There's no need to despair. Ukraine is winning. We just need to ship it. If we have it, we ship it. If we can make it, we ship it. If we can find it somewhere on the globe, we arrange to bloody well ship it. If we know how to produce it, we make it and we ship it.
Did you say ship it, Axel? Did you just say ship it?
I said ship it, mate.
Axel said ship it. Ship it, Daryl. So I want to go back to Mockers, the most soothing voice here on this space, and also a voice that speaks truth to power.
Well, I try. I was just coming up to comment on the device that Nick mentioned. It is actually a telephone. It's a field telephone, which you wind up in order to be able to use the telephone. But you can also use the electricity that's stored in it for other things. and the Russians figured this out. So that's what it is. It is actually a field telephone that's been repurposed.
Thank you.
Oh,
Seems like
you mean the hand generators? Yeah.
Yeah, those ones. That's why it's called making a phone call, basically. Because you're using the telephone.
it's an NKVD trick that they used to call Stalin back in the 1930s and 1940s. It's never left the playbook, so to speak, of the Russians. Simon, your hand is up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just when I mentioned escalation earlier, what I meant was the missiles that landed in Poland. I was just referring to that quickly before I started making my other point. And that's all it was. But no, just my general thinking is like, so that was deemed to be a Ukrainian anti-aircraft missile that went astray while trying to intercept a Russian missile.
Well, Simon, you've got to put that into context. That day, the Russians launched a barrage of almost 100 missiles against
100%. Yeah, 100%.
against civilian targets inside Ukraine.
Yeah.
I believe this is still under investigation, but frankly, you know, you don't need an investigation to know that Ukrainians were defending themselves. They were shooting down missiles and
100%.
drones that were targeting Ukrainian citizens and trying to knock out infrastructure, the ability to produce electricity throughout Ukraine. So yes, there is a border with Poland. Russia has invaded Ukraine. It's basically within the war zone. Things like this are going to happen. But the responsibility, as NATO has pointed out, as Poland has pointed out, as every observer has pointed out, the responsibility is solely Russia's.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just kind of, I wouldn't say, I can't really find the right word, but a bit, it just seems like, you know, 2 people died in Poland. And I know the assessment that they've made, they're not trying to, you know, get NATO directly involved or even,
Simon,
yeah.
have you, if you know that much about the 3 people that died, have you been reading the rest of the stories, the rest of the news about that? Have you read where NATO, Poland, have you read what they have said? Have you read what the preliminary investigations are starting to say? Because to say that you are wondering and worried about the 3 people that have died, that means that you are totally disregarding the information that has come and being said by authorities since then, and that there's not going to be a war or escalation of the war because of that, because they understand where the missiles came from, they understand why the missiles came that way. Yes, it was sad that the Polish people died, but it is not changing why, who. It's just going to be a bit of semantics, and I'm not going to say that lightly. A bit of semantics about where the missile came from, but they know why the missile was fired, and that was to interdict a Russian missile. So to continue on and say you're worried about the Polish people, please follow the rest of the story and the news that is coming out about it. Okay. Osen, you had another question? You had your hand raised.
Thanks. Yeah, no, just noticed something in the Irish newspapers there. Apparently, there was a survey done on Russian people there that found that 88% of them are worried or very worried about developments in Ukraine, and only 36% believe that the country should continue fighting. I say only, that's far more than there should be. it's disgusting. But anyway, that's just something I noticed as we were talking away there.
The thing is, they're not the ones that are fighting the war. It's easy to have an opinion about a war, and that they don't they don't care about the war when it's not your blood being sent. This is a coalition of the willing, and the countries that are standing behind Ukraine understand the gravity of what could happen should they fail, and they stepped in to say, not this time ever again. So that's for those people that are against, maybe it's the news that they're being fed, maybe it's the information that they're refusing to look at, maybe it's the information they refuse to believe, but it's not what's going on in Ukraine. And that's the people are winning, and the people still need help. And with that help, they are exacting this war in the way they want to win.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. No, it's just saying that it seems like there's more Russians pushing for peace talks from the Russian side. Like, I wouldn't ever suggest that that Ukraine aren't winning, because they are, and they will win if it doesn't get stopped in the meantime. But like, it would obviously be a nice thing if Putin were dethroned, so to speak, in before they had to get to that end, and save a few Ukrainian lives.
You know what I would say to those to people on that poll? Ask them, do they believe that the Ukrainian people have the right to their freedom? Ask them if Crimea is Ukrainian, because sometimes they may want to go home to the Russia that they remember or want to have before the war started. But those same people cared less when Crimea was invaded. They cared less about the Donbass and the war that's been going on there since 2018. They cared less about what happened since February 24th. So that's the other half of the questions that they should have been asked.
Yeah, it's definitely more a question of self-interest than actually caring about Ukrainian people. You're absolutely right.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Alan, did we have somebody raise their hand up just a minute ago?
I haven't seen any hands come up, Daryl. So this would be a great time to remind our listeners it's easy to participate. Just look for the heart sign at the bottom of the screen. Ask to become a listener. When you come up, mute your mic, raise your hand, and Daryl and I will do our best to answer any questions, and also to take your comments, because this is an open space, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the air since February 23, the day before the invasion. So please come up and add your voice.
I just want to say one thing. Cool Ukrainian German Wildcat, you post some very spicy memes. I don't know if you're here listening, but truly spicy. Free the leopards. All right. Y'all have a good one.
So, Oysen, we will go back to you with your hand raised.
Thanks. Yeah, I noticed, obviously we want attack missile ATACMS for Ukraine. I also saw that they're developing their own 1,000-kilometer range missile systems now, because they're not getting them. So that's just, something I noticed again.
The Ukrainians have been very resourceful in that they had missiles in production, and we're not sure if some of the ones that have been used already have been theirs, but they are sourcing munitions within their own country at this point in time as well. That's some of the things that they are doing. So, and they also have foreign partners. Good evening, Taras.
Taras, your hand is up. Please take the mic.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, took me a few seconds. Good evening. So I didn't have a chance to listen early in the day. So did I miss a military update, or was there anything new on a military front? That's one question. And another is, I'm just interested in how is the if anybody heard about who is actually helping with restoring electrical power, supplying transformers, making new equipment for Ukraine, any countries in Europe. So you can pick either of that questions depending on what the expertise of the speakers is now. Thank you.
So you haven't missed a military update, Taras. I don't know if we'll have one later tonight. I do know that tomorrow Chuck Farrer will be with us, and his military updates are always very insightful and very accurate. So please come back tomorrow evening if we don't have military news between now and then, and listen to Chuck Farrer. On the question about generating or generators or restoring electrical infrastructure in Ukraine, I don't know what European countries are cooperating with that. I do know that Ukraine works 24 hours a day to keep power going, to limit rolling blackouts throughout the country, and they are doing a spectacular job. As we mentioned earlier tonight, when the victory train from Kyiv rolled into Kherson station, the lights were on at the Kherson train station.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know that all the people who working on the energy sector are working 24/7. I also know that if the transformer is hit, especially if the high voltage transformer is destroyed, it may take a while to source it and to deliver, because that might be a critical supply like around the globe, not only specifically for Ukraine. So I'm wondering if there are any kind of big efforts done on I don't know, maybe German economy or some other big producers are stepping in. But thank you for the update. I will switch to listening now. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras. Daryl, do you see any hands out there?
Not at the moment. Well, we got Fierce that came up. Didn't raise his hand yet. Fierce?
Well, we'll let Fierce think about maybe what he wants to do here with a question or a comment. We could also take a look at the weather. The weather is becoming increasingly important in Ukraine. It's 0 degrees Celsius, that's 32 degrees Fahrenheit for non-Celsius listeners, or below. It has been snowing, and the unpaved roads in Ukraine are covered in snow, and they are just masking some deep, deep mud. Mud is becoming a problem on unpaved roads in Ukraine. And Daryl, you know about mud again from experience. I know that it causes huge problems for wheeled vehicles. I thought that tracked vehicles could go through anything, but I guess that's not the case. I mean, wheeled vehicles have their problems in mud, and tracked vehicles have different problems in mud. What are those like?
All right. First of all, there was a video somebody posted of a truck and a track trying to go down this muddy trail. And I'll tell you this, one of the first things I noticed with the truck, it looked like it didn't have any tread on it, trying to go on that road. But one of the other things is typically in those situations where you have a lot of mud like that, you do not run your tires at full inflation because you only create a deep a trench like a field. You know, when a farmer is plowing a field, basically you're creating those little micro trenches as you try to go, and you'll have really no traction. Your tire will just get in there and spin. That's the reason why you create more of a surface by deflating the tires, and then which it makes the tire a little bit more squishy, but at the same token, it allows you to move the tire because at full inflation, it'll actually spin a lot faster um, in the mud. But with lower inflation, you create a wider surface, which distributes the weight of the truck, weight of the vehicle, a little more across the surface of the ground, and you can move a lot easier. It sounds, you know, uh, counterintuitive, but that's exactly what you would do in those situations. Now, in track vehicles, you look at the what could happen. You get mud that builds up because you get when you see a track, you see the idler wheels, the small round, the small rubber encased wheels above and below. Well, if you're getting into deep mud, what can happen is that mud can get between the wheel and the track that is designed to roll on just to support the weight of the vehicle. And as that dirt and mud builds up, it can actually what we call throw a track. You can actually that track will actually lift itself off the sprocket, and you will be sitting with one track. I mean, with one track on and one track laying on the ground beside you, and that creates a different problem on its own because that is not something you want to do in the mud, but you will have to do it because you need to get your track back on. And that's why you really want to not horse it, turn, do a lot of spinning in mud with track vehicles because you get that buildup of the mud on the behind the sprockets and it will lift it off.
And it's also why you want to wait for the ground to be fully frozen, which isn't happening overnight. It's going to happen soon. It's going to happen in a couple of weeks. It'll certainly happen in December. And then we'll see what the Ukrainian winter offensive looks like because they'll have full mobility.
Yeah, I mean, you really, I mean, sometimes you cannot ask for ideal conditions. So what you have to do is you have to maintain your vehicle for the condition that it's in. Like I said, for the truck, that's deflating the tires rather than inflating the tires. I'm not sure about the MRAPs if they have the air inflation control like some of the other vehicles do, where you can actually put it in sand mode, put it in mud mode, and it will actually deflate the tires to a certain extent, or as in road, surface, hard surface, they flip the switch and it'll just air the tires up to normal pressure. With tracks, that means you need to grease, make sure that the track tensioners are actually lubed up, greased up, so that you have a bit of tightness on that track, which will keep some of that mud from getting behind the sprockets. Because the looser your track is, the more apt it is to come unlodged from the sprocket.
And that's the last thing you want to happen. Nick, you're back with your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, just wanted to put in a good word for the fellow who was looking for a military update. First of all, I should preface this by saying you're much more likely to get immediate breaking news on this Twitter space. But if you missed it for some reason, if you just didn't get any military updates for whatever reason, including maybe a data dead zone here and there, there's a podcast called it's from an outfit called Malcontent News, and the podcast is called the Russia-Ukraine War Update. It's about a half an hour, and it's about 6 days a week. It's usually Monday through Saturday, and occasionally on Sunday too. And it's very informative. They're very strict about having confirmation of whatever they're reporting, and if they don't, if it's rumors, they'll say it's a rumor. We can't confirm this. And on top of it, to make it even more worthwhile, the host has she has a great gift for sarcasm, and she always aims it at the Russians. So you will not only be informed, but you will be entertained. So I just thought I'd put in a word for that. I listen to it every day because it's only about a half an hour typically. It isn't, however, the news of the day, but the news of the previous day. So you have to take that. You have to know that going into it. So if you heard an update on this space, you'll get different information, but you'll get a lot of overlap too on that podcast. And I just wanted to recommend it. And thank you again for letting me speak.
Absolutely, Nick. That's I think that sounds like a pretty good place to go. And getting news of the previous day sometimes is the best you can possibly do. For one thing, this is a war. There are blackouts of news imposed by Ukraine, often for specific purposes. They don't want to tip their hand to the Russians. A lot of our expert military commentators here are very, very clear. They're never going to telegraph what they think the Ukrainians should be doing, because why would you do that? The possibility of surprise is of tremendous value in this war. So, Daryl, I'm just going to hand it back to you for a moment because, as you can see, I'm running out of a little steam here.
Well, you're not running out of steam. Let's see what Dimitri has for us then. Good evening, Dimitri. Good evening, Dimitri.
Dimitri, do you have a question? If you just touch your mic, you'll be on with a question or comment. Well,
Okay.
I got it. How are you? I have a question. So I know Ukraine stepped in and were able to take over Kherson for the time being, for the foreseeable future. So my fear as of the Russians being able to take on Mykolaiv and Odessa, which is where I was born, and then possibly going up to Prednistrovia and, God forbid, connecting Belarus and Ukraine and Moldova and that whole situation. That's kind of my first question. And then second question, if possible, what the status is with Kaliningrad. Thank you very much in advance.
All right, let's just say you went on a wild tangent when you started talking about Odessa. Can you mute your mic, Dimitri? Okay, Dimitri, you went off on a wild tangent there when you started talking about going up into Odessa, into Moldova, and the rest of that. Right now, the Russians are having to pull back because, first of all, the they, first of all, they are within range of Ukrainian artillery. They also have the Neptunes, which if they tried a sea landing to try to take the Odessa, they would have major issues trying to get a landing force in there. There is enough kit getting into Ukraine to be able to stop pretty much any type of land offensive that they would try from the sea into Odessa. So that's the first part. As far as the rest of the battle space, they're being pushed back. There's a war going on, of course, but Ukraine is getting more and more equipment to exact this war. The Russians are having they're having mild issue. They're having issues. I'm not going to say mild issues. They're having issues with the railroad. They're having issues with transportation modes. They are getting a lot more trucks, which they did not have previous. But again, everything has a cost. Once you start pulling a lot of those trucks from the civilian sector into military use, then you're looking at them entering military environments, and those trucks are not going to last long. Military trucks are built differently for a reason. So you are looking at different things breaking down on the Russian side in the near future. And I'm just basing that just on my maintenance background as far as equipment goes. But as far as the whole wild idea of things going on in Moldova and all these other places, you have to remember they are well within the umbrella of where NATO resides. So there would be a very, very unlikely, it may be very, very unlikely that they would start something in those areas.
Gotcha. And then last question, I apologize. Thank you for the response. I don't know if there's any information out in the public, but something I've heard through somebody, I actually graduated from Valley Forge Military Academy, and I still have some, a buddy of mine actually just became governor of Maryland, Westmore. Not that big of a buddy, but I do know him. And I heard something along the lines of the railroads size-wise being changed coming out of Russia, if I'm speaking correctly. I believe France and maybe Germany might be involved just in the event that there is potential serious war, that Russia won't be able to move military objects out of Russia.
Well, I think you're talking about the gauge of the rail
Yes.
being changed
Yes,
in
sir.
Ukraine.
Yes, sir.
In Ukraine, though, not in Russia.
Oh,
In
okay.
Ukraine.
So it's in Ukraine. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because what will happen and what has happened in, I can't remember where it was, but they are changing. Yes, there is an effort to change the gauge in Ukraine so that they can accept the 1435 gauge, which is the European standard, which is also the same as here in the States. And that makes it a lot easier to transfer equipment. Russia, for all intents and purposes, they have a large railroad. For them to attempt to do this it's not even feasible for them because they don't have any rolling stock that could actually take the narrow gauge. So that's not going to happen in Russia anytime soon because right now they're having issues just keeping the wheel sets they have rolling. The bearings. They're having issues with getting bearings for their railroad.
Or maintenance for that matter.
Well, that's part of the maintenance. And so for them to change to a different wheel set is even a more dramatic change and maintenance workload, which they can't afford at this point in time. Because you can't just slap the wheels from one set to from one size to the next. It involves different axles in order to do it. It's not just sliding the wheel on and off. It's making sure that the wheel sets are set up a certain way, and you have to have the machinery and the tooling to do it. You know,
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, when they put those wheels on, they actually heat those wheels up, and they have to heat the axle up, and they have to mark it. There's a lot that goes into just putting those wheel sets together. They put the wheels in ovens, and then once they get hot enough, then they can slide them on the axle so that when they cool, they seize to the axle. That's what's involved, and you have to make sure that that's done with precision. You're not just going to do it willy-nilly out in the field. That has to be done in a shop, and you have to have the right, everything has to be calibrated the correct way for that to happen.
And also to your point, Daryl, about the ball bearings, you know, we might all think of ball bearings as something very, very simple to make. It's just a steel marble. Well, you know, Russia cannot manufacture ball bearings anywhere inside Russia. They have to import these ball bearings. Without the ball bearings, all kinds of rail cars are being taken off the tracks because they can't roll. If you don't have ball bearings, your trains don't roll. If that's kind of a simplistic explanation, but I think that's accurate.
Yeah, well, they're not exactly ball bearings, Alan. We call them bearings because most of them are roller bearings that are encased in a sealed package, pretty much. And you take those bearings and then you slide them onto the axles. And there's, a lot of them are not no grease, outside grease. They're, like I said, they're encased, but they do go out. And Russia does not have the ability to manufacture them with to a correct specification, and that's the reason why they were outsourced. Even here in the States, Timken is one of the biggest manufacturer of bearings here, and that's one of the major rail producers, and they're not getting any of those bearings.
I didn't know that. So it's just another indication, especially inside Russia, of the collapse of the economy, the collapse of the industrial base, which we are going to see in the coming months. It can't happen fast enough, but sanctions are taking a toll. Russia is unable to import material that it needs. It's just all going to come down as quickly, all of a sudden, as you can imagine. As someone said, how do you go bankrupt? Slowly and then all at once. Well, that's what's going to happen in Russia. So, Daryl, should we head back to any place on the front lines today? Even though a lot of reports are not verified, we know that fighting continues around Bakhmut. Russia continues with frontal assaults, and when they fail, and they all have failed, they attempt to go around Bakhmut. They can't get around Bakhmut either. That's just one hotspot on the front lines. But I guess right now, the story is about Russia repositioning troops and equipment from Kherson towards Donetsk and Luhansk. And the rest of the story is about Ukraine making precision hits deep inside Kherson and Zaporizhia on ammunition depots, fuel depots, logistical hubs. That is usually an indication that something big is going to be happening. and that's why we are looking forward to Chuck Farrer being here tomorrow night.
Yeah,
Whiskey. I see. Yeah, go ahead, Daryl.
yeah. One of the things that people you see when you see the map where Russia has had all these artillery fires. They, fire. When I say artillery fire, that means Russia is firing into Ukraine, and then you look at Ukraine; they're having fires that are like here, there, and they're more. What I want you to see is that instead of Ukraine just lobbing a bunch of artillery, Ukraine is being more strategic about where they are firing. Where Russia is just trying to hold the line with their artillery fire, Ukraine is being more strategic in what they hit with their artillery. That's why you look at the Kherson region and those maps which show where artillery strikes are. That's Ukraine taking what they have and doing the maximum amount of damage to the Ukrainian forces. If Russia can't get the ammunition to make all those fires, then Ukraine is succeeding in what they're doing. Now, I'm not saying that that's a totalitarian response, but it is a response that is measured in how frequent and how much Russia can fire when they're doing their volleys. They have to fire, but if they are getting fewer rounds in to be able to fire, then Ukraine is doing what they need to do. And I see Whiskey. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Daryl. Good evening, Alan. Thanks for hosting the space. Originally came up to just add a comment about the bearings, but on the topic of the artillery fire, from what I understand, there's been quite a bit of an exchange of artillery fire from both the Russians and the Ukrainian forces. But what I was seeing that was interesting was the Ukraine forces were striking the Russians deeper than I think behind their lines than they expected, and I imagine a lot of this is, like you said, is probably the next shaping that's going on, going after critical ammo dumps and air defenses and so on. For what's probably coming down the road. But as far as the bearings go, yeah, Timken, you cannot go wrong with Timken. I seriously doubt Russia's got any supply of those left. What I've been actually curious about, and the comment I want to make, was if we were going to start seeing maybe bearings coming out, being supplied by China to them. It's not going to be probably within the same, it's not going to be within the same spec as Timken bearings are, the same quality by any regard. But this is something I've been kind of waiting to see if there's any clues if that's something that's going to be coming out.
I wish I had my notes, because we were talking about these bearings and the fact that any bearings that China is producing are being produced by machinery from Germany, and you have to have operators. You have to have your standards have to be very exacting when you're doing this, and the Western bearing manufacturers they have very, very close tolerances for what they do. And that's not, you can't say the same for much of the things that you get out of China. There's a quality difference in getting what you get from the West and from the East. No, from China, I should say, not the East, but from China. Go ahead, Whiskey.
That and just the quality of the materials, the metallurgical quality of the materials being used. I've had to work with China a couple times over my career in manufacturing. I didn't want to do it, but I was forced to do it, and it was interesting because you can give them all the specifications, how to each component, how you want it to be built, and the first few will roll off the assembly line to those specs, and then I don't know if it's corruption or cutting corners or what, but if you don't keep an eye on the component, the specs of the components actually going into the assemblies, you start seeing these failures when you're doing product batch testing, and you can usually always lead it back to the part that you spec'd was swapped out for a lesser quality component. Yeah, it still works, it still does the same thing, but it's not going to have the longevity that it would have had they stuck to the specs that you originally gave for that.
Thanks, Whiskey. Nanda, I'll go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, Whiskey. Yeah, when you are milling and turning parts, you have to make sure that the machine itself stays within standards. There are tolerances, and if that machine is not kept to the correct tolerances, yes, you will have variance in the output, and that's probably what you experienced. Them making things and the machine getting out of calibration, either from wear or from just heat or whatever, and or the materials going in are not up to the specifications. If you get a softer metal and you're turning it, and you're turning something, and the metal is softer than what you want, you can actually scar. You can actually cut more material than you need to, and when you are turning things, you only take off a certain amount of metal at a time, because it can heat up the metal and warp the metal that you're cutting. So everything has to be exact to the specifications, like you said, of the material that you designed it to be from.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. What's that?
I said the stock has to be of the right material.
Oh, okay. I thought you said stop. I was like, uh-oh, what did I do? No, I don't know if you know this about me, Daryl, but yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer, but I owned a fairly large CNC machine shop for a lot of years too. If you go over to my what is it, my page or whatever, you can see a little engine that I had produced years ago. I used to make them by the hundreds, but that was just one thing. We made all kinds of products, but you're absolutely right. It's like when you're machining or turning or milling a material, there's what's called depending on the hardness of it or what, there's what's called a spring pass. And it's like you usually remove the amount of material that you're trying to remove and the second to the last pass, but then you go back over that pass again with a lighter cut, because the spring pass is like the deflection that's actually in either the material or actually in the machine, and that's one of the ways you can zero in on critical tolerance parts. But even that being said, just talking about bearings, the hardness of the material, there's also in a lot of stuff, there's a certain depth of hardness that the material needs to have. And that depth is measured from the surface down into the material. And if that depth of hardness isn't there, it's that finished part's gonna burn out or wear out or gall much quicker than something that's made to a higher standard.
All right, I think we're getting down into the weeds here, Whiskey, with the machinist the machinist side of it. So we're gonna go to Nanda. Sorry about that, Alan.
Go ahead,
Nanda.
Hi, good evening. I have two questions. There was an expert on Dutch TV tonight, and he stated that Russia still has 40% left of their artillery and attacking options, but he didn't mention where he got that information, and I've been looking for it, and I couldn't really find anything to verify that. Do you know anything about that?
I think that's the big guess is what Russia has left. I'm not sure where he got those numbers either. We have a lot of folks that are looking in and trying to figure out exactly what the Russian stocks are, because there was no number. Russia does not keep very accurate information on that. And so, yes, they have a lot of stuff, but to what and how much of each, that's what everybody's trying to figure out, how much they have of, say, the missiles, what they have left. And that may be the reason why they're outsourcing to Iran and China right now.
Exactly. That's why I was there. He was so convinced it was 40%. I was like, where did you get that from? And another thing he said was that Russia is attacking the infrastructure and electricity and water supplies in Ukraine, hoping that there will come more refugees to Europe, and Europe will not happy with that, and that is a tactic of Putin as well. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, here's the thing. If they're knocking out the infrastructure, which the Ukrainians have shown to be very resilient in their efforts to maintain, get back, and rebuild their network. Yes, there are some long lead times on things like transformers and things like that. The last time I looked that up, we were talking about it. It was like almost a year for certain types of transformers. But as far as the refugee crisis, yes, there was a large refugee crisis at the beginning, and that was because that was the initial stages of the war. However, and the Ukrainians had very little in the way of armaments to fight that war at the beginning stages. But now that Ukraine is winning, they're getting more equipment to fight the war with. The Ukrainians are going home. And while it may be the darkest hours now when the power grid is being hit, the Ukrainians are, like I said, being resilient. And they are not going to give Russia a pass on taking and destroying their country. They are fighting and they are rebuilding. I think the reverse is happening as the Western nations give the equipment to Ukraine to fight this war, the less likely they are to have refugees. So it's not working in the direction that you spoke of, in that they tear it down and the Ukrainians leave. No, they tear it down. The Ukrainians are rebuilding, and they are going home to rebuild.
Very true. But also, even if it would work and more refugees would come to Europe, I don't think Europe would think that as a problem. I know here in Holland, like, they welcome everybody. They give them a working permit immediately, and they just assume they'll go back as soon as it's safe. It's much different than other refugees from all over the world that come here for forever.
Unlike Russian refugees, quote unquote, I'm going to say that very loosely. They don't come in and just spend money and grift on the rest of society and just be a pain in the ass. Ukrainians are very educated. When they come in, they have something to contribute to the economy when they come in.
Yeah.
And so that's the big difference. And that's their educational system It's one of the best. So then with them coming into a country, yeah, countries like it because they are a ready workforce. They don't require the extensive schooling and instruction as many of the other refugees from areas that have been war torn and don't have the basic system, social systems in place to begin with. And that's not to say the people are dumb. That's not to say the people are useless. What it's saying is they're coming from places that did not have an infrastructure because of wars, because of the societies and the way they were set up. But the Ukrainians, they had a system. They had an educational system. They had
Well,
a
they're
social
European.
system.
They're
Yeah,
just one of us, right?
there you go.
Yeah.
I'm one of you because I'm not European. But
Well, we're all
yes,
world citizens.
that's right.
Thank you
We're
so
all
much.
citizens.
I will try to get down from the speaking. I
Oh,
haven't done it before, so give me a
no
moment.
worries. No
Okay.
worries.
Thanks a lot.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanda. Daryl, I believe, and I'll look for this, but I think that I have seen 80% of Ukrainian refugees in a European country are working, and and we'd have to take a look and see what they're doing. I'm not saying that they have all become baristas or something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean they have a job in their chosen profession either, but 80% are working part-time or full-time in the EU economy. And as you say, this is because they are educated, they're trained, and also they have a purpose. They are continuing their lives as best they can until they can return to Ukraine.
I can't remember which of our Ukrainian friends, whether it was it wasn't Furlane, but what she said is that the Ukrainian people, they don't want handouts. They're not looking for handouts. They don't want free money. They are just looking to get to safety, do what they need to do, and get back to their homes. They at the beginning, some of the Ukrainian um, displaced people just wanted, to be able to find a place warm and safe, and so that they can get on their feet and do what they need to do. They did not really want the handouts per se. They wanted to be able to work for what they got, and that's a difference when you look at refugees around the world. Some they will accept it, um, without reservation. They will accept help. However, the Ukrainian people, they were a bit resistant to it, even though it was available to them from the governments of the countries they went to. They accepted it only because they didn't have a choice at the time. But at the same token, they were looking to work and get back and make a contribution to their own welfare.
Daryl, I think it was Verlaine who said that it is very difficult for Ukrainians to ask for help. And that I think has been evident in every EU country where Ukrainian refugees have landed. And of course, we need to contrast the arrival of Ukrainian refugees in EU, and there have been millions of them. We have to contrast their life today with the unlucky Ukrainians who were abducted, kidnapped, forcibly transported into Russia, including hundreds of thousands of children. all of these Ukrainians, essentially kidnapped by Russia, will someday soon, we hope, all come back to Ukraine. It's very difficult to even trace them all. It's especially difficult to trace the children who have been kidnapped and abducted and sent, in some cases, to very, very remote places in Russia. You're talking into Siberia, Irkutsk, well up beyond Archangel and Murmansk and places like that. And of course, we know there are filtration camps inside Russia where Ukrainians have been abducted to. And we all know what a filtration camp is. It's not a refugee camp. It is a place where Russians interrogate, torture, mistreat Ukrainian citizens that have been taken from their homes in Ukraine by Russia. So I just wanted to throw that in. And I see, Leonard, you are back with your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Just a quick response to the last lady who was up. I think it was Anda, who was questioning some of the statistics that she had, presumably from the Russians, as to the extent of the stocks of their missiles that they had expended. And I would just note that Chuck was on a few days ago, and he, as everyone knows, he's generally more bold on some of his predictions and some of his assessments, but he also has more access to some of the intel and the information that many other sources have. So bottom line, his assessment was that prior to the Kerch bridge attack, that Russia had expended 70% of their exigible missile stock. So 70%. And then we all know what's happened since then, the hundreds that have been expended since that date, because that was, I believe, October 14th. So well over a month. And his assessment was that Russia was likely well into the 80% percentile in terms of what they've expended so far. So whether that be 80 or 85 or whatever, none of us in the West will know for sure. But clearly the Russian stocks are being depleted. And that is just simply verified by the fact that they're going to Iran to try to restock whatever missiles they can. And another point that was made at that moment was that one of the missiles recovered, I think it was a KH-101 in Kyiv region, they dated it to 1953. So that's the year that Stalin died. So it was a missile that was manufactured in Russia under the Stalin era. That gives an that's an indication of how old.
They didn't even launch Sputnik until 1959. But boy, if they're going that far back, that's absolutely remarkable. But yeah, Russia is depleting its resources in every possible way, every day. No one knows what their stockpiles were when they started this war. And we all hope the day will come when there is not a single missile to be launched from anywhere inside Russia or anywhere else. And I'd hate to be the guy that has to say to Putin, what missiles? But we all hope that they will come. Here we are at the top of the hour. I hope that all of our listeners take just a moment to retweet this space. There are new listeners here, longtime listeners. MriyaReport has been on air every single day of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We are a global volunteer space, and I believe we're the #1 space here on Twitter. And that's because we deliver verifiable news as we can verify it. It's because we have experts from so many fields coming on here to talk to us about their views, their analysis of what's going on. most importantly, we have Ukrainian voices joining us every day. And that means chiefs of fire stations in Kharkiv. It means the director of the Ukrainian rail service. It means humanitarian workers in Ukraine. They all come and talk to MriyaReport about their experiences and what life is like right now inside Ukraine. And if you're so moved, please go to MriyaAid.org and look at what a donation can mean to Ukraine today. You can give humanitarian aid, you can give tourniquets, first aid kits, you can give battle armor to soldiers who desperately need it. But please go to MriyaAid.org, look at some of the things you can deliver to Ukraine right now. Daryl?
I see we have Ryan down there. I'm wondering if it's too late for him to come up and talk. Good evening, Ryan. Wave your hand. He may have us cuddling in his sleeping bag in Ukraine, listening to the MriyaReport, sleeping soundly.
I know he tries to listen to us every day. Ryan was a co-host here, and he was inspired to go to Ukraine and become a humanitarian worker. He's an amazing guy.
And we're welcoming Gunther. Alan. Go ahead, Gunther. Good evening.
Oh, hey, good evening, everyone. I'm just listening and support MriyaAid, and thank you guys for doing everything. I didn't have anything to say specifically other than just want to acknowledge and thank everyone. That's all.
Well, thank you, Gunther. It is kind of a quiet night. I think it's in part, Daryl, because we are in between military updates. For example, we know things are happening. We don't know exactly what's happening. Lots of things can't be verified. We hope by the time Chuck Farrer gets here tomorrow night, that's in less than 24 hours, we'll have a much more clear picture of where things stand. So, Gunther, in fact, you do have a question. I'm glad to see your hand raised.
Well, it's just a comment, which is one thing that that I find admirable about the Ukrainian effort is that, to my casual or sort of understanding of the situation, is that they haven't made any major mistakes, right? Like they've been very focused and, I mean, obviously incredibly successful, but they also haven't had any major screw ups, which I would have totally expected by every competent organization makes some huge mistakes. But I've just been really impressed that they have seem to be not making mistakes, that's really huge. It also seems that what they've been doing, which has been to take their time, shape this field, shape the battlefield, concentrate on logistics, use their long range fires, and basically set the positions before doing maneuver warfare, which is kind of a Soviet style. That seems to be working for them, and there's no reason why that they can't slowly, methodically, deliberately push to their borders and get this done in a way that makes best sense for them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, Gunther. They haven't made any mistakes, and this is because, in part, as you say, they are patient. They also have a playbook. They haven't deviated from that playbook, but at the same time, they've been very creative. They've been creative on the ground, on the battlefield. So, I mean, if you have a playbook and you just keep doing the same thing, month after month after month, pretty soon your enemy is going to catch on, and they're going to take advantage of you because you're not able to be creative, take initiative, and do something new. But it's really this ingenuity that the Ukrainians have shown on the battlefield, and also in their cities, surviving Russian occupation, surviving Russian missile barrages, and on the battlefield, being creative and moving fast, concentrating troops as needed, and as you say, attriting the Russians and shaping the battlefield. When they are ready to move, they move. And usually it's at a place and moment that the Russians don't expect it.
It also, if you've seen pictures of some of the mud in the north, obviously nothing's going to be happening dramatic up there for a while.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Gunther, because things are moving. The thing is, we don't know where it's moving exact. What we get is by what Russia is saying, one, on their channels. The other is just looking at the OSINT data of what people are saying. If there is a rocket attack, if there's a fire going on somewhere, if there is just, people are talking about troop movements, things of that nature. So while we don't have, real close insight to that, what goes on in the minutia, but I would not say nothing is really happening because of the mud. Because where the mud can hamper one, it can hamper the other one. But if one can get the advantage in that situation, then he takes the initiative. So it's the one that will take the initiative that can win the battle. That it could turn the tide of a battle is who takes the initiative in a certain situation. And right now, Ukraine has taken the initiative anywhere and everywhere they can. And a lot of that has to do with the training that they've been receiving. A lot of that has to do with the mindset of a can-do that they have, and some of it has to do with just the will to do. And those things can make the difference. And even though you don't see something majorly happening, things can be happening. Now, I want to say one little small thing. Everybody, you guys were saying they haven't made any mistakes. The one thing about it, we won't know the mistakes that they made, is all I'm going to say to that, is because they have been able to execute the battle space effectively, even if they have made mistakes. So it's not to dampen it, it's just being a little bit more realistically. If they did make a mistake, they were able to recover from it and move on. And that's the key. If you do make one, you're able to move to the next objective and retake the initiative. And that's one thing that we have seen, is they've been able to take the initiative.
I think you're absolutely right, Daryl. If they've made a mistake, we wouldn't know it. And of course, we wouldn't want the Russians to know it either. And if they've done one thing, the Ukrainians, it's to seize the momentum, and they've never given it up. They seized the momentum in the breakout through Kharkiv. They seized the momentum again, liberating Kherson. And I think we're about to see them seize the momentum again. And hopefully it'll carry them right to the defensive lines that Russia had on February 23rd. And we hope that is swift. Gunter, continue.
Hey, this is a question for Daryl. Could you explain the whole tracked system on tanks and what does it mean to throw a track? How hard is that to fix? Is there a difference between a T-72 and an Abrams as far as the difficulty of that? Is when you see them sort of drifting and sort of doing these sort of high-speed maneuvers, is that the time when you like would throw a track? I'm just trying to understand what I'm seeing online about these tanks and being disabled or having problems.
Okay, when you look at a track, it is a track is the emplacement of one piece of track in front of the other one, and that allows the wheels to roll over, and then the track lifts up and replaces itself. So if you understand, the track does not move, but is placed down, and the vehicle moves and rolls over it. Okay, and that involves your wheels, your sprocket, which is the driving factor. What happens is, as the sprocket turns, it moves the vehicle forward. As the vehicle moves forward, and the track rolls over the track. It's the wheels, come down onto the track, and it places a fixed surface for the wheels to go across. Okay. Now, you have suspension pieces in there. The wheels themselves, they have suspension, but the idler is fixed, and the front wheel is usually fixed. And depending on which one has because of the tanks being rear drive, the sprockets are in the rear. Okay. The front wheel is typically the tensioner wheel. It is the one where you pump grease, you turn a screw, what have you, and that forces that wheel further out to tighten the track. Okay. Did I lose you so far with that? Okay. All right. So, as the tank is moving along, you're going over different surfaces. The wheels are coming up and down. Two things happen. One, the track itself stretches, just like a chain link on a bicycle, just like a chainsaw on a saw. That chain will stretch. Okay, when that happens, it creates a sag. All right, that sagging of the track is a loss of tension, which means that if you are on muddy terrain, it allows dirt and other materials to build up, and it goes behind the wheels. It goes around the sprocket, and if it builds up too much, it actually will lift the track off of the sprocket or off of the wheels, because in between the wheels, there, as the track is going along, there's a little spike piece on the track. Okay, if it gets to the point where that little spiked up piece is lifted and the wheel is lifted, it can take that wheel and move it off of the track and out of the guides, and what we call throw a track. The tank will actually roll and move, and the track will move over to one side and basically just fall off the tank. Okay. And the only thing
I'm sorry. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You have such a knowledgeable stuff about tanks.
Yeah, tactic. We have.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yep. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get to you. But we don't break
I'm
in
sorry.
here. We don't break
I'm
in.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So when that happens, and that's what we call throwing a track, because you will be going along, and all of a sudden your track will be thrown to basically it will be thrown to the side of you, and your idler wheels are now on the ground, and your sprocket has no track, and you are sitting and cannot move on one side. If the other side is on, you'll just sit there and spin or until that's all you can do because you only have one side moving the track. I mean, only one side of the tank has a track on it to move. Okay, so in order to put that back on, now you're talking about a section of track, one link in that chain, because I'm going to call it a chain at this point. One link in that chain is about 40 pounds. Okay, on some of the bigger and wider tank tracks, it is more like 50 to 60 pounds each. So they are very heavy when you get them all put together. Okay. So you have to take, there's a bolt, and you take that bolt out, you unscrew it, and it's like a pin. If you think about your watch, if you've ever had to have a link taken out of your, if you've ever had a link taken out of your watch, that's what you're looking at taken out of that chain, that track, and that track will lay down flat. Well, the next step is to be able to get that track back onto the sprocket, back onto the idler wheels, and back around to where you can connect it. And that involves a couple of different things. First of all, how far are you away from where the track laid down? The second is what position you're in relative to where the track laid down. Now it'll be a little easier if it's laying right beside the tank and you haven't gone that far. But if you've gone a good distance, guess what? You got to drag that track back up to where the tank is, because you're not going to move the tank to the track. You're going to drag the track to the tank. Now, what we typically do in that situation, you have a rope or you have a chain, and you take it and you hook it onto that sprocket, and you drag that track as close as you can to your tank. Okay, after you've laid it out flat, you use the sprocket on the tank to try to lift that and bring that track back towards you. It's a little tricky to do, but you can do it with one track on and one track off. Okay, but it's not fun. Anyway, and what you do is you proceed to rethread that. You take it and you roll that track above on top, and you get a couple of men and you actually lift that track back onto the sprocket, and then you slowly inch it forward. And as you slowly inch it forward, you have men with a bar guiding it over the wheels until it goes over the front, and then you can at that point the tank can kind of roll itself over the tracks just like it's intended to do. And as you do that, you get it back up toward the sprocket and you reconnect the track. And at that point, you need to adjust the track back to being tight so that you don't have that situation happen again. It only takes you one time to have to do it, and you will learn why you need to keep your track tight because it is not fun. You operate all day long, and the first thing you will do is you go out there and you start looking at your track at night. And when you wake up in the morning, the first thing that you may do, if you had a chance to sleep, is you get out there and you jack that track and you make sure that tension is back on that track so that you don't throw that tread no more, because that's lost time, that's lost effort, that's it's a lot of manpower wasted for something that was avoidable to a certain extent.
So Daryl, I have a question for you on getting that thrown track back on a tank. So NATO tanks have 4-man crews. Russian tanks have 3-man crews. We've talked about the difference. So you throw a track on the battlefield. is it up to the four guys in the tank in the Western tank to get it back on? You can't call AAA, but are there support folks there to help you tread that track?
Not from fucking Russia. Are you crazy?
Wait a minute, tactical. Wait a minute, tactical.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can I just jump in here? Can I jump in here, please?
Tactical. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm holding.
Put your mic on. There you go. Put it on mute and just hang tight.
No, goodbye.
In the Western services, you have mechanics that are around. Okay, I was one of those guys that was around. In the Russians, they don't necessarily have those track mechanics around because, first of all, the Russian tanks, their theory was you go into battle, it's a one shot deal. You go to the front, that tank goes in until it's dead. When that one dies, you get another one. That's the way their army was set up. They don't really have a integrated maintenance system on their side. However, throwing track, that is a crew thing. That is something that the crew should be able to do. They have the tools to do it. And so they are required and are trained to repair their own track in the Western services. The mechanic is there to make sure that, if there was any mechanical failures, that they can replace it. But for the most part, that track is a crew maintenance item.
Now, brother, you're not. It's not the American army. It's the Russian army. Are you fucking stupid with this? What you're saying is 100% right.
Wait a minute. Hold on here, tactical. There's a difference in our services. And cuss me one more time, and I will drop you like a bad habit.
I'm not going to cuss you again. I swear.
The Russian services don't act the way we do as far as maintenance.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said.
So when I'm talking about our services, I'm talking about something that I was out there to do. Okay, I know what the Russians do and what we do. I'm very familiar with what our services do, and I know that it is a crew item, and I'm pretty sure that would be a crew function on a Russian tank as well.
That's not the same crew function. Trust me. I'm first armored. What you said as well. You're the same when you talk about when it comes to replacing tracks. When it comes to everything like that. When it comes to the Russians, it's different. Miles different. And you know that way it is. You know that as well. You must see that from the war. There's not replacements. There's not the same replacement service as it was when it was in the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War. There's not the replacement service that was there.
Who are you talking about? They were not in the Gulf War. The Russians were
No, I'm
not
saying
in the
is
Gulf War.
you don't have to equate the same sort of situation we had before when you were in the same situation before. They don't have the replacement services. They don't have the personnel to do the same things that we did back in the first Gulf War, second Gulf War, and the Iraq War.
Who you talking about? Ukraine? You're talking about the Ukrainians?
I'm talking about the Russians, but you're equating what they have to what we used to have.
I am not equating them to what we have. What I'm equating is maintenance habits.
Maintenance habits. The maintenance habits is not the same as the Americans and like what you had.
Exactly. And
what the Russians have.
And I said that. But tracks are a maintenance item that the crews do. I'm not talking about general maintenance and maintenance support that the Western armies do. I was talking about the track and the fact that it is a crew maintenance item for both the Russians and the US or the West, I should say. It is a crew function. It's not that you're going to replace.
From what I know, one of the people they bring forward to the army at the moment is people who are mobilized who have anything to do with tanks. and they have no idea what they're doing. They've done one time they replaced the tank tire, and
But
back in the
that's
day,
not but that's
three
not
3 years ago, and they've been thrown up to the front lines somewhere towards like Bangladesh, and then like they're actually doing replacing tire tracks. They have no idea what they're doing.
well that's
Exactly.
not the
It's,
but that's not the point here. We're not talking about who's the crew. We're talking about just the
okay.
item of replacing and repairing the track. We're
But
not
listen, I'm
talking
just
about
saying
the
that
crew. We're not
they have
talking
they have
about
they
the
have not have
Russians
nowhere
using
near the specialities you're talking about. What you're talking about is like people who actually know what they're talking about.
tactical.
Yeah, okay.
The question was, how do you do this particular job? That was the question I was answering. What they are asking, what you're saying is who is doing the job, as far as whether it be a Russian Mobic or a trained Ukrainian soldier. The
Okay, yes, I agree with you.
the trained Ukrainian soldier will do exactly what he's been taught as far as the Western uh, way of doing things, because that's what they have been learning. The Russians will do what the Russians do, but I'm pretty sure that the Russians, it is a crew function on a Russian tank. However, the Mobics may not have the skills to do it, is what you're
Okay,
getting
sorry.
to.
I'm sorry. I was taking you being a blanket opinion. What I was saying is
No,
they bring in lots of Mobics in that had like they already had training with tanks. They're taking people in and taking them to like basically just before the front line and be like, okay, you fix these tanks. 2 years
Yeah,
ago,
so
you used to be able to fix
tactical.
them.
Yep,
Yeah, sorry.
yeah, tactical. Daryl is a very experienced guy. He knows what he's talking about. What I'd like to do, Daryl, with your agreement, is to move on and take a hand from Greg, and then tactical. If you have a
That's
different
fine. That's fine.
question, yep.
Yes, I do.
Then we'll circle back to you. But Greg, take the mic, please. Your hand is up.
Can you give me a message on PM? I'll shut up.
Okay.
All right, guys, can I speak?
Yeah, go.
How are we going?
doing great, Greg.
Good. Sorry to bother you, and sorry to cut in the conversation. I know you guys are really getting into it there, and having a great time. I just wanted to find out. I've done a bit of research on the net, trying to actually find out the difference between the track width as well as weight, which is pretty easy to find, of tanks. And why some tanks are better suited towards winter warfare, for example, in Ukraine, than others. So, e.g., I was trying to actually compare on one website, and I'm having trouble finding a website that'll actually make it easy for me to compare. Why, for example, the Leopard 2, how that compares to, for example, the Abrams, compared to how that compares to some of the, e.g., T-72 models. Is there a website, guys, where I can go to that actually easily summarizes the differences? Because I'm not finding that easy to find at all.
To be
I mean, I
honest,
wish there
Greg,
was some left ribs too, but like, there's none of them in this war. But like,
to be honest, Greg, it has a lot to do with weight, um, in the conditions. Tanks are designed to go everywhere, but it's just a matter sometimes of weight and the conditions that they're in, which will make them either less prone or more prone to be better suited for the environment. But they are designed just like, most of the American tanks were designed to be used in Europe. Most of the Russian tanks were designed to be fought and used in Europe.
Yes.
Some of the difference, one of the problems we found out with the Abrams tanks down in the desert, which made, we found out they were not very well suited for that powdery dirt sand in the deserts of Iraq. It fouled up a lot of filters, and it created a lot of issues on the engine, those turbine engines, because unlike aircraft that fly at high altitudes, low to the ground tanks with a lot of powdery dust, it's not very kind on that turbine engine. because they're not designed to be sucking in powder. Okay, so but as far as the tanks are concerned, many of your tanks that are designed were designed to be fought in the European theater, and so you probably won't find a lot of information on which one is better in the cold or whatever. It's just a quirk of the environment.
So, Daryl, I just wanted to bring folks up to date. In 90 minutes, 90 minutes, so that's would be 11 p.m. Or let me do my math. That's 2300 hours Eastern Standard Time. Language Learner will be on board to give us a military update, which is something we're all interested in because we really want to know what's happening. As we've talked about tonight, yes, it does look like things are happening. There are unverified accounts of shelling and deep precision hits by the Ukrainians. So we'll have Language Learner up here in roughly 90 minutes to bring us up to date.
All right, thank you, Alan. If I could just ask a couple of questions of Darren, I'll let you go because I know you're busy and I'm sure other people want to ask questions too, correct?
Cool. You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Anybody will listen.
You're good, Greg. Good point.
No, that's fine. I'm just at lunchtime here in Oz, so I've got about another 10 minutes. So I've got to be quick before I get back to work. So in terms of weight, so I guess the Abrahams is what the upgraded version is about 70 ton versus what the Leopards at about 45 tons. Is that right? Is that what I was saying? The Leopards might be better suited to the warfare in the winter snow over there in Ukraine against the Russians? Is that correct in tonnage comparison?
Yeah,
Darryl?
yeah, you're right. You're right about the tonnage. Yes, you're right
Good.
about the tonnage. And the biggest difference
Yes.
is that they're good, they're fast, and they're well suited for the environment of the running and gunning that the Ukrainians are doing. So it's a good piece of machinery for that purpose.
Sorry, it's very marginal. Is that correct? Between the two?
Did you hear what my last statement?
I cut out because somebody muted me for a second, so I couldn't quite hear what you said.
Yeah, that was. I think Alan was trying to bring somebody up, and
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what it is yes, you're correct on the weights, and the fact that the Leopard is quick, nimble, has a very good gun, and that's one of the things that they need. The Abrams with its logistic line is just it's a little much. When you can have a piece of equipment that the Ukrainians can use is very close, and it's in maintenance wise, it's something that they would be able to use and with no problem at all. Yes, the Russians have a tank that has a turbine engine in it, but again, you have to look at the logistics lines for everything. And if I got a diesel versus a turbine, I'm better off with my mechanic who's very familiar with a diesel engine.
Right, gotcha. And track width, is that about the same between the two?
The track weights, I'm not sure of.
Width, as in width, as in how wide they are.
Oh, shoot! You asked me a question I don't quite remember.
You're the man, aren't you? I mean,
it's been 20 plus years. No?
I hope everybody's enjoying this. Like I said, I'll only be another minute and I'll be out of the way, guys. Don't worry, Al. Yeah, so is that about correct or about the same in terms of track width? You think, Daryl?
No, I've never been there. I don't know the width of a Leopard tank's tracks.
Okay.
I know the M1 uses what used to be the width of the old M88 tank retriever. That's the width of which is, I think they're 24, roughly about 24 inches, roughly thereof.
Okay.
Wide, if not just a little bit wider.
Right. And the maintenance of those, two comparison tanks? Is there much difference in how many guys are needed to service each tank and the amount of hours you can get out of each tank before it requires servicing, all things being equal? Is there one better than the other?
Not for me. I'm not familiar with the leopard. Okay,
No, that's right.
I've never been, around the leopards, near the leopards, or dealt with the leopards. So that is something I couldn't have any valid opinion on because I'm not familiar with one of them.
No, that's fair enough. I'll let you go.
Greg, be sure you mute your mic between your questions, please, because feedback from your mic creates noise. But thanks for your questions, and I think we want to move on to Gunther if we can.
No problem. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Thanks,
bye,
Greg.
Bye-bye.
Hey, I think according to Wikipedia, the Leopard 2 is in the 60-ton range, and it's not too far away from a M1 Abrams. But a Leopard 1 is more in the 40-tonnage range, closer to a T-72. Definitely smaller tanks.
Well, this is Daryl's wheelhouse, not mine. I mean, I can change the tread on a snowmobile, but when we move up to tanks, I just would not have the slightest idea what to do. Daryl, I hope you're here.
No, he's right about the weight. The Leopard is 40, in that 40 to 45-ton range, and the M1 is at the 60, at the 70 now. The new upgraded M1s are about 70 tons now.
So I did just want to remind folks, yes, we are going to have a military update tonight, 2300 hours. Check that out, Daryl. From my math, just rolled right off my tongue because usually I don't do military time, but this is something I've learned how to do here, among all kinds of other things. So we've talked about the weather in Ukraine today. Snowy, cold. Snowy doesn't mean no mud. There's plenty of mud on the battlefield out there. Language Learner is going to help us understand what's happening in Zaporizhia on the banks of the Dnipro and Cross River artillery battles, and also very deep strikes into Kherson and Zaporizhia by the Ukrainians. Precision strikes on ammo depots, fuel depots, logistical hubs, etc. So we know something's happening. We just don't know exactly what it is and what it's going to amount to.
That's right. So that is 2300 or so. He's going to be here to give the update. That's women. 23 or 20. Hold on. Yeah, 2300.
20,
Yeah,
20
Can I tip in my point
I
of
had to
view?
look at when he said. I had
Sorry.
to look at when he sent me the message. Yeah, 2300. So, because he sent the message at 9:30. Anyway,
I'm sorry. Can I point in my point of view? I've been waiting for a while. Also, I see John Spencer down there, who is a very academic person when it comes to anything with Ukraine. But my same point of view is you've been talking about your tank tracks when it comes to everything that is ex-Soviet. What happens when we actually give Ukraine NATO standard tanks, M1A, whatever it is, M1 Abrams? What happens if we give them? What's your opinion if that happens?
okay, first of all, mute your mic. All right. What's going to happen? Exactly what they've been doing. Before they have been given any kit to exact this war with, they have been trained. So when they are about ready to get the leopards and the leopards are freed, they will be being trained at that point because they're not. There's a bit of a lead time between the news and when things happen.
Yeah, I think you're right.
When things are announced and they are being sent to Ukraine, generally they have already been trained on them. There's certain things they didn't need much training with in respect to like the M777 and other artillery pieces because
Yes.
they know artillery. They just need to learn how that particular piece is set up, and then they can do the math and they can do the rest as long as they
Are
know
they doing that in
particular.
Britain? Because I know Britain's training a lot. Are they doing that in Britain at all?
But as far as the rest of the kit that they're being given, they are being trained prior to it actually being going into theater. So what happens when they get something? They'll use it. We ship it, they'll use it. And they will do a very good job of it because they have the will. And that's what you
Oh, I
need.
love you. I love you to bits. But yes, I think that's a good thing. I'm just saying. I'm coming from a point of view as someone who was a medic before. The M1 Abrams and the Leopard has a much more survival rate when it comes as compared to the T-72. Doesn't matter how much it's souped up, the T-72, BT-72, whatever it is from the Slovenians, whatever it is from the Polish, M1 Abrams and the Leopard has a much better survival rate when it comes to the crew. And I care about the people in the tank more than I care about the tank itself.
Yeah,
And that's what.
Tactical. You're
Yeah.
right. You're also breaking up a little bit. So I think I'm gonna drop you down and then ask you to recycle up because we're only hearing every other word. But yeah, of course. You know, the Leopard, the Abrams, that is about protecting the guys inside the tank. So if you don't mind not being impolite, I'm just going to drop you down and then maybe we will be able to bring you back. Okay.
I guess so. If you want to drop me.
Technically, he was only dropping you because your connection just seemed a little odd because it comes in, breaks up, comes in, breaks up. We were able to make out your questions, but it was just coming in very erratic. Okay, all you got to do is request. What I would suggest: go to your settings, delete your cache, your data on your online data, whatever, and then come back up, and you should have a much better experience because the more when you are on the spaces or on Twitter for too long, you build up a lot of online data, online cache, and you need to clear that, and it makes the experience a little bit easier. And sometimes you don't have that problem with the spaces. Okay, folks. What I was going to say, I had something I was going to say. Go ahead, Alan.
Thanks, Daryl. We do have a couple of speakers coming up, and we will move through hands. In fact, James is here right now. James, please take the mic.
Hi, Alan. Hi, Daryl. Everybody else. Hello and hello, world. I just wanted to be sure that new users understood that you have to raise your hand in the group, and it isn't apparent, when you've not done it the first time. And so the other things I've learned is that it really helps if you just listen for a while before you jump in, so you can kind of learn what's going on here. And with that, I just want to ask about Bakhmut, and that's been occupied by the Ukrainians now for a while, and it just seems like the Russians are fighting an uphill battle, literally. And so I just wondered how long that had been going, if anybody knew exactly how many days Ukrainians have held that.
Daryl, I think it's honestly, is it possible it's been as long as 4 months in Bakhmut, back and forth, and it's where the Wagner mercenary force is, they have just taken unbelievable casualties down there, and they seem to have only two battle plans: one, frontal assault; two, can we get around Bakhmut? And they fail at both. But I think it's been 4 months. It's almost as heroic as the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol.
Well, it's been a hard battle. They fought hard to get Bakhmut, and for whatever reason, this is it is a focal point of the Russians. They have been fighting this battle from Bakhmut, where they have retreated in other places. They have been unwilling to retreat and just let it go. They continually they make gains, and they are repelled. They make gains and they are repelled. And it's just a very, very hard fought battle right now. And although the Ukrainians hold a upper hand, it's not to say that the Russians won't continually uh, try to gain it back. And so they'll, for whatever reason, they're fighting for this tooth and nail.
And Chuck has been on here talking about Bakhmut, and Colonel Spencer, and Mick Ryan, and Ben Hodges. Those are, all of our top military experts. None of them can figure out why Bakhmut is so important to the Russians. I mean, it seems to have no strategic military advantage whatsoever. The Ukrainians are dug in, and the advantage to the Ukrainians is they are inflicting hundreds, thousands of casualties, and have been for 4 months. Bakhmut itself is practically destroyed. The battlefield around Bakhmut looks like a World War I battlefield. The trees are stumps stripped of leaves and charred. It's a terrible, terrible sight.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It sounds like it'd be terrible. When you say that, you say it pretty assuredly. Are you looking at things you see through Twitter?
Not exactly through Twitter, James, no, but there are plenty of maps that are posted on Twitter by British intelligence and ISW, Chuck Farrer, etc. I mean, Bakhmut is pretty well covered by reliable military analysts here on Twitter, and I would include Language Learner, who's going to be with us pretty soon, and I'd include Andrew Perpetua as well. But mostly take a look at what John Spencer, Chuck Farrer, Ben Hodges, and Mick Ryan have posted about Bakhmut.
I'll do that some more. It just seemed like it's been static for a long time, and I wasn't looking for a breakthrough there. I was kind of thinking that you were ringing the right bell with the Fortress Crimea thing. I don't know. Anyways, thanks.
Thanks, James. Well, we'll talk to Chuck about Fortress Crimea tomorrow. But if there is a Fortress Crimea, I mean, we're talking about weeks and weeks, if not months, into the future. So, Daryl, where do we want to move from here? It's been a fascinating night so far, and I know we have lots more to talk about.
Yeah, but I see finance coming up, and I see over the Obadiah. Good evening. Let's see. Oh, I thought he had requested. Okay.
Yeah, we got finance though.
Okay. Hello, finance. Good evening. Good morning. Which one is it? Finance.
Yeah, no, I'm here. It's evening. I have the kids this week. School is out. It's Thanksgiving week here in the States, so it is certainly evening for me right now. Doing my normal catch up on Ukrainian government finances. It might be that the $5 billion a month deficit may be long. I'm trying to get some better numbers. The Ukrainian finance minister, or one of them, he might be the deputy minister, was talking in, as reported by the Odessa Journal, Serhil Marchenko, and he said that they would need 38 billion in financing next year, which would be less than 4 billion a month. But I am unclear if that's assuming a full year war, right? So I don't know what the assumptions are under that 38 billion. Obviously, the Ukrainian budget situation should look a lot better once Russia is back where they belong. That's Russia, and they stop shooting cruise missiles at Ukraine on a ever basis. So that's sort of I don't know what the assumptions are underneath that. Right now, it's give or take 5 billion a month, but if it's 38 billion, that means we're under 4 billion a month. And hey, every bit counts, and that would definitely be a little bit easier to finance. So that's the only interesting thing I've noted today as I'm going through my normal Ukrainian financial news feeds. How are you all this evening?
I'm good. I just got lost there for a second. I was trying to figure out, were you saying Russian or Ukrainian?
Ukrainian. I try to follow Ukrainian finance first before I go look up Russian sanctions because, well, the country we support is Ukraine here, and we spend way more time talking about Russian economics and finances for a number of reasons than we do about talking about Ukrainian finances and economics. The big overall thing going on in Ukrainian, and so I try to rectify that by making sure I research and discuss what is going on in Ukrainian finances and economics. One of the big things is that Ukraine had a more or less balanced budget before the war. Before February 2022, obviously the war was still going. With the massively expanded military in Ukraine, those people need to be paid. There's much larger outlays needed for, civil infrastructure. They have cut pretty much everything they can, and the tax base is down at between 45 and give or take 55 or 60%. We'll call it half due to the war, though that is starting to slowly come back. But either way, that's not going to be back to where it was pre-war until this war ends. So the Ukrainian government has been under pressure to finance itself, right? It needs this money, and this is money it needs just to keep running. It has cut to the bone. That is considered to be true. Yes, it could try to raise a little bit more funds here and there. There are some policy views I have there. That said, that won't fix the issue. It's just throwing it's trying to patch a massive wound that needs stitches and surgery with a band-aid, right? Like it's not gonna do the job. So the number that's been basically reported, the back of the napkin number, is Ukrainian budget deficit is $5 billion USD value a month that they need to keep their government up and running, get all the stuff they need in. That isn't military aid. Again, most of their military stuff's being donated, so that's not what we're talking about here. It's everything else, and that's still pretty high. So, but with their finance minister saying they would need 38 billion for 2023 to cover their projected deficit, and unlike the Russians, they don't just pretend that there's no war on in their projections. If that's the case, then they're running more like 3.7 billion a month, not 5 billion a month in deficit, which, hey, having a 20% or more smaller deficit's better. Now, to be fair, $5 billion a month is not a huge number for a Western economy. Like there's $200 billion of frozen Russian assets just at the US central bank, $240 billion in cash frozen of Russian stuff, equivalent value. So clearly there's a lot of money. I mean, $60 billion a year, that's $5 billion a month, right? Like that's $60 billion is way less than the net worth of rich people in America. So, this is not the biggest number, but it is not a small number either. I don't have $1 billion to hand over. I certainly don't have 5. So that's what I'm looking at. But so it is nice news that perhaps the budget deficit is a little bit smaller than we thought, and that would be great news if that's the case.
What interests me, finance, is what Ukraine is able to do while running this deficit every month. And one of the very first things they do in every liberated city and town in Ukraine, they deliver pensions to elderly Ukrainians, which in some cases haven't been paid for 4 or 5 or 6 months. And so that's a pretty good use of cash you have on hand.
Right. So they have basically pensions. So that's not a huge amount, but it's still basically getting Social Security in for those of us in the States, or pensions for those of y'all in Europe. They also have government health care, right? They have more or less public health care in Ukraine. They need to get services back up and running. Commission, been on the space before. The head of Ukrsal-Zanitsa, their state-run railway, does his best to get himself and Ukrsal-Zanitsa connected to all major rail hubs and get all their major cities and even minor cities connected up sort of ASAP. So yeah, absolutely, we are seeing that they try to get their places up and running quickly. This contrasts greatly with Russia, who doesn't even deliver promised payments to existing citizens, let alone conquered ones who they commit atrocities upon. So completely agreed. Yeah, that is the kind of thing that seeing a bunch of babushkas starve isn't exactly humane or good policy. So they're big in favor of trying to restore anything close to governmental normality where possible. So that is absolutely going on. But yeah, that's what we're looking at. So their deficit might be a little bit smaller. The problem with this deficit is if they cannot get financing from outside, they're stuck with basically running the printing presses. They can't really raise new debt because they're already in default on their existing debt. So who's going to give them money for it? So since they can't really raise new debt, that leaves them with the option to run the presses and print more money. As of yet, their inflation rate is currently holding, last I checked, under 30%. I evaluate this on a month-by-month basis, and no, I do not forecast out, because literally if financing collapses, it's going to go up. It's going to go up faster. If financing gets better, it can go down more quickly. Clearly, as the war could get better and more areas can come online and people can do better, that would be beneficial. Russia shooting cruise missiles all over the country, and there being rolling power blackouts because of it, that obviously makes things worse. So I don't forecast even inflation rates. I don't forecast economic activity. I think it's impossible while this war is on to do that, because literally every month looks a little bit different on this angle. But just seeing that sort of news from someone who would be doing the official numbers, that is a sign that they're not worried about a number that I would expect to be forecasted literally double that. So that to me was good news. Like, I don't have a perfect forecast. Certainly he doesn't either. But it is nice to know that he is thinking at a much smaller number than we were thinking before. So that's always good news. Make sense, Alan?
Absolutely. I'm not a national finance guy or even an international finance guy. I can't handle that kind of thing. I try to balance my checkbook every month. But the other thing I would say, finance is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're talking about a country whose export revenue has been pretty much cut to next to nothing, and yet Ukraine, I believe, donated. They gave something like 27,000 tons of grain to Ethiopia within the last couple of weeks. So you're talking about a nation on the ropes financially because of war, and yet they are delivering grain as a gift to an African nation facing famine.
Yeah, you're right. Ethiopia clearly has major issues. They had a civil war that may or may not be still going on, depending on how that's viewed. It's not a good scene. We'll put that politely there. There have been atrocities committed. Their government's deeply involved. Lots of bad things going on, especially for the Tigray ethnic people of Ethiopia. And yes, famine is also part of it. So yes, that occurred. Their export revenue did not drop to next to nothing. I would politely like to push back a little on that. Their IT sector has impressively held up. Last I looked, at 85 to 90% of pre-war revenue, though given its very strong is the wrong word. Given their stronger than expected blockchain and cryptocurrency part of their IT sector, I would expect they would be hit harder by the current meltdown than some other countries. But I mean, we're not talking about 50%. We're talking that'd be an extra 5% or something, which is still way more than it should hit a normal place. But that's going to probably be noted. While agricultural exports were down a lot, they definitely haven't moved to zero. They're down. They're expected to be down in 2023, something like 50%.
Oh yeah.
Can you boot this guy? Since apparently he is rude and inappropriate and doesn't seem to realize that we're here to support Ukraine, not troll people.
Yeah, done. Hey, finance.
Yeah, sorry. I was. That's just. Sorry, Daryl. That's
No. Done. Okay. That was done quick. Anyway, I got a question for you. These concerted drone strikes that they've been doing, they've only been going what, month and a half, right? Where they've been really targeting the grid infrastructure. I'm gonna say a month and a half where they've been doing these, 100 drone strikes or so. Has it been a month or a little bit more than a month?
yeah. We're a little closer to 2 months now, but yes, you're correct that it's
Okay.
a more recent phase of the conflict of the war.
Okay, because I was wondering, okay, historical data. Do you have a sense of how much the economy was growing prior to these strikes? Do you have any record or recollection of how well it was going before the strikes, vice after the strikes? Because we know the strikes taking out the electrical grid actually take out the production function of the economy, just because they can't run anything. So I was just wondering, what were the numbers prior to the previous 2 months, if you got it. If not, then okay, I can move on.
Yeah,
I was
no.
just wondering.
So I wasn't looking at it that way. I was talking to some other finance guys in the U.S. who were saying sort of where their interest in Ukrainian investment occurred, and I will say that I started, going through historically where government bonds were, where what little data I could get on real estate, which obviously has gotten very difficult on the war. There has been prices of assets in Ukraine were holding up pretty well, surprisingly so, in the war until this hit, and then a lot of stuff has taken a hit downward because of this. So it's absolutely having an effect on pricing and the way internationally, especially the desire for purchasing Ukrainian stuff. But if you're asking a slightly different question that I completely misunderstood, I'll ask it again, and maybe I'll get it and be able to answer you better.
Okay, prior to the last 2 months, what was the growth rate in the economy prior to that? Because they've been on
the economic growth. So the problem is when Russia takes over half your 20-25% of your country, at the height of the Kyiv offensive, it was even more. Your economy isn't going to work right. So it's really hard to compare economic growth rates because the economic growth of the Ukrainian economy has been negative 40 to 55, 45 to 55%, that number I brought up earlier, basically since the war started, because so much economic activity, we have millions of internally displaced and externally displaced people. We have 25% of their country has been occupied, and we know that when Russia occupies places, they do not do things that are economically beneficial. I'm gonna be real.
Finance. Let me say this. Maybe I was incorrectly using the term that I wanted to use. What was the return? Well, I'm not going to say growth because growth means that you start from current to increasing. How much of the economy was rebounding, I should say, because I'm looking at the fact they have been taking over territories. People are moving back into the country. And I was wondering how much growth was that effort spurring onto the economy prior to these drone strikes taking out the grid in the places that were basically we were thinking were off the battle space, but they're now back into the battle space only because of these drone strikes. So that's what I was asking. With the people moving back in, how much was the economy rebounding from say the early days of the war, say February or March? And I was just asking if you had any numbers to that effect.
I don't have any numbers. If there is a listener that has something better to look at, I'm happy to listen. I'll go ask Ben and some of the other financial people who look for sort of strange numbers. When you start talking about,
I fat fingered you. Go ahead, finance.
yeah, I hadn't said anything offensive. I know I'm putting everyone to sleep, Daryl. I mean, I didn't know it was that bad. When you start talking about month over month growth, it's very hard to get numbers. It's even harder to get numbers in a war zone, and there's a lot of poop moving around. So I am unsure that I've yet to see any good numbers that would let me know or think that, because while you were correct, absolutely helps economic growth for people to be able to move back into their homes, try to get stuff back up and running, massive volunteer efforts to rebuild people's homes and get people's living quarters and villages back together. While yes, that is a big deal, there's also there's lots of people dying in Ukraine who are Ukrainian because of the war. That's eternally going on. There's a lot of businesses, that there's a lot of the economy has had to transfer itself to defending itself against the war effort, et cetera, et cetera. So these kinds of month over month numbers in a war-based economy, I have not seen them, and I don't even know exactly how you'd even go about running them. Like, I would actually be really, if I found something that was really interesting that came close to answering your question, I would really try to read up any page on methodology, because I would just be really, really curious. Like, I'd be massively curious what sort of tools, techniques, sampling, etc. they use to try to figure out like what was going on, because it's actually a fascinating question on an economic basis.
Okay, thanks. I got ideas, but we'll just save that for another day.
Well, one thing I'm wondering, finance, when this war is over, and we all hope sooner rather than later, but the international rebuilding program for Ukraine is going to supercharge their economy, and Ukrainians are already ingenious, as you point out. I mean, the IT sector hasn't really dropped much at all, and they're well known for their IT expertise. But so let's just say this war finally ends in 2023, Ukraine is going to be one hell of a place to invest.
Yes, certainly that's my thesis and a number of others that come on this space. We're seeing a lot of things that make a country better to invest in. A lot of, where they were, they have pulled much further and aggressively away from the more Soviet model, say at the turn of the 21st century that they were on. You see huge movements towards digitization, away from corruption. They've had a decentralization initiative, especially oligarchs, especially Russian-linked oligarchs, are the Russian-linked oligarchs have been fully pushed out of their economy as best Ukraine can. So all of these things lead themselves towards absolutely more interesting growth. Even since the second week of the war, Zelensky has been on the bandwagon for trying to rebuild the economy. You hear about a European Union fund. The U.S. is using terms like Marshall Plan for their goals of investing in Ukraine. So absolutely lots of people looking to push money into Ukraine in a post-war environment. We've seen a Australian billionaire put together an $870 million fund for Ukraine in the last month. So lots of news definitely on these fronts, where a number of people are looking, both private and public, at a post-war investment. But you gotta get through the war first. I definitely think there's an opportunity there now, due to the fact that I think in 5 years Ukraine is going to be where it's at. And if you look at the model of the Baltics or Poland, this post-war period has been sort of the full break with the Soviets, paired with independence, economic independence can be very beneficial and have a ton of growth. So I think we are looking at that as a possibility. Ukraine pre-war was one of the two poorest countries in Europe. It was them and Moldova, depending on how depending sort of on what year you ran it. I don't think that's going to be the case in a decade. Right?
Yeah, I'm sure it won't be a case in the decade. I mean, the natural resources that Ukraine has, the size of the country. I mean, yeah, maybe they and Ukraine and Moldova were neck and neck about which is the poorest nation in the EU or on a European country. But I cannot imagine the difficulty that Ukraine would face if they were trying to reform their economy and fight a war at the same time. I mean, thank God the economic reforms started, roughly 9 years ago.
I mean, it's been going hand in hand with their fighting of Russia since 2014. So, some of this has been occurring over time already. But there's a theory in the States, right? Never let a crisis go to waste, which can be used as cynically as you want in politics, but it could also be used positively. And certainly there's a crisis in Ukraine right now, a crisis of a bunch of Russian trolls trying to murder people. And if you can use that as an opportunity to also, have cleanup, a problem that was corruption, which the Ukrainians are absolutely doing. Like, unlike the Russian people, the Ukrainian people, like at the base level, are not happy with corrupt BS. There's actually a video that came out during the war of it was much early in the war, like 3 Ukrainian soldiers. A police officer tried to bribe one of them, like pulled someone over a ticket, or he got a normal ticket. Then he tried to get a bribe to get someone out of it. And and on film, 3 Ukrainian soldiers, how to put this, they whooped his rear real bad, and basically said on film, and apparently in Ukrainian, there's a war going on. What in the world are you thinking?